Bria and the Billionaire's Kiss, a Once Upon a Billionaire prequel, written by Caitlin Meadows, narrated by 11 Labs. The princess shall indeed prick her finger. C.S. Evans, The Sleeping Beauty. Chapter 1. Bria. Secrets held power, especially those that were kept the longest. I didn't exactly know how long Gray had been keeping his particular secret, or if he was keeping one at all. The truth was, I hadn't known him that long, period. But I liked him. I really liked him. How could I not, with the rapt attention he gave me whenever I spoke, or the way his touches lingered, or the way the sweet things he said permeated my thoughts, which, by the way, had centered on him, taking up every microscopic second I spent thinking. After our last interaction, he'd acted so aloof, so distracted. My roommate insisted nothing was wrong, but the aunts would be far less biased than she was. I had to run my suspicions past them and see what they thought. Might be nice if they knew about him in the first place. An anxious buzz frayed my nerves. I hadn't been home in about 2 weeks, and I was both excited to see the aunts and nervous about their responses once I told them the reason for my visit. Pausing at the side gate, I gripped the white picket's pointed tips and took a steadying breath. A tiny thrill whispered up my spine. I entered the gate and followed the paved stone pathway as it wound in between flower beds, bursting with newly blooming tulips and anemones. Birds chirped in the tops of the flowering almond trees, and the scent of pollen and blossoms inoculated the air with springtime in the Chicago suburbs. As I got closer to the back door, which was used more frequently than the front by anyone who was more than an acquaintance, the smell of chicken, sautéed vegetables, rosemary, and thyme struck. I drank in the aromas, relishing them as they teased my stomach. Home-cooked meals, such a contrast to the fast food and bagels I'd been living on. I turned the knob and entered. Credenza's back was turned, her attention on the soup pot on the stove. She was stout, with dark skin and wiry curls cut short. "Y'all better not have come back without my favorite chocolate." She turned. Her severe expression shifted in an instant. "Oh, you're not who I thought." "I'm fresh out of chocolate," I said, "but I'll be sure to grab some the next time I come." Whatever irritation she'd been ready to lob melted away. Credenza's face split into a smile, and she rested a hand on her hip. "There you are, Bria. Been wondering what kept you away so long. Student teaching taking up all your time these days?" Clearly, I'd get no reprimand here. I rested my hip against the counter beside the stove. Heat from the pot wafted in my direction. "I have 2 months left to go before—" "Graduation day!" Credenza interrupted, lifting her spoon into the air in triumph. "Graduation day!" I echoed, raising the roof with both hands. "What then?" Credenza turned back to her soup. I opened my mouth to reply when the back door slammed open, and Felicity's tall, lanky form trundled in. "Got a bar of it!" she shouted, her attention on the door as it hit the wall. She grimaced, then fiddled the door closed with one foot while balancing on the other, impressively managing the grocery bags lining her hands. Took me nearly half an hour to track down the manager, but he finally graced me with his presence, and I got it. I rounded the corner, eager to ease some of the bags from her grasp before any real danger came to whatever was contained inside. Felicity was sweet, but either she didn't realize how long her limbs were, or she was naturally clumsy. I hadn't figured out which. "Thanks, Bria," Felicity said, and then stopped short, her eyes gaping at me. "Bria, you're home!" Her smile stretched as wide as she was tall. I matched it. "I am, just for a little while. You have anything else out there you need me to get?" I reached for several of the bags in her arms. She shifted, evading my grasp. "Don't you worry about it." With the door now closed and blocking out the brisk spring air, Felicity ambled to the counter and clunked her bags atop it with a thud. Then she positioned herself in front of them and braced her hands on the counter. "Since when do you not want me to help?" I asked, attempting to peer behind her. She shifted, using her body to block my view. "Since your birthday is in 2 days." Her blue eyes flashed, and she shuffled to the other side as I attempted to peer in that direction. I couldn't help the excitement. "You're saying all of that is for me?" Credenza clanked her spoon against the pot and rounded on Felicity with her hands on her generous hips. Come on now. Really? What? Felicity stared at her. She knows her birthday is almost here. Well, don't you go spoil nothin'. I'm not spoiling a thing. Felicity returned her attention to me and beamed a spotlight of smiles. You just sit your cute, almost 21-year-old butt down and tell us why you dropped by. And why you've been gone so long, Credenza added. Footsteps and humming preceded Marianne's entrance into the kitchen from the side stairs. My smile widened at the sight of all the aunts together in the same room. These three women looked nothing alike, with Credenza's African-American heritage, Felicity's flaming red hair contrasting her pale, freckled skin, and Marianne's brown locks. They weren't related, a fact they admitted themselves. And they weren't in a polyamorous kind of thing either, a fact that more than one person had assumed more than once. Just three friends who were out to make good on childhood promises they'd made to grow old together. They had their quirks, that was for sure. I loved those quirks. I loved the adoration they'd blazed at me every minute of my life for as long as I could remember. I loved the warm welcome they granted me, treating me as though I'd been gone for years rather than a handful of days. I couldn't wait to see what they would do once I told them about him. I was also eager for whatever advice they might give. "Hi, Bria," Marianne greeted. "Shh," Credenza said. She was about to tell us something. Then she turned to me. "Come on and spill. I know you're not that busy. What have you been up to?" Marianne gave a serious nod and folded her arms, planting her attention on me with patient expectation. Something fluttered inside my chest. I took a breath, but the additional air only exaggerated the quivering taking place inside of me. "I guess my afternoons have all been taken up lately." "Some after-school programs for the kids you've been helping with?" Felicity suggested, reaching up to help Credenza get the cornstarch from an upper shelf. My cheeks heated. More like an after-school program of my own making. Credenza turned off the stove. "All right then, tell us his name already." The other two aunts froze, mouths dropping, before they released guffaws of incredulous laughter. I couldn't help laughing too. It helped ease the tension looping in my shoulders and stomach. It wasn't every day I told the aunts about men I was dating. Probably because I didn't date that much. Make that ever. I dreamed of finding a man who liked me, who treated me like I was the reason for the sunrise, a man who ignited a sizzle inside of me from the sparks in his eyes every time they caught mine. I'd tried. I'd made it almost all the way through college without much luck, but now? I'd finally found him. Gray was the one. I knew it. We just had to get this whole pesky, not telling me things, out of the way. My roommate had insisted I was seeing things that weren't there. Maybe I was. Maybe this suspicion was all in my head. I didn't want to come across as the clingy type. And push him away? Not happening. Not if I could help it. "How can you read me so well?" I asked. "You used to drop by every day," Credenza said. "We're the most important people in your life. I figured only a man could get in the way of that." I placed my hands on my stomach, but the action didn't quell the butterfly swarm in there. "His name is Gray Phillips." Squeals shredded the air. All three of the aunts looked my way now, delight in their faces and illumination in their eyes. Felicity clutched a wrapped sausage to her chest, forgetting all about the fridge door hanging wide open. Credenza shuffled over, took me by the shoulders, and plunked me into the nearest chair. "Tell us everything. He cute?" "Very." "Treat you good?" "So good." Much better than the last guy I'd liked. Chris Hunsaker from my botany class had been flirty. He'd asked me out. At the time, I couldn't go, but I decided to return the favor as soon as I could. I mean, a guy had finally asked me out, right? I couldn't let that go to waste. The next week, I asked Chris to go with me to a concert, and he said no. He'd informed me he had a girlfriend and had only asked me so I could go with his roommate, whose date had bailed last minute. I didn't want to be someone's last-minute resort. I wanted to be someone's first choice. And with Gray, I was. It made me giddy inside just thinking about it. With Gray, I was. Credenza was a master at the art of the single-brow raise. That's good, 'cause he's going to deal with me if he don't. I placed a hand on one of hers. How I loved these women. "How'd you meet him?" Marianne asked, taking the chair opposite from me and resting her chin in her hands. A dream cloud gaze drifted over her eyes. He's a student at the University of Chicago, too, but we didn't meet there. He works at that bike repair shop. Free rain bikes? A friend from work asked me to go with her while passing out flyers, and he was there. We hit it off. He's asked me to stop by every day since. A communal sigh gusted from Felicity and Marianne. A scoff scratched from Credenza's throat. "You've been dating him how long?" she asked in her no-nonsense way. I fidgeted in my chair. Her question punctured the giddy thrill ballooning in my chest. Every time I stopped in to see him, Gray asked if I'd be coming again the next day. Being near him was high voltage. It conducted enough energy to make me breathless and to make every one of my nerves stand on end and crave being closer. He was scattering and exhilarating. I was beyond crazy for him. The man occupied all of my thoughts, and his request to see me told me he wanted to be around me as much as I wanted to be around him. But Credenza's question altered things slightly. We liked each other, but we weren't exactly dating. Yet. That was one reason I'd come over. I intended to change that fact, but I needed some advice. I wanted more with Gray, but how could we take it further when he was keeping things from me? I couldn't start with that, though. They'd think he was a creep or something, which was so not the case. He's taken me out for a few rides. Rides? Credenza's interruption was insistent. Rolling her eyes, Felicity nudged her. Bikes, remember? My mouth twisted to fight another smile. Just through the park. Nothing drastic like mountain biking, which I know he does. We've held hands, but I'm really hoping he'll kiss me soon. A kiss might make things more official. The aunts immediately butted in with suggestions. Don't let it move too fast. Take your time, hun. Get to know each other better first. Just enjoy the newness. That's what I'm saying. It'll move faster when you're both ready. Arms folded, Credenza pursed her lips. Her expression remained sassy, and she watched the other two until their advice died off. Once they were silent, she gave me a curt nod. Easy. You kiss him. Problem solved. More laughing and guffaws ensued, but I couldn't join in this time. The truth was, the thought had crossed my mind more than once. Gray was completely gorgeous. His brown hair did the most adorable swoop above his brow. He had inquisitive and attractive eyes, a perfect nose, and the most incredibly kissable mouth. His jaw was a work of art, and his tall, lean body was temptation itself. Everything about him was appealing, and when he touched me, when he stood close, my entire body both weakened and ignited as though I was the powder and he was the flame. The problem was, I was a hopeless romantic. I wanted a swept-off-my-feet, plunge-head-first kiss. I wanted the kind of kiss I'd never forget. The kind that wound into me and worked its way into my finer parts, rearranging them to weave into me. I'd never been in love before. Not that a kiss was a prerequisite to love, but my romantic heart wanted it to be. With the chemistry that charged the air every time I was around Gray, a kiss was completely possible, which was why I couldn't let it happen until I made sure I wasn't overreacting. What's that look for? Credenza asked. The last time we talked, he got a text, I said, knowing how petty this was going to sound. I'm not his girlfriend yet, so he technically doesn't owe me any explanations, but it just seemed like something bothered him about it. When I asked, he didn't really answer. I just don't want anything between us, you know? Felicity fidgeted. Her pale, freckled skin splotched in a condemnatory way. I narrowed my eyes at her. Was she keeping something from me too? She shuffled to the bags on the counter, and then clarity came. Oh, right. My birthday. Moving on. He's entitled to his life, Marianne said, smiling kindly. Once the two of you get closer, then I'd be more worried about things like this. The other two nodded their agreement, and that settled my unease significantly. Getting closer to Gray was definitely something I wanted, but it had to happen under the right setting. Stars aligning, elements combusting, hearts thudding, senses attuning, all the essential pieces in their proper places. Not rushing, experiencing, sharing, thriving, acting on it because confiding in one another, kissing each other, was the most natural thing to do next. Because neither of us wanted to exist any longer without that connection. I was getting fluttery just thinking about it. Easy. You kiss him. An entirely new scenario played out in my mind in seconds. Hadn't the stars already aligned the day Gray and I met? And every day since? He needed to know I was someone he could confide in. Maybe then he could feel comfortable enough to tell me about things. My heart thudded any time he was near. I was insanely aware of everything about him, from the shape and breadth of his shoulders, to the way he twirled his keys around his fingers, to the line of his mouth and the way his upper lip moved when he spoke. My breath bottled in my chest. The ants' chittering broke through my thoughts. They were reminiscing about each of their first kisses, about how romantic Marianne's was, and what a letdown Felicity's was. Apparently, the boy had a runny nose, and when he'd moved in, her perfume had made him sneeze. All over her. The story earned another round of laughter. "We're so happy for you," Marianne said, once their mirth died down. As though I'd just announced my engagement or something. The others nodded. Felicity chewed her lip, a telltale sign that she had something to say but was keeping it in. "Since you're here, I'm assuming you haven't seen Gray yet today?" Marianne asked. Gray. Even the sound of his name sent explosives twirling beneath my skin. "Not yet. I usually drop by after student teaching, but I wanted to tell you why I haven't been by for a while." Credenza directed a nod at Felicity, and then one to Marianne. They then huddled around me. I was hauled to my feet before I could finish. "What are you—" "We're so glad you came by. Don't stay away so long next time," Marianne ordered, pushing me toward the door. "That's right," Credenza said. "Now get on over to that bike shop and get your kiss." She swatted my backside as though I were still the child they'd raised instead of an adult, and hustled me out into the sunshine. I lingered only moments before making my way to my car, walking on a full charge. Could I do it? Walk into the bike shop and kiss him, just like that? I guess there was only one way to find out.
Chapter 2. Gray. I balanced the bike on its back wheel and bounced several times. Locking my feet into place on the pedals and straining my forearms, I maneuvered the bike with control, pedaling forward slightly and then stilling. I exhaled through a small part in my lips, staring at the handlebars, readying myself. Doing tricks like these took an insane amount of control. Pulse ticking, I tightened my hands on the rubber grips, tensed the muscles in my legs, and pumped. With the exertion, I hefted the bike up onto the rail, only to slip right off the other side. "Dude," Adrian said as I shredded my elbow against the sidewalk. My bones vibrated beneath my skin on impact. The bike skidded a few feet away. It wasn't the first time I'd fallen while attempting a trick. I should be used to it by now, but pain lanced through my arm and hip, making me wince. Several of the guys clapped their hands in mockery of my spill. "Good thing you've got those braces," Ulrich said, indicating the pads I'd secured around my elbows and knees. He'd uprighted my bike and wheeled it to where I lay on the sidewalk. The sun blazing overhead wasn't the reason my face was hot. Ulrich laid the bike against the tree nearest to the frat house, and then offered me a hand. "Thanks, bruh." I took my brother's offer of help and then examined the blood streaking from the wound on my forearm. Unlike the other guys here at the fraternity, Ulrich was my actual brother. Adrian approached, casually drinking from the bottle in his hand before gesturing toward me with it. "Never fight with the sidewalk. It always wins." "Tell that to the bike," I said, wincing. Sharp pains jabbed up my leg with every step I took, but I staggered to retrieve my trick bike, and with both hands on the handlebars, I wheeled it toward the garage. Though several of the frat brothers were out front, and the likelihood of my bike being stolen was slim, I still didn't want to risk it. Two of the brothers stood off to the side, while another slack-lined on the tether they'd tied between the two large trees on the lawn. Others lounged, drinking beers and laughing together. Adrian stepped away from them and strode with me toward the garage. He was one of the leaders here at Sigma Phi Rho, and I was relieved that we got along as well as we did, especially since he was an upperclassman. With his dark hair and trimmed scruff, with the confident swagger and stern expression, he gave off a don't mess with me vibe that I tried to imitate, though I'd never admit as much to anyone. "At least I wasn't filming when I biffed it," I said, leading the bike into the large garage behind the house. I guided the wheel into the rack and secured my lock around it. The leaders ensured that the garage and sheds were locked at the end of the day, but I still didn't want to take a chance. I'd had this bike since I was 14. I knew its quirks like a hunter knew his gun. Is that what you're working toward? Adrian asked. You still trying to post videos? Yeah, I said. I have a few on my channel, but it's pretty new. The better I do in the videos, the more views I'm hoping to get. Even though I was going to school at the University of Chicago and working toward my business degree, a huge part of me hoped I'd never have to use it. YouTube was a big deal, and I wanted to be a big deal on it. I'd been biking since I was a kid, both trick and mountain biking. I'd started posting tutorials about mastering tricks a few months ago and had a small following. But with that start, I figured I had as good of a chance as anyone at being a YouTuber as my profession. Someday, I'd get there. I don't know, Adrian said. I'd think people might like seeing the screw-ups. Maybe, I said, securing the bike and ambling back out into the sunshine. So many of my afternoons were spent at skate parks on this bad boy, on sidewalks and stair rails, and anything else I could find that was stable enough to support my weight. The bike definitely showed signs of scratches in use. I fingered the handlebars where the grips were all but crumbling. You working today? Adrian asked, closing the garage door behind him. Yeah. I'm starting to think you'd go to the store even if you weren't on the schedule for today. She's coming, isn't she? Heat filled my chest at the thought of Bria. The brick frat house had 3 levels, pointed rooftops, and a tower in front. The name Sigma Phi Rho was declared in bold lettering above the front door, and the Greek letters were painted on the side as well. I climbed the front steps, and Adrian entered the house first. I don't think so, I said. Bria had told me she had something else to take care of today and wouldn't be stopping in. Even so, I couldn't help the anticipation that maybe she would stop by anyway. Too bad you won't be able to show her your battle wound. Adrian indicated the arm I cradled. Blood caked my skin. She'd make a hot nurse. He smirked at this before ambling toward the stairs to the left. She would, I said, picturing Bria in one of those hot nurse Halloween costumes and chuckling. She had the legs for it, that was for sure. Adrian had seen her when he'd stopped by the bike shop during my interview process before I'd been inducted into Sigma Phi Rho. As one of the officers, he'd had a hand in my selection. I wasn't sure if that was what made him so interested in me, but whatever it was, we'd become friends since that process. I sauntered into the bathroom and dug through the cabinet for the first aid supplies. That was the cool thing about a fraternity, something I hadn't expected. Everything was extremely organized here. They definitely took good care of us. Eudora kept things stocked and essentials in place. She was the fraternity grandma, or so we all teased. I wasn't sure, but I'd heard this colossal house used to belong to her, and she donated it to Sigma Phi Rho when her sons had gone to college 1,000 years ago. Let's just say it. She was old. I wasn't sure where her sons were now, graduated and long gone with their own lives, probably. I did what I could to clean up the blood. The wound was smaller than I expected, a gashing scrape on the forearm I'd landed on. My bones ached as well, as though they'd been bruised on impact. Maybe they had been. The front door crashed open and feet stampeded through, rumbling as though an entire football team careened into the house. Here, toss it here, someone shouted, turning to face the door and running backward as he lifted his arms in expectation of the catch. The guy near the door aimed the football in his hand and tossed it just before he was barreled into by 2 others. Not in the house, boys, Adrian called from above with a smirk in his tone. Save the fooling for tonight. Laughing, breathing hard, the guys clapped one another on the back and marched toward the kitchen. I chuckled. I loved the energy here at Sigma Phi Rho. It felt like something was always happening, and I thrived on that. My home life had been a drag. With just Ulrich and me, my parents worked multiple jobs to make ends meet, and our atmosphere hadn't exactly been loving. It'd been begrudging, like our parents blamed us for having to work so much. Feeling wanted, feeling like I belonged, that was everything. After dashing up to my room and changing into a clean shirt, checking my hair and teeth in the mirror, I hurried out to my car and drove across Hyde Park to Fifth Avenue, where Free Rein Bikes was located. The sidewalk bustled as usual, with homeless people, shoppers, or those on their way to the bus stop to head into the city. As soon as I entered the shop, a tiny ache pinged in my chest. Bria had said she wasn't coming in today. Why did I hope she would anyway? Hi, Gray, Kiara said, smiling at me. Her silvery brown hair was pulled tightly back in a simple ponytail. She stood behind the register and tapped a few times on the device's screen. Hey, I said, passing to the back where my name tag and the time clock were located. Once clocked in, I meandered back out to the floor, The cool thing about working at a bike shop was that the boss didn't mind if I messed around. In fact, he said he preferred it because my goofing often caught customers' attention. I wheeled one of the used models parked to the side of the newer versions, slung my leg around the rim of the bike, placed my feet on the pedals, and balanced it upright, bouncing the tires a few times. Pain from my fall earlier resonated slightly, but I ignored it. If I could have my way, I would do nothing but bike all day long. Did you have class today? Kira asked. She circled around and leaned against the front of the counter, folding her arms and watching me. Yeah, I said, this morning. I balanced on the back wheel and spun the handlebars a few times. Some tricks I'd worked so hard to master now came as easy as breathing. I let the front wheel touch the ground with slow control. Business and accounting, I added. Does that mean you have a lot of homework this weekend? Why do you ask? Kiara smiled. I wondered if you'd thought more about that blind date Saturday. I withheld a groan and dismounted, propping the bike against my leg. About that. Kiara was old enough to be my mom. She'd been my manager for months now, and we had a pretty good relationship. So, of course, she'd want to see me settled down and happy with someone. She'd mentioned an old high school friend who wanted to set her daughter up with someone handsome and reliable. Against my better judgment and the advice of the frat brothers, I'd agreed. Wouldn't you know it, the very next day I'd met Bria Cox. Bria and I had hit it off. She had blushed and flirted and completely took over me the minute I met her. I knew I couldn't let her walk out the door without asking her to come back and see me, and she had. Now she stopped by the bike shop every day. Every day my interest in her reached sky level. I just hadn't told Kiara as much. Kiara had texted me about the blind date yesterday while Bria had still been here. I'd spent too long staring at the text. I knew from the curious way Bria had watched me. From the curiosity in her eyes. I knew she wondered what the text had been about. I wasn't going to tell her I'd been set up with anyone else, not when she was all I wanted. Don't tell me you're backing out now, Kiara said, reading whatever hesitation was on my face. Her comment made me realize I'd never replied. It was now or never. The floodgate was open. Might as well let it all out. You know, I've been seeing Bria lately. Seeing her, yes, but you two aren't seeing each other, are you? She emphasized the word. I supposed I'd give her that. Talking every afternoon and taking the occasional bike ride didn't constitute dating. But dang, I liked Bria. She was addictive, sweet, and totally reeled me in. In fact, I wasn't sure I'd ever met someone who disarmed me the way she did. She'd struck me from the start. The fact that she had a personality that only illuminated her attractive features like a ray of sunlight on water ratcheted my attention higher every time we were together and made me crave her company when we weren't. I'm not interested in meeting anyone else, I said. I could ask Kiara to butt out, but she was kind as far as managers went and helpful, and I knew she had my best interest in mind. She was also right about one thing. Nothing had happened with Bria. Yet, while my mind strummed the thought, my heart sang something else. I missed her. I missed Bria's bright eyes and tinkling laugh. I missed her recap of her day and the way she found ways to stand closer to me. I was torn about finding the right way to word things with Kiara when the bell to the shop chimed. My heart stuttered. I blinked a few times to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. My palms went clammy. The strength left my knees. I couldn't remember the last time a woman had this effect on me, to make me rail at the sight of her. But she did. Bria Cox was in the store, and she was a freaking goddess. Her long, flaxen hair spiraled in ribbons down her shoulders, and the green sweater she wore not only accentuated her in a way I could stare at all day long, but it was also a stunning addition to her creamy skin and matching eyes. Traces of pink splotched her cheeks. Chicago had embraced the springtime earlier than usual this year, with daffodils and tulips sprouting all over the place, but the air was still brisk, and the thought that she was cold made me want to warm her up. The flush on her cheeks was also possibly thanks to her excitement at seeing me too, and that filled my chest with satisfaction and made me want to wrap her in my arms. Either option left me with an excuse to hold her, and that was fine by me. My manager made a little noise that sounded like clearing her throat, and she busied herself with something. I didn't really know what. Guess that ended that conversation. No big deal. If it came down to it, I could get the blind date out of the way. One night, a few hours of making nice, and then I could take things with Bria to the next level, if she was open to that. Man, I hope she was open to that. The fact that she was here, now, when she'd said she wouldn't be dropping by, spoke volumes. I wheeled the bike back to its place and leaned it against the wall. From how still Bria remained, I wondered if something was wrong. Her eyes glistened with exhilaration that gave her features a vibrant appeal, almost as if she was having a hard time staying so motionless. As if she were fighting herself, though for what, I couldn't tell. What had her energy so pent up like that? "Hey, beautiful," I said, dusting my hands to remove a few flecks of rubber. "I didn't think you were coming by." Bria's chest rose and fell, and the pink flush still hadn't left her cheeks. She seemed frantic and stressed. What had her so agitated? Without a word, she snatched my hand and yanked me past the counter and through the swinging doors. "What are you doing?" I asked. She'd never acted this sneaky before. It was mysterious. It was attractive. Who was I kidding? Everything she did was attractive. The storage area in the back held cardboard boxes waiting to be unpacked, hardware waiting to be sold, and accessories and other merchandise. The scents of metal and oil were strong with this one. Bria didn't stop until she tugged me halfway down the aisle with tubes, pedals, and replacement hand grips. "Are we alone back here?" she asked. She was breathless. Why was she breathless? Mostly. I wasn't sure where Kiara had gone. To her office, probably. She could handle the register for me if a customer came in. I couldn't take much time back here, but a minute or two with her wouldn't hurt. Bria's teeth trapped her full bottom lip. She peered from one side to the other, almost guiltily. "You won't lose your job being back here with me, will you?" "I think we're good on that score," I said. "What's up?" I was immensely aware of just how alone we were. Every molecule in the air around us droned with flair and sensitivity to that fact. Her body was warm, alluring, and I couldn't keep myself from touching her. The skin of her forearm was soft beneath my fingertips. Awareness flickered in her eyes, and she gnawed her lip again. "I need to talk to you, and—" She tilted in. Her chest pressed against mine, shooting my blood into hyperdrive. Her gaze flickered to my mouth and lingered there so long my breath hitched. My hands settled on her hips. That sweater was just as soft as I imagined. Then her eyes trailed back to mine. "I need to do something before I lose my nerve," she finished on a whisper. Oh man. The lack of sound in her voice undid me. The way her eyes kept darting to my lips, and the increased desire there poured the same desire down the center of me. I'd imagined kissing Bria countless times. The fact that she charged in, full steam and appealingly confident, swayed my yearning for her all the more. I hooked my hands behind her back, tugging her closer against me, letting her know I was okay with where she was going. This beautiful woman was going to kiss me. Had I ever felt my pulse pound like this before? Her chin angled up, her lips parted, her eyelashes fluttered. It took all of my self-control not to lay one on her and claim her mouth like I was yearning to. She'd initiated this. I'd let her see it through. Besides, I was enjoying the build-up more than I ever thought. "I'm waiting," I muttered with a smile. I wasn't just waiting. I was craving her mouth on mine. For some reason, this seemed to be the wrong thing to say. The charge between us doused. Bria's gumption deflated. My heart collided against my ribs, and yet, instead of seeking impact, she retreated just enough to lift her lashes and display uncertainty. "This isn't romantic at all, is it?" she asked. The low, secretive tone in her voice made waves inside me. "Actually, it's pretty sexy." Her fingers found the hair at my nape. She lowered from her toes, breathing hard and staring at my collarbone as if sense wormed its way through whatever impulse she'd been acting on. I held tight. Now that she had instigated the moment, I was ready to see it through. Kiara's blind date be hanged. I was ready to kiss Bria until her toes curled. "Is something wrong?" I asked. A sense of defeat crashed over her. She backed away farther, and though I wanted to keep her close, I let her go. I'm sorry." The pink in her cheeks deepened to scarlet. "Don't be." I let some bad advice get the better of me. This was interesting. "What advice?" "My aunt told me to kiss you." I nearly laughed, but I could read the conflict in her demeanor. "I'm not seeing the bad part of that advice." Surprise and something like hope swam in the depths of her blue eyes. "You mean you want to?" My smile sprang this time. "You mean you don't?" Relief washed over her face. The sight was so appealing, I nearly went for it then and there. I rubbed my hands along her arms, coaxing her closer again. I think about you all the time. My favorite thing is having you stop by the shop every day. I want to move forward with whatever this is. If that included kissing? Heck yeah. The conflict smoothed away from her forehead. Instead, intrigue sparked in her eyes, and the sight lit a match in my gut. I forced myself to only reach for her hand when I wanted so much more. That settled it. I'd tell Kiara I wouldn't meet this other girl. My heart was fully occupied. If we remained back here like this much longer, I was going to lose it. I wondered what had made Bria hesitate. Did she think I didn't want her? She couldn't be more wrong, and I had to make sure she knew as much. What do you say we go out tonight? I said. Maybe we can give whatever almost happened back there another try. Her smile was the dawn. I wanted to hold her against me for as long as she'd let me, but I had a few things to take care of first. I'd cancel that date Kiara had set up for me, and I still had to figure out the best way to go about this. Because I knew one thing. Kissing Bria was going to be amazing, if only I'd known it wasn't going to happen like we both thought.
Chapter 3. Bria. I hardly recognized myself. What had I been thinking? I couldn't believe I'd trooped into the bike shop and thrown myself at Gray. The aunts had given me a dose of their crazy. That was all it was. And yet, Gray hadn't been put off. In fact, looking back and remembering the sultry need in his half-lidded eyes and the way he'd held me, the things he'd said, part of me wished I'd followed through. My nerves whirred with anticipation. Tonight. He was going to kiss me tonight. I twisted the flat iron through a lock of my hair and let it fall, feeling its heat through my shirt, and then selected another strand. Where was he taking me? I should have asked more questions, but I'd been too stirred up by his suggestion of replaying our moment. I was like this every time he was around, though. Dizzy, shaken up, flirtatious, and certain I was dreaming. A man like Gray couldn't be interested in me. He was confident, handsome, funny, and he always showed a genuine interest in the things I had to say. I loved watching him talk and laugh with customers who came into the shop. In fact, I'd worried about visiting him there as often as I did while he was working. It's not a big deal, he'd insisted the first few times I'd stopped by to see him after Sadie and I had popped into the store to post flyers for a thing at the school. I worried what his boss might think of my taking his attention away from work, especially when he was on the clock. He'd insisted my visits were fine. Regardless, I always bought something every time I went, usually a candy bar, just to ease my guilt. I also made sure to only stay for 10-15 minutes tops. That left us enough time to chat about my student teaching, customers who popped in, how the day was going, and other pleasantries. I loved those tidbits of time together, but I wanted more. I was so ready for more. Once my hair was curled, I set the flat iron on the counter, and I replayed our moment in the stacks. The heat of his body against mine, the way his hands had fully welcomed my advances. He was completely gorgeous, even in my memory. I'd met his manager, Kiara, as well as a few other associates he worked with. A sick feeling swelled in my stomach. What if one of them had seen us? What if his boss had chosen that day to stop in? What if a customer had needed a part that was located in the same aisle I'd dragged him to? I also hadn't mentioned anything about the text he'd been so absorbed by. Marianne was right. He was entitled to his life. Hopefully, after our kiss, our connection would deepen as well, and he would open up to me a little more. My phone vibrated, startling me and searing me with relief all at once. I leapt to answer it. The screen displayed an image of my 3 favorite eccentric women. Oh no. Too soon, my stomach sank. They were probably calling to follow up on that kiss. What was I going to tell them? That I wimped out at the last minute? I tapped video chat and propped the phone up on my counter so I could finish getting ready. Hey, you 3, what's up? I'd never known who my real parents were. One of the aunts adopted me when I was a baby, though when I'd asked which of them it was, they claimed they all did. To this day, I didn't know which of them it was. Though the aunts were all special to me and were the best mothers a girl could have hoped for, I still couldn't help but wonder who my real parents were, especially with a milestone like turning 21 coming up. Did my birth parents know where I was? Did they ever think about me like I often wondered about them? You took off before getting details about your party, Felicity said. I couldn't help but laugh. You kicked me out, remember? After several seconds, I prodded, So there's going to be a party? Felicity ignored this. Saturday, Senior Center, 2 p.m. Hence the bags of goodies Auntie Liz was trying to hide from me. I was wondering if you were throwing me a party. What with all that paraphernalia you brought home while I was there? Nothing gets past you, Marianne said with a laugh. We were going to keep it a secret, but how many times does your favorite niece turn 21? My thoughts strayed to the sketchy way Felicity had acted. Time to do some digging. Why keep it a secret? I asked. What aren't you telling me? Nothing, Felicity said too quickly. Auntie Liz, you're terrible at keeping things in. It's just, don't you dare spoil it, Marianne interrupted, flinging her hand in front of the others. The girl's got to have something to look forward to. She'll never expect this, Credenza said in the background. I smiled and then parted my lips, leaning closer to the mirror to dab on my rose-colored lip gloss. My lips budded like apple blossoms. By the way, how'd the kiss go? Marianne asked. There it was. I took a steadying breath that didn't work in the slightest. It didn't, I said, tightening the lid. Oh, honey, one started with sympathy, but Credenza cut her off. That's just as well because your harebrained aunt over there did a fool thing. She only told us after you left. It's not a fool thing, Felicity argued. It's romantic. I didn't know she already had someone. My heart caught. I set down my lip gloss and picked up my phone. The aunts' faces were wedged into the screen and staring back at me. What are you talking about? I asked. Is this part of the surprise? It was supposed to be, but I think you need to know, under the circumstances. Don't say a word, Marianne warned. This guy she told us about isn't even a sure thing. She set you up on a blind date, Credenza said. My mouth dropped. Blind date? No, I'm saying no. Cancel it. But I thought the kiss didn't go well. It felt like I was trying to hold ice cubes underwater. How could I help them understand? It didn't happen yet. I'm going out with Gray tonight, and heat flushed through me. It's a possibility. Please, cancel the blind date. Felicity muttered something that sounded like, how rude would that be? But Marianne spoke in my favor. If she doesn't want the date, she shouldn't be forced into it. But we had this set up before we knew about him. Technically, we have dibs. Dibs? There were no dibs in my dating life. If there were, Gray would have them already. Credenza turned on Felicity. Would you let it go, please? An argument broke out among the three of them, one that I couldn't help but be amused by. How they'd ever managed to live together for so long and not kill each other was a small miracle. And yet, at the end of the day, someone compromised, put the other first, and it ended up being cupcakes and rainbows among them again. I glanced at the clock. It was almost 7, which was weird because I hadn't heard or seen my roommate at all yet. My date was soon. I needed to cut this short. I'm sorry to ruin your surprise, I said. The aunts turned to the screen, instantly derailed. Oh, sweetie, Marianne began. You didn't. There's still... Would you take the phone away from her before she goes and ruins everything? Credenza snapped. The girl's got to have something to keep her hopping. Still what? I asked. I should have known. They always planned big bashes for my birthdays. Not Lorelai Gilmore big, but outstanding enough to make me feel like I was their whole world. Whatever you're talking about, no blind dates. Felicity's features fell, but Marianne and Credenza nodded their agreement. I didn't want them to think I was ungrateful, but I knew when it came to these three, sometimes a girl had to be firm to make sure she was heard. I summoned a smile. Thank you for the party. I'll come, but do you mind if I bring Gray with me? The aunts hesitated. Felicity wrenched her hands. Credenza nudged her with a glare before smiling at the screen. No, sugar. You bring him all you want. We can't wait to meet him. The clench in my chest released its hold. I grinned. Gray was going to love these 3 eccentric goofballs. I couldn't wait for him to meet them. More than that, though, bringing Gray would mean exactly what I hoped for. Things between us were getting serious. A quiver filled my lungs. First, I had a date with him tonight, and then my birthday party. Would he agree to come? Thank you all. I'll let you know how tonight goes. Pucker up, Marianne said. A round of giggles erupted from the others, and I ended the call, hugging the phone to my chest. Lightness fluttered inside of me, and I relished it, picturing just how tonight would go. Gray would pick me up. Knowing him, he would have bikes ready for us to ride through the park like we'd done a few times before. We'd stop beneath a cluster of trees, and he would rest his bike against the tree trunk and swagger over. He'd wrap his strong arms around me. It would be my first kiss. I couldn't think of anyone better to share that with. The door crashed open, and I jolted, my pulse bolting like a racehorse. Gray wouldn't barge into my apartment. It had to be Sadie. She appeared in the opening between the hall and the sink area of the bathroom. Sadie's blonde hair was bobbed short and flared up at the ends behind her ears. We worked together at the elementary school, though Sadie was an actual teacher there. She taught 3rd grade. I student taught in the room across from hers. We'd become roommates a few years ago when Sadie first started working at the school, and I'd still been in my elementary ed classes, and we'd hit it off and become fast friends. "Are you just getting back from the school?" I asked her. If so, she'd been working late. "I was helping a few of the teachers and parents plan the school carnival," Sadie said, slinging her bag on the floor and resting against the wall as though she were exhausted. She probably was, after working all day and then staying after for several more hours to help. That was what she got for being on the PTA board. "You're looking foxy," Sadie said. "Got a hot date?" "As a matter of fact, I do, and—" A car pulled into the vacant spot in front of our unit, and excitement lurched through me. I'd never seen Gray's car before. Was that him? If so, his wheels were nice. How did a college student, who worked part-time, afford something like that? Too soon, the driver stepped out. It was an older man with graying hair. Not Gray. A little warning lodged itself into my chest, but I brushed it off and peered at the time on my phone. Sadie rested a hand on the wall and peered past me toward the door. Not him? "He'll be here soon. He's picking me up at 7. "Sweet." Sadie trudged past her discarded bag and into her room. "I've got to throw some items together for the craft we'll be doing next week." "What's this one for?" "The Tale of Peter Rabbit." She grinned. I would have loved to have Sadie as my elementary school teacher. Sadie did these picture book studies where she centered the kids' activities around a classic story. The activities she came up with were epic and engaging, bringing the book to life in a completely different and memorable way that the kids went nuts over. They know I love it. I really don't mind doing something special for them. I know how hard they work and how much they adore these books. I sort of heard everything she said. I was a bad friend and distractedly kept glancing at my phone. It was a few minutes past 7. That wasn't like him. I didn't even realize Sadie had gone into her room until she popped her head back out of it again. "Everything okay?" she asked, stepping out in a pair of sweats and a t-shirt. There was nothing like changing into something comfortable after being dolled up and tense all day. "I'll give him a few more minutes. Don't want to seem too eager." "Why not?" She grinned again. "You like him. Be eager." I smirked at that and typed out the text I'd been dying to send. "Me. You coming?" I waited and waited. He didn't reply. The warning that had been circling behind my sternum took hold with full force. Was something wrong? It wasn't like Gray not to reply. Without fail, since we'd met, he always responded almost instantly whenever I texted. I sank onto the couch, feeling as though I had just stepped into a booby-trapped burial chamber. Pounds of sand poured in on every side, wedging me down, keeping me from moving. Sadie sat beside me, watching me with concern. "Want me to drive you over there?" she offered. "Maybe he's had some kind of emergency." I shook my head, warded off my disappointment, and sent another text. "Me. Is everything okay?" The wait for a reply was agony. I couldn't help but file through various situations that could be keeping him from seeing my messages. Maybe he'd left his phone at the shop. Maybe he'd gotten in an accident on the way home and was in the ER. Or, the worst one, maybe he was deflecting because he didn't want to date me after all. That last notion was ludicrous. Anyone who saw us together could tell from the way he looked at me that he was into me. He'd even told me he was. He'd called me sexy. I'd never been called sexy before. He wouldn't have said that if he didn't mean it, which meant something had gone wrong, and I was dying to know what it was.
Chapter 4. Gray. I couldn't see much with the bag over my head. My shift only lasted 3 hours. Once Joe arrived and clocked in, I left him to handle the evening and stepped outside to my Toyota with the intent to drive home as quickly as I could and get ready for my date with Bria, except I never made it to my car. Men wearing white masks of what looked like mythological creatures stalked toward me. The horned masks covered everything but their mouths, giving me full view of their derisive smiles. "Not so fast," one of the masked men said. My pulse hammered, my fists clenched, and blood sliced through my veins like knives. I didn't doubt that I could handle 1 or 2 attackers, but 10? I could hold my own in a fight if it came down to it. I'd gotten jumped at the skate park once and stood my ground until the mugger who'd attacked me had a few more guys flank him. At that point, all I could do was give up and hand over my wallet. I lifted my hands. "Back off," I told them, making my voice as assertive as possible. One of them laughed. Before I could think, another lunged for me, grabbing my arms and securing them behind my back. I fought. I writhed against his hold, but 2 others joined him, helping him hold me, and someone else slipped a cloth bag over my head. And here I was, sitting in the vehicle they'd shoved me into. Air was limited beneath the fabric. I strained against the bands securing my wrists behind my back, but movement was impossible. Dread gripped my lungs, making them pump faster. I wasn't sure I'd ever felt this helpless before. My attempts to fight back were useless. Anxiety stitched through my thoughts the longer the drive continued. Who were these guys? What were they doing? Why had they targeted me? I could only hope someone had seen them abduct me, but even if they had, what good would that do? These guys were masked. Wary, my pulse thudding harder than was healthy, I sat in the vehicle and mulled through my options. I had nothing to barter with them for. My family wasn't wealthy. Heck, I wasn't sure the last time I'd even spoken to my parents. It had to have been before Ulrich and I had left for college. I'd put off pursuing a higher education until Ulrich, 2 years my junior, began looking into it. His interest lit a fire under me as well. And when the two of us had both been accepted at the U of C, that conversation had ended with Dad voicing his pride in our going to school as a reflection of his future security rather than ours. 2 boys going to college. My retirement's looking better already. I wasn't sure what he expected. That Ulrich and I would hit it big and then support them? Maybe. I'd probably help them out if I had to, but still, the parting thought was insulting, to say the least, considering the little interest Dad showed in our lives at any other time. My thoughts strayed back to my kidnappers. I was a poor college student. I had nothing to offer these guys. It was the whole reason I joined a fraternity like Sigma Phi Rho, because they offered financial assistance to their freighters. Maybe these guys belonged to a competing fraternity. Maybe they were going to use me as a bargaining chip of some kind. I wasn't sure it would work. Though I could hear the men around me breathing and laughing, no one else in the vehicle said a word. "What are you doing?" I asked. Once the vehicle slowed, I couldn't be sure, but it felt as though we'd changed direction. "Where are you taking me?" "No questions will be answered," one of them said. The voice stilled me. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I recognized it. This only made my heart beat harder. Whoever they were, they knew me. How? Why? "Who are you? What's going on?" "Shut it." One of them pressed a hand over my face, shoving the fabric against my nose and blocking my airways. I reared back, hacking, fighting to draw in a full breath. Not cool. Even so, the message came across loud and clear. They weren't messing around. My thoughts strayed to Bria. I'd left work in plenty of time to get ready and meet up for our date. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, but it was undoubtedly after 7 by now. I told her I'd call her. What would she think if she didn't hear from me? I took heart in that. Whatever these abductors meant by taking me, at least one person would notice my absence. Maybe she'd take action and call the police. I could only hope so. We drove, turning and angling, and I wished I could see where we were. Eventually, the vehicle pulled to a stop. The van door slid open, and after the sound of several people exiting, someone grabbed my shirt and tugged me. When I didn't move as quickly as they wanted, they clapped a hand behind my head and pulled me out forcefully. My shoes struck gravel. From the change in the light that I could discern through the fabric over my face, the sky was darker outside. Disquiet filled my stomach. That couldn't be the last I saw of her. I had to get out of this. Let me go, I said, giving it another attempt. No one responded, but footsteps sounded on the gravel, and then I was herded along with them. The fact that no one said anything, the fact that so many others were with me, gorged me with a new kind of suspicion that helped to ease some of my worries. The likelihood of a group of men kidnapping me after work was slim. One or two men maybe, but I knew just where to find a group of dudes. It could have been a competing fraternity, but if it was, wouldn't they have indicated as much somehow? No. Something told me this had to do with Sigma Phi Rho. We entered a building where the air was musty and cool. The silence continued as they conducted me forward, and then I was told to step down. The stairs continued, and my apprehension gave way to curiosity and irritation. If this was the fraternity, what were they thinking? Here we are, the same voice said. Before I knew what was happening, the bag was removed from my head. I shook my hair from my eyes and gulped in the uninhibited air, taking in my surroundings. We stood in a dark room that looked to be built of stone and was lit only by candles positioned behind a half circle of the masked men. I squinted, attempting to orient myself. From the look of things, I wasn't the only one who'd had his head bagged. Several others stood with me, including my brother Ulrich and Wesley, a man with glasses who joined the frat around the same time Ulrich and I had. If I had to guess, I'd say these two were abducted the same way I was, which sucked. I fought against my restraints. What time was it? Did I have time to message Bria and let her know what was going on? With my hands still tied behind my back, I couldn't reach for my phone. Ulrich's eyes were wary and he looked pale and almost sick. I couldn't miss the fear shellacking his expression. Where had he been when they'd found him? Dude, you okay? I asked him. Silence, one of the masked men said before Ulrich could answer. Each of the men's masks was identical. White with horns, a ribbed forehead, and a sharp nose, leaving the mouth uncovered. One man, however, wore a different mask. His was black and covered his face completely. He stepped forward and lifted the mask from his face. I recognized the thin eyes and narrow features belonging to the president of the fraternity. Sean, Wesley muttered on my other side. Sean let the mask drop to the floor. It clamored and echoed in the stone room. Now that the mask was removed, his dark hair was visibly disheveled. One at a time, the others lifted their masks to reveal their faces as well. Though I didn't yet know all of the guys at the frat, I recognized many of them, including Will's, Adrian's, Rivers, and Hawk's. Ulrich peered at me warily. They'd better not haze us, he muttered. I think that's exactly what they're doing, I said, though I had to agree with him. I'd heard of the unsavory things other fraternities did to their members, some of which endangered men's lives. I wasn't too keen to complete challenges that included drinking games, vandalism, or gang beatings. That was one reason I'd chosen Sigma Phi Rho. Rumor had it that they refrained from that kind of crap. If they are, I'm out, Wesley said. His glasses were skewed. He wrinkled his nose and managed to right them, since, like Ulrich and me, his hands were bound. I couldn't say the same. I'd worked hard to get accepted here. There'd been an application and interview process that had been a pain to go through. One of the enticements of being a member of Sigma Phi Rho was the financial support the fraternity offered. Eudora Wilson, the woman who owned the house we lived in, made significant contributions to scholarship opportunities for those of us who participated in the fraternity. My YouTube channel wasn't doing much yet. I'd monetized it, but it wasn't making enough to pay for school. I needed that financial support if I wanted to get through school without a heap of student loan debt when I finished. I wasn't about to go crawling back home to my parents. Sigma Phi Rho is set apart from other fraternities, Sean began. As president, he often took charge and had the final say in a lot of decisions. We don't adhere to the hard partying and hazing, the shenanigans that potentially endanger you, not in this brotherhood. I waited for one of the other upperclassmen standing behind him to make a snide statement about that, but they stood with their shoulders straight and their heads high. Their posture declared pride in Sigma Phi Rho, and that fact made me respect them a little more. Academics are paramount for Sigma Phi Rho, Sean went on, his hands clasped before him. Academics come before anything else. Family, friends, jobs, even women. Someone in the lineup behind him whooped. I suspected it was Adrian. I smiled at that. Adrian had just ended a relationship with a girl he'd dated back home. I assumed the whoop was in response to the fact that he was now a free man. It's why your scholarship opportunities with Sigma Phi Rho are unrivaled. Ulrich and I exchanged a glance. That was exactly why we were here. We'd both had the grades and the right essay entries to win us a spot. In fact, I'd worried with Ulrich's intellectual prowess that mine would be overlooked. The guy was a mathematical genius and had been in every AP class our high school offered. Fortunately, though openings had been limited, I'd been selected too. I wasn't going to blow that chance. Your position at Sigma Phi Rho is not guaranteed. It requires dedication if you want to stay. We need reassurance and additional proof of your commitment. We need to see that you're all in. I didn't like the sound of this. Beside me, Ulrich and Wesley shifted as though they had similar thoughts. What do we need to do? I asked, pulling at my arms and wishing I could free my hands. The restraints were starting to wear on my wrists. My arm was already sore from biffing it earlier. You've got to prove your fealty, Adrian said with a smirk. Standing behind Sean, Adrian crossed his arms over his chest and tossed his chin up. Beside him, Will, another upperclassman, nodded in agreement. I braced myself. What could they require of us? I wasn't willing to break the law for this, was I? What would they want us to do? Chapter 5, Gray. Sean began to pace in front of the half-circle of upperclassmen. The clap of his footsteps on the stone elevated my unrest. Eudora Wilson had 2 sons, he began, Finn and Richard. They were among the first members of Sigma Phi Rho when the fraternity was founded. The 2 brothers were born rivals. It seemed to Finn as though Richard got everything he set out to achieve, while Finn struggled to keep his head above water in many aspects of his life, including academics, including love. Several of the guys behind him sniggered. Sean's lips turned up at the corners, and he continued pacing. I didn't know the frat's origin story and couldn't help my curiosity. What did this have to do with why we were here? Finn struck out in every relationship he was in, Sean went on. Meanwhile, Richard seemed to strike gold. He found Lauren. More whooping broke out among the men, along with several bouts of laughter. Their reactions lightened the mood considerably. Some of the tension eased from my shoulders, though I still wished they'd release my hands. Lauren was a beaut. She was easy on the eyes and had all the guys salivating over her every time she was around. But that wasn't enough for Lauren. Of all the men she could have gone with, she picked Richard. Sean clapped his hands together in contemplation. We all know Sigma Phi Rho was founded as an institution to support students. That's how it was then, too. Richard had it made. He and Finn's father passed away, leaving them with a substantial sum in addition to what they'd left as a legacy to members of Sigma Phi Rho. As the eldest, Richard's portion was larger than Finn's. This was another fact that made Finn writhe with jealousy. It caused a fair amount of discord between the brothers, to the point where good old Richie was tempted to write Finn off. One of the upperclassmen tisked. Sean went on. Well, Lauren caught wind of the inheritance, and she was hot, right? The guys laughed again. Sean chuckled. She had Richard so wrapped around her finger. He was whipped. Even though he was in his 20s, she convinced Richard to create a will and to make her the sole beneficiary. The men behind Sean began making grunting noises in their throats. The noise was soft, as though the sound were some kind of build-up to the point of his story. I had to say the effect made an impact. Anticipation strung through the room as their grunting echoed behind Sean. Finn saw right through her. He warned Richard not to do it. Richard didn't listen. The men added a pitiful noise of disappointment before returning to their chanting grunts, which gradually became louder with every word Sean spoke. A short time later, Richard was found dead behind the frat house. The men gave a final heaving grunt, and then silence followed. Chills swept over my arms in the resulting hush. No foul play was found, Sean said, breaking the grim silence. Lauren was suspected, but they found no proof of her guilt, so she disappeared, taking good old Richard's inheritance with her. He remained silent for several more seconds. I wasn't sure I believed the story, but if it was true, that was twisted, sick and twisted. Finn was left to oversee the fraternity and ensure it didn't fall into disrepair. Though Lauren had ditched, taking a significant amount of the Wilson inheritance, Finn still had his portion. Eudora had made the legacy money untouchable, and Finn invested his portion of the inheritance into that fund to ensure it would be protected. With this investment, he also took a greater interest in those who attend Sigma Phi Rho, while increasing the fund that has helped countless students obtain their education in the years that have passed. Before he died, Finn also increased his standards for future freighters to enjoy the investment and donations the fraternity continues to receive. Sinister history. Unease snaked in my stomach for another reason, though. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what the standard for future freighters was. Apparently, Ulrich had the same question. What standard? He asked. Sean lifted his chin and angled his head back, as though the question were directed at those behind him. The men began parting. They sidestepped, separating just enough to create a full circle around Wesley, Ulrich, and me. Their border enclosed Sean in with us as well, so he stood much closer. Shadows hinted at both light and darkness in Sean's face. Finn knew love was every man's downfall. For the first time since he could remember, he no longer envied Richard. I mean, he was dead, right? Several men chuckled. I couldn't give in to the levity. My guard was still up. I still wasn't sure what he was getting at. Finn instigated what is known as the pact, a lifelong vow to never let a woman influence you the way Lauren did to Richard, a pledge of permanent bachelorhood, an oath that you'll never fall in love. Hands behind his back, Sean stalked until he stood directly in front of me. I lifted my chin, my defenses going on alert. That is what is required of every member of Sigma Phi Rho. He stared me down, and because he had a few inches on me, the effect had an authoritative impact. My skepticism came in hard and fast. Was he for real? So in order to stay in the frat, we have to promise never to fall in love, I asked. Bria's face instantly flashed before my mind. I didn't love her, but I could. He couldn't tell me that every man who'd ever participated at Sigma Phi Rho had remained unattached the rest of his life. This couldn't be legit. Who made this kind of pledge? The Brotherhood requires total compliance. If you wish to remain at Sigma Phi Rho, you will make this ultimate pledge never to fall in love as well, as we have. Sean and the others surrounding us lifted their chins and tucked their hands into their pockets. Well, I'm out, Wesley said. He glanced around the room at the men with their faces lit up by flickering candlelight, which reflected in Wesley's glasses. I've got me a girl, and I'm not letting her go. If you want to leave, we won't stop you, Sean said, gesturing to the stone steps leading to the exit behind us. But if you leave tonight, go straight to the house and pack your things. I don't want to see your ugly face when we get back. Wesley hesitated only a moment. His gaze tripped across the lineup of upperclassmen, Sean, and then it wandered to Ulrich and me, slowly, as if waiting for someone to contradict our president. No one did. Moment by moment, the resolve in Wesley's posture sharpened. Hazel is my girl, he said again by way of explanation. I'm going to ask her to marry me. I love her and everyone knows it. She'd kill me if she heard I promised something as stupid as this. The word stupid struck like a gong. Beside Adrian, Will's fists clenched. While the others simply looked at Wesley's departure with curiosity, Will was the only one who seemed upset by it. The upperclassmen lifted their chins, but Adrian and Hawk stepped aside, not barring Wesley's way, as he sauntered toward the stone steps we'd been ushered down. I wondered how he was planning on getting back without a ride. I wasn't sure how far out we were from the city, but the drive had taken some time. Were they going to give him a ride back? Or would they expect him to make his own way? And you? The question wasn't voiced by Sean.
To my surprise, and everyone else's apparently, judging by the startlement on their faces, Will stepped out of the lineup to approach Ulrich as though he had the right to. Ulrich shuffled under the weight of Will's furious scrutiny. Will's jaw was tight, his eyes shadowed and irate. He breathed heavily. His shoulders agitated, his fists clenched at his sides, as though ready to lay a punch at the slightest provocation. Was he that bothered about Wesley leaving? His intensity compressed the air, compacting the lighter mood that had settled during Sean's story. Dude, seriously? Rolling his eyes, Sean interceded. He stepped between Will and Ulrich, tapping Will on the shoulder and indicating with his head to step back. Chest rising up and down, breathing hard, Will peered at Sean with near-on hatred in his eyes. Was he really that enraged right now? For what? Tension between the two strung through the entire room. Adrian inched forward, as if to intervene on Sean's behalf. Will slid him a glance, and then, as if thinking better of it, sense seemed to override his fury. His shoulders slackened, his chin lowered. With shuffling steps, he muttered an apology and retreated to where he'd stood before Wesley had left. That was interesting. Sean took several moments, along with a few cooling breaths, before lifting his head and approaching, not Ulrich, but me. It was almost as though he were exerting his authority by not questioning Ulrich first, as Will had done. Something was going on between those two, a power struggle of some kind. I wondered if Will was like that all the time. Did he think he should be president or something? And you? Sean said, standing before me and stealing my attention. I thought this was a fraternity, not a monastery, I said. I couldn't help the derision in my tone. Were they taking vows of celibacy too? This was absurd. We never said you couldn't date, Sean said. From his smile, I could tell he was trying to ward off the tension that had taken place moments before. He crossed his arms over his chest as cocky as ever. You just can't fall in love. I waited for the ball to drop. This couldn't be serious. Dating was still a distraction to our academics. Sure, falling in love was even more of a distraction, but the threat was still thinly veiled. I glanced at the men's faces. Their expressions were a mixture of solemnity, challenge, and in Adrian and Hawk's cases, bemusement. This had to be a joke. They'd all entered this, I asked. Sean straightened his shoulders. Every man here has made the pledge. Was that why Will was so angry that Wesley had chosen not to? Though Will had returned to his place in the lineup, his nostrils flared with every breath. I narrowed my eyes and took in the other men here, wondering what their stories were. Adrian, I knew, had been dating a woman named Danica Foster for years, before coming to school. He'd recently broken up with her. Was this pact why? Do we have to decide tonight? Ulrich said. Sean lowered his hands. The offer is before you. You won't leave this room until we have your answer. In addition to its initial investment over 50 years ago, the donations received by Sigma Phi Rho are part of the fund Finn started. This fraternity has devoted money into a huge treasury to potentially pay for your education, and the pact is a way to ensure you keep your mind and time focused on academics. A pledge to never fall in love while we were at school, maybe, but promising as much lifelong. There was no way. Besides, what did they do to enforce it? Kick us out? I thought again of Bria. She was an electric shock to my existence. I didn't want to stop seeing her, but I needed the scholarship from Sigma Phi Rho, and it sounded like this pact was the way to get it. This was a joke, it had to be. That was what all hazing was, wasn't it? Sure, I said. I'll do it. They couldn't possibly hold us to this for our entire lives. Even if I did fall in love with Bria, the guys wouldn't have to know. There was no way to monitor someone's feelings. I needed the money to help pay for my schooling. I could still date her, graduate, move on and marry her if we wanted. The whooping started again. Both low and high-pitched, catcalls resonated through the room as the upperclassmen cheered on my decision. Me too, Ulrich said beside me. He lifted his chin. I'm in. Their cheers escalated. I hadn't noticed Adrian step away, but he returned now with a tablet in hand. He passed it to Sean, who removed a stylus from the side and handed both stylus and tablet to me. Sign then, brother. Sean said with superiority. Join our brotherhood. Fighting the temptation to roll my eyes, I took the stylus from him and examined the single line below the Sigma Phi Rho logo. I had to get out of here. I still needed to text Bria, so she didn't think I'd completely ditched out on her tonight. Tipped to the screen, I scrawled out my signature. Gray Henry Phillips. Ulrich signed too, and then we were granted masks like those the others wore. As I slipped mine on, my chest undulating with satisfaction at being fully included, a sliver of worry sank in as well. Though I knew it was all a joke, I hoped I hadn't just made a mistake.
Chapter 6. Bria. I clutched the bowl of popcorn to my chest and shoveled handful after handful into my mouth. Its buttery sweetness, the cushy comfort of my favorite sweats and slippers, and the image of the actress trying to hack into a block of ice with her heel to get her credit card from inside in one of my favorite movies didn't do their usual job. I couldn't stop thinking about Gray. What had happened? Was he okay? The least he could have done was call to cancel on me rather than just ghosting me. His lack of communication made me that much more worried. We can drive to his bike shop, Sadie suggested. Apparently, the worry I experienced was interesting enough to distract her. Her attention was on me rather than on confessions of a shopaholic. I shook my head. It's closed. Do you know where he lives, maybe? We could go to his house. I have no idea. That's the worst part of this. How much I don't know about him. Maybe there's some way to look it up, she said feebly. I gave in to the fears crushing my lungs. What if he got in an accident on his way home? What if he's bleeding or dying on the roadside somewhere? I wouldn't even be able to help him if he was. My stupid condition would make me pass out before I could give him mouth-to-mouth. I so wanted to give him mouth-to-mouth. You and your passing out, Sadie said with a little smile. She was well acquainted with my unique condition. I'd never met anyone who had a similar difficulty any time a person bled. It didn't matter whether the sight came from a movie or in person. One view of the viscous red life source made me topple faster than a felled tree. It had only happened once in front of her. I'd told her about the other times the sight of blood had gotten to me. I pounded a fist against the couch in frustration. Ugh, I should have just kissed him earlier. Maybe tonight would have gone differently. Maybe we would still be together now, and he would never have driven off without me to leave me in the dark. Maybe... My phone vibrated. I stared at the rectangle on the couch beside me, my heart climbing into my throat. His beautiful face filled the screen. Gradually, a tick at a time, my eyes lifted to meet Sadie's. It's him, she said. He's not dead on the roadside. No, I said, all kinds of relieved, and yet a new kind of dread filled me too. I couldn't seem to get my fingers to move. I couldn't get anything to move. You're killing me here, Sadie said. I stared at the screen. It continued buzzing. Aren't you going to answer it? I don't know, I said, meeting her blue eyes, which reflected the glow from the TV. What if I don't like what he has to say? What if he's calling to say he changed his mind and doesn't want to date me anymore? What if... She groaned and rolled her eyes, picking up the phone and slamming it into my hand. I nearly dropped the bowl of popcorn I'd been devouring and hugged it to my chest, inhaling the buttery scent. Answer it, she said. Or better yet, call him back because you waited too long. Sure enough, the call had ended. My screen was dark. Pause the movie, I said with purpose, swiping open the phone and finding his number. My blood marched through my system, jacking everything up to monumental speed. My heart and lungs were in a sudden competition to see which of them could pump faster. Hey, Bria, Gray said. His voice was the most incredible sound I'd ever heard. Compound that with him saying my name? The sound trickled through me, embedding itself into my brain and making me fire on all cylinders. I couldn't let him know that, though. I had to play this cool. His lack of communication had not unhinged my existence. Hey! I paused, and then it gushed out of me. Where are you? Okay, so desperation won out over my logic. So much for not letting him know. I'm at the ER. I bolted upright. This time, the bowl of popcorn crashed to the carpet, leaving a mess I knew I'd regret later. You're what? I knew it. I've been so worried about you. What happened? I'm okay. Which hospital are you at? I'm coming. Are they helping you? Are you there alone? Bria, just let me find my shoes. I'll be with you through this. You shouldn't have to. Bria, it's not for me. It's my brother. Oh. I sank onto the couch's armrest and stared at the glow from Sadie's fish tank near the hall entrance. My heart was pumping far too fast. The usual fainting symptoms I dealt with when being caught off guard, mostly by the sight of blood, started to show their colors. My head was turning light. My vision grew hazy. I slipped to the couch cushion and waited, hoping I wouldn't lose it this time like I had many times before. Who was I kidding? I couldn't go to the hospital with him. What if someone was bleeding? What if his brother had been in an accident and was covered in blood? There was no way I could handle that. My presence there would do more harm than good. The last time I'd gone to a hospital had been during a field trip back in high school, and I'd ended up having to be accompanied out by one of the teachers. Vaguely, I remembered Gray telling me about his brother Ulrich, who was also going to school at the University of Chicago. Were they roommates? Is he okay? Are you okay? I'm fine, he said, and he sounded like he meant it. We were out with some friends, and on the way home, my brother passed out. I'm so sorry I didn't call to let you know. Oh my goodness, so you took him to the ER? Yeah, they're getting him some fluids now. The doctor said he was dehydrated. The guys, I think their antics were too much for him or something. Really? Why? What antics? What had happened? I don't know. They played a joke on us and took us to this remote place, and I think the surprise was too much for Ulrich. I wanted to let you know what was going on. I'm sorry about our date. I was really looking forward to seeing you again. My stomach squirmed at that. I sank deeper into the couch. I was too. I'm just glad you aren't dead on the roadside somewhere. He chuckled, like the thought of him dying was laughable. Me too. I'm sorry I made you worry. Thanks. We dithered in communal silence on the call for several moments. Sadie remained on the couch, movie paused, and stared at me as though trying to glean answers from the air like some kind of audible osmosis. I want a rain check, Gray said. But it might have to wait until I get Ulrich back on his feet again. Until? I prodded. What was wrong? He sounded as though something more was going on than he was letting on. Did it have something to do with the guys they'd been hanging out with? Nothing, he said, sounding tired and defeated. Stupid secrets. Why wouldn't he tell me what was going on? Waiting is the worst, I said, deciding to let the matter go for now. Once we were together, I'd ask him. I know, he said, especially when you came at me like you did earlier. I've been looking forward to more of your company all night. I shivered, loving the sound of that. I'd been anxious and unsure before, but those uncertainties were fading fast. Rain check it is, I said. I could come over, keep you company while you help him. We would have plenty of time together then. I also wouldn't mind seeing where he lived. He hesitated too much for my liking. Ulrich is, and the guys, I'm not sure it's a good idea. You're not? Why not? I'll talk to you later, okay? It looks like he's coming too. I wanted to protest. No, it was absolutely not okay. Don't drop vague hints about your friend's antics being the reason your brother passes out and then leave me hanging. But if his brother needed him, I had to let him go. Oh, okay, sure. I'm glad he's getting some help and that you were with him. Me too. Sorry about all of this. It's okay, I began, but he hung up before I finished. Staring at my phone, I released a sigh and all the pent-up worry along with it. Sadie eyed me with concern. So? She said. His brother was hurt? Could you hear our conversation? Only bits and pieces, Sadie said. Too bad you don't know where he lives. I know. I'd go out there anyway. I'm not scared of his brother. Except, I suspected Gray's hesitation at having me come over had to do with something else. What had him so reserved all of a sudden? I thought again of the secret I thought he'd been keeping from me before. The aunts had implied I was overreacting. Mary Ann had said he was entitled to his own business, which, of course, he was. I just wanted to be included in his business. Gray had claimed it was nothing. But was it? Was he hiding something else that prevented him from telling me where he lived? Why was I being so skeptical about this? Maybe you could find out, Sadie began. How are you at sleuthing? I rubbed my chin, sitting up straighter and liking this more and more. I can't say I've ever really done it much before. Do you think his address is online somewhere? A lot of business owners have to list their information on certain sites. I'm not sure about employees or students, though. I bet you could find it. Giddy, I went for my laptop and opened it. I typed in the words Gray Phillips and free rein bikes. I expected a few hits, some featuring other men named Gray Phillips and their information, before finding the Gray I knew. At the top of the search engine, several pictures also appeared, as did a handful of YouTube videos. Whoa, Sadie said, sidling in closer to me. Is that him? I felt as though I was out of my body, as though I was watching myself see what I was seeing. Why would Gray have his picture all over the internet? Free rein bikes was popular, but it wasn't that popular. These YouTube videos, these comments, women gushing over how hot he was and how badly they wanted to be a guest on his channel. He has a YouTube channel? I said. Sadie and I exchanged a glance. Didn't you know? No, I said, shaken, though I wasn't sure why. Was this his secret? It couldn't be. Having a YouTube channel wasn't that big of a deal, and it certainly was no reason to act all shady like he had on the phone. We started clicking and searching. One link led to a video featuring him on a trick bike. Scene by scene flashed of him in city settings, balancing both tires on a rail, riding another rail down a long set of stairs, hopping the bike from one platform to another parkour style, or soaring sky high and flipping in midair while landing flawlessly on the bike once more. Check him out, Sadie said, sounding impressed. Are you sure that's Gray? I inched in closer, eager for a glimpse of his face, which was hard to see beneath the helmet and at all the different angles. My finger tapped the spacebar, pausing the video at just the right time. There, I said, pointing, shaking, disbelieving. I'd know that face anywhere. I saw it nightly in my dreams. I pictured him constantly, reliving his sweetest smiles and the glimpses of light in those eyes. His jawline, his straight nose, my palms clammed. My body hummed. We tapped on another video, this one of him shirtless and broadcasting every beautiful muscle on his defined, tanned, glistening torso. A video I'd have to revisit when Sadie wasn't around. I was salivating. That's him, I said. Oh my gosh, he's amazing. Sadie indicated his channel's identity, Phillips Bike Flips, and beside the image of a trick bike as his icon, it indicated over 8,000 subscribers. He is, I said, but that still doesn't tell us where he lives. Or what he was hiding from me. I couldn't be sure, but from the additional comments he'd made during our conversation, and the ones he refused to elaborate on, there was something more to the way he'd ditched out on me tonight. I wanted to know what that was, because as much as I liked Gray, I didn't want to be with someone who couldn't confide in me. Chapter 7. Bria. I knew it was stupid, but I couldn't help but feel the slightest bit insulted. How long have we known each other? How long have I been going over there to see him, and he's never told me he's, famous? I mean, 8,000 subscribers wasn't a lot compared to the bigger channels, but it was enough. Maybe he didn't know how, Sadie said, hugging a pillow to her chest and eating popcorn as though I were now the show. You saw all the cool things he can do. How come he's never shown me that? We've been out riding a few times, and he just acts like a normal guy. That's probably how he wants to be seen by you, she said, taking another handful of popcorn. He probably wants you to treat him like a normal guy because he gets so many others fangirling over him. You read some of those comments. Heat exploded in my face, and a small twinge of jealousy twanged like a melody out of tune. Yeah, I did. I was surprised YouTube allowed women to say that kind of thing to him so publicly. I had the sudden, stupid urge to reply to all their comments and tell them he was mine. Talk about possessive. We hadn't even kissed yet. I had no right to go all territorial. He is gorgeous, I added, thinking of the video of him shirtless. I'd always found him attractive, but after seeing that? My mouth was still watering. And he's all yours, Sadie smirked. I paced all over again and ran my hands down my face. I don't know about that. I've been hoping he would be, but this… You're not mad at him for keeping it a secret, are you? No, I'm not mad. I wish he would have told me. This is a huge part of his life that he's kept from me. I was hoping he and I were getting closer. He kept implying things during our conversation tonight on the phone. What kind of things? He'd said his brother was in the ER, but he also said it had something to do with the guys he was hanging out with. You think his friends did something to his brother? I wrung my hands together. He'd mentioned something about his friends' antics. Had they done something? I don't know. I'm probably just jumping to conclusions. Gray wouldn't hang out with anyone if they posed a threat to him or his brother, would he? He didn't seem like the reckless type. Then again, after seeing him do some of those tricks, maybe he was a little bit wild. That thought hiked his attractiveness up a few more notches. All the more reason to figure out what the heck was going on. Are you telling him everything about you? Sadie asked. What do I have to hide? I said with a scoff. I live here. I room with you. I student teach at the elementary school, and I'll be graduating this spring once the semester ends. There's not a whole lot to tell. The ants? She suggested. I've told him about them. Or, I thought I had. And the hidden origins of who your parents really are? I don't even know that. I don't know why it would be a big deal to him. I huffed in frustration. It was no secret to Sadie that I wanted to know who my birth parents were. I hadn't wanted to hurt the aunt's feelings by asking, so I'd started doing some digging on my own, though I hadn't made much headway. Telling anyone else I was looking for more felt beyond selfish. I'd been raised by wholesome, kooky, lovable women who had treated me like I was their everything. I shouldn't expect anything else, but I did want to know. I like him, Sadie. I know you do. A lot. No kidding. She tucked her feet beneath her, thinking it over. Then she tossed a hand in my direction. Hey, what about you fainting at the sight of blood? Have you told him about that? We haven't gotten around to that. Truth be told, I hadn't wanted to lay out all my problems to him from the start. Was he simply doing the same with me? I'd fainted once in front of Sadie when she'd gotten a bloody nose. That was exciting, let me tell you. This condition had plagued me my entire life and had made things like scuffing my knee when I was a kid a little more difficult. I'd figured my issues would come out all on their own as time passed, so I hadn't wanted to bring it up and ruin anything. Sadie had a point. Maybe that was exactly what he was doing with whatever personal details he'd been keeping from me, too. It might be good if he knew what to expect from me. I didn't want him to be completely thrown. Most of the time, people couldn't really plan when someone would bleed. That was part of my problem. I never knew it was coming until it was right there. Gray should probably know about that minor detail. I nudged her foot with my toe. We still didn't find his address. No, but I'd say you found a whole lot more. I certainly had. Holy cow, Gray was a ripped, talented YouTube star who could trick bike it with the best of them. And he'd asked me to come see him at his work. Not just once. Every day since we'd met, he'd asked me to come back the next day. I quivered at that. What are you going to do? She asked. I settled back onto the couch. If I had any clue where he lived, I'd go over there right now. I tapped my phone against my leg. I think I'll text him. And say what? Hey, I just saw you on YouTube? Why not? Sadie rested her wrist across the top of her popcorn bowl. He probably has a good reason for not wanting to tell you he's a hot, soon-to-be famous YouTuber. Maybe he's planning a cute way to let you know. So? So don't take that away from him. If it were me, I'd say let him tell you in his own time. You don't want to make things awkward or anything, right? Right, I said. Although I was tempted to ask him what he hadn't told me. How would that make me sound, though? Right, like a clingy, possessive girlfriend. I almost kissed him today, I said. He asked me out so we could try again for our first kiss. Then let the kiss happen in its own time. See if he tells you afterward. And by the way, you two are adorable. Does he know you've never been kissed? I chewed my lip, thinking it over. The normal chagrin I felt over that fact didn't make itself known, for which I was grateful. I wouldn't have virgin lips much longer, not if I could help it. We've never really talked about it. It was why I couldn't see it through. I guess I've always pictured my first kiss being different, being something he leads out on, not me. See? You have things you haven't wanted to share with him either. I snorted. Yeah, because how would that sound? By the way, just so you know, I've never been kissed even though I'm turning 21. It would just make me sound pathetic and desperate. Yeah, you'd sound like you were asking for one. Which I did already today. Her mouth twisted. He didn't seem to mind, though, did he? I peered at her. No, he didn't. In fact, he seemed to really like it. The memory of his drowsy, languorous expression made my entire body tingle. What would it be like to kiss Gray? To have him look at me with pure, undiluted devotion like that again? This silence was killing me. I whipped out my phone and tapped out a text. Me. I can't stop thinking about you. Gray. I'm having the same problem. I bit my lip, warding off my smile. Cue squirmy, happy feelings. Me. How's your brother? Gray. Better. They got him hydrated, and I just got him home. About that rain check. How does tomorrow sound? Ugh, tomorrow is too far away. What was wrong with making a mad dash to meet up right now? I mean, besides the fact that it was 11 p.m. and we both had to work the next morning. Or at least, I did. Sleep? Rest might be good. Me. Tomorrow feels like it's in 20 years. Gray. I know. I don't want to wait that long to see you either. Seconds passed. If he was going to invite me over, now was the perfect time. This faction of the University of Chicago's campus was in Hyde Park. He couldn't live that far, but he didn't say anything. Impatience wove through me. I nearly asked if I could come over, but with his brother in the ER, he had good reason for not presenting the idea himself. Being in hospitals was exhausting. Aunt Felicity had a heart problem a few years ago, and the other aunts and I had taken turns sitting with her until she was released. I wanted to ask him about his channel, about his seemingly secret life, but everything I tried fell flat. It sounded wrong. It sounded insensitive under the circumstances. Sadie was right. I needed to let him tell me in his own time. Just as I would with the suspicions I'd had earlier. I just hoped he would open up to me sooner rather than later. And I hoped whatever he had to tell me wouldn't ruin everything we had going between us.
Chapter 8. Gray. What did I do? Conflict tore through my chest the minute I woke up. I had a hangover, though it wasn't from drinking too much alcohol. This residue plagued me to the bones as I replayed everything Sean had said the night before. Everything I'd done. With this level of remorse, you would think I'd cheated on Bria. I hadn't, but it felt like I did. I didn't have to work until that afternoon, and I needed something to focus all of this pent-up energy on. I made my way to the gym located in what used to be the garage of the frat house. The setup out here was pretty sweet, with treadmills, a rack of dumbbells, and a few weight benches. After working up a sweat lifting weights and doing some cardio, I still wasn't able to burn through the conflict ravaging me. Why should my pledge to the pact bother me so much? It wasn't like adhering to it was licensed or legalized. It wasn't like I'd broken the law. I texted Bria the way I did every morning, showered, and headed to the dining room. Spring sunshine shone through the bay windows, giving a cheerful vibe to the dining table. The sound of sizzling bacon filled the space, and its aroma tantalized my empty stomach. There was nothing like waking up to bacon. Several of the guys were already sitting at the table, laughing about something on one of their phones. Charlie, the frat's cook housekeeper, dished a scoop of eggs onto a plate and set it beside her on the counter. "Morning, Charlie," I said, sinking onto the table and setting my feet on one of the metal chairs. "That smells amazing." "Morning. You know, if I were your mother, I'd tell you that chairs are for sitting on." "Good thing you're not my mother." Despite my snarky response, I sat on the chair and beamed at her as she placed the plate she just dished in front of me. It was smothered with pancakes, eggs, and several slices of bacon. She was a good sport to put up with all of us, cleaning our messes and cooking food at every meal. For anyone who was interested, everything she made was delicious. Speaking of my mom, I hadn't let her know about Ulrich's trip to the ER last night. Mom wasn't as cynical as Dad was. She'd care, but she'd probably freak about the expense too. She'd probably harp on me for taking him to the ER at all. I could just hear her now. Why not take him to one of those after-hours places instead? Like her son's passing out could wait. Nah, I'd tell her. Maybe the next time we talked. I still wasn't completely sure what had happened. Just after we'd pledged our commitment to the pact, Ulrich had passed out on the mausoleum's stone floor. Had the pressure been too much for him? I hadn't had the chance to talk to him privately since we'd gotten back after being in the hospital last night. The doctor had said dehydration was the cause, but whether that was true or not remained to be seen. Why would he be so dehydrated? He wasn't one to pass out over stress, though vowing not to fall in love for the rest of my life had certainly caused me a heap of it. I glanced at my phone. Bria still hadn't replied to my text this morning. I wondered if she was sleeping in. Briefly, I opened my channel to check the analytics. I was nearing 9,000 subscribers. The goal was to hit 10,000 before the end of the year, and it looked like we were well on our way to that. I'd have to roll out a giveaway or something to celebrate. Growing up, my family wasn't what you'd call well off. I'd worked my way through high school, and I'd do the same through college if I had to. I was determined to make something of myself. Working so much would limit the amount of time I could devote to my studies. Having financial backing from Sigma Phi Rho would come in handy until YouTube took off. Adrian swaggered into the room, wearing jeans and a t-shirt, looking cool and confident as always. "Dude," Rivers said, rising from the table to approach Adrian. He had dark hair and olive skin, and he held a paper for Adrian to peruse. "Your suggestion worked," River went on. "My teacher considered this and gave me an extra 10% for broadening my view." "Sweet," Adrian said, clasping River's fist in a show of camaraderie before sitting at the table. Though he took a chair in front of the window, his presence, and the way River, Maddox, and Knox all responded to him, made it seem like he sat at the head. Why wasn't Adrian president? Not even Sean had this kind of rapport with the other guys. It seemed as though Adrian got along great with everyone, but also demanded enough respect from others that they didn't dare disagree with him. He had a commanding presence, but he didn't let it override his good manners either, which he flashed at Charlie as she brought him a plate. "This looks incredible," Adrian told her, making her blush. Ulrich appeared at the dining room opening, wearing the Free Rein Bikes t-shirt and sweats I'd given him. His dark hair stuck straight up. He and I were of a similar build, though he had a few inches on me. He looked infinitely better than he had in the hospital last night. A shower and some clean clothes worked wonders. Where Adrian's presence garnered acknowledgement and respect, no one responded to Ulrich's entrance, even after his emergency last night. I was the only one who appeared to be aware that he'd come in at all. "Good to see you on your feet," I said. He grunted. "Sorry about whatever happened." "What did happen?" I kept my voice low. The others seemed unfazed by Ulrich, but that didn't mean someone wasn't listening in. Though I'd been with him at the hospital, we hadn't been alone long enough for me to ask. Then, when we'd gotten back, Ulrich had gone right to bed. "I don't know. I had a lot going on yesterday and was outside for the majority of my geography class. I think I wasn't drinking enough water." I wanted to ask what his thoughts on the hazing last night were, but that conversation might have to wait until we were alone. Was the pledge we'd made eating at him the way it was at me? Laughter and commotion broke out toward the northern part of the house, where the front door was. Those of us at the table exchanged curious glances, and then a woman with flaming red hair and tight clothes emphasizing her curves strutted into the dining room. Her heels clacked on the linoleum. Every man in the room responded to her in one way or another. Their gazes showed approval and even desire in Ulrich's case. "Hey," Adrian greeted. "Scarlet!" Knox's exuberance was a little over the top. Beside me, Ulrich tensed. Was he bothered by the other men's reactions to her? When a woman dressed like that, she did it to snatch men's attention, and Scarlet had hit the bullseye. I'd seen her around here before. Scarlet was the fraternity sweetheart. She stopped by a few times a week, flirted unabashedly with every guy she encountered, and then left. Other than that, I wasn't really sure what her role as the sweetheart entailed. "I could smell this food all the way outside, and I had to get some," she said. Ulrich muttered under his breath. I nudged him, though I didn't miss his inappropriate remark. What was she really doing here? What's new? She asked, shoveling a forkful of pancakes into her glossy pink mouth. We've got 2 more official entrants this morning, Adrian said, gesturing to Ulrich and me with his bacon before taking a bite. You mean the pact? Scarlett said, swapping her gaze from Adrian to Ulrich to me and back again. This surprised me. Scarlett was in on it? You know all about that, don't you? Adrian said with a sneer. His question implied something else, but I didn't know what. Her rosebud mouth twisted. Are you kidding? It's the only reason I feel safe around here. You mean you entered the pact, too? I couldn't hide my disbelief. Had they kidnapped her and taken her to that stone room, too? The very term fraternity suggested women were left out of it. Scarlett lifted her chin in a show of smugness. Wouldn't want to go giving my heart away to all of these handsome men. They know that even if something does happen between us, it won't mean anything. That keeps me safe. She winked at Ulrich. He squirmed in his seat. I knew from things he'd said before, my brother found Scarlett attractive. A guy would be an idiot not to. She was pretty, with her fair features and full lips. She didn't cut it for me, though. Bria had snagged my attention 1,000%. My thoughts drifted in her direction. I checked my phone again. Still no reply. What would Bria think if she knew of what I'd pledged last night? The same squirming chagrin I'd been fighting all morning returned. I made the pledge, so you're safe with me, Ulrich said, eyeing Scarlett. She winked at him and strutted from the room, leaving her half-eaten food on the table. Ulrich drooled over her until she was out of sight. I had to say, the way her hips swayed was something. I looked away sooner than he did, though, and smacked his shoulder. What? Ulrich said in response to my glower. I need financial backing just like you do. Besides, Sean said we can still date. Now Scarlett knows her heart is safe with me. She and I can have all kinds of fun without any strings attached. The notion disgusted me. Our father's downfall wasn't only his poor financial management. He'd also been unfaithful to our mom, something I'd found out in the worst possible way. When I'd confronted him about it, Dad had told me I'd be the same way when I got older. I swore I'd prove him wrong. Dating someone long enough leads to love, I said. The only way to really control what happens with your heart is to keep your distance. I wasn't willing to do that. Not with the promise of Bria's kiss. I knew when I'd finally kiss her. Once wasn't going to be enough. My conscience came into play yet again, reprimanding me. Maybe I shouldn't be as disgusted with my brother after all. At least he and Scarlett would know what the expectations of their relationship were right off the bat. It's just a joke, I told myself. That was the only reason I'd agreed. Even if no one else here saw it that way, it was how I saw the pact. And that was enough for me. I don't know, Ulrich said, peering back in the direction Scarlett had gone. She was in the backyard now, visible through the window, laughing with several of the other guys. I think I could keep my heart out of things with a woman like her, he added. That sounded like a terrible way to live, if you asked me. How was that fair to the woman who was involved? On the other hand, from the sound of things, Scarlett didn't care and, in fact, preferred it that way. But not every woman would. While Ulrich and Scarlett wanted a no-strings-attached relationship, I didn't. It was just a joke. You'd have to be straight up with the girl from the start, I said. You'd have to tell her your heart was off the table, and you were only in it for the physical satisfaction. There are women out there who'd be interested in something like that, Adrian said with his arm draped over the back of the chair beside him. I turned to him. And you? You'd want that? No. He scowled at the door leading to the expansive backyard. Though he'd greeted Scarlett, he showed no interest in her now that she was out of the room. I have no intention of dating, Adrian said. Not after Danica played me. What happened with her anyway, I asked. Adrian had mentioned the story to the guys before, but I'd never heard the details. She knew what I was doing here, he said, lifting his arm from the chair and resting it on the table. I'm building a business now, not waiting until I get my degree. I needed to be right here to see it thrive. She wanted to hold me back. He pointed his finger toward the table. She didn't support you running a business, Ulrich asked, taking his last bite of eggs. Not in Chicago. Where are you from, I asked. Adrian took a drink from the cup near his empty plate. Little town in Montana. She wanted me to give this all up, to leave my life behind and start one with her. I can't be with a woman who won't support me. I left, and I'm not looking back. So you did it then, I said. You entered the pact? Sean had said so last night, but I wanted to hear as much directly from Adrian. Outside, Hawk jogged up the back steps and walked in just as I voiced my question. Adrian raised a brow at me, but Hawk laughed. Slightly breathless, he gripped the back of the chair nearest to the door. What do you think got us the honored position of being your kidnappers last night? We both signed it. He offered a fist in Adrian's direction, and Adrian bumped his against it before taking another drink and turning back to me. You entered in front of the Brotherhood, Adrian said darkly, and they take it very, very seriously. What, would they cap our knees if we broke it? How can anyone really promise that, though? I asked, thinking of Bria. She texted me last night, and every interaction we had only made me want her more. How could I choose between her and the financial help I needed? I was so close to hitting 10K subscribers. But even then, it would take time to build up my views and begin earning what I'd need to live off of. Then again, I could always move out and get a student loan, couldn't I? But I was settled here. The guys were awesome. I'd never had friends or connections like this before. Adrian, Hawk, River, Ulrich, Sean. This was where I wanted to be while I finished school. If I left, I'd have to find new housing, new financial support. Frustrated, I pushed away from the table and took my plate to the sink rather than leaving it for Charlie to clean up as others had. Placing it among the other dishes, I stared at the lawn out back, at the chairs on the patio, at Scarlett sinking onto Maddox's lap and showering him with smiles. A sense of foulness simmered. Wesley had been right to leave when he had. Maybe I should have joined him. I could have walked away. Then I wouldn't be having this wrestle inside. By the time the rest of us had gotten back last night, Wes and his things were gone. If I hadn't made this pledge, my whole life would have been turned upside down. But if I lived the pledge by the letter, I'd lose Bria. Her name popped onto my phone's screen along with her reply to my earlier text. Bria, morning. I can't wait to see you today. Just the thought of seeing her inoculated my bloodstream. Sean had said we could date. Dating wouldn't mean I loved her. At least, not from the outside looking in. Even if I did fall in love with Bria, the guys wouldn't have to know. Once I graduated, the pact wouldn't matter then. Me too. I'm working later. Can you meet me at the bike shop around 5? Let's grab some dinner. Bria, I'll be there. Our date? Our date. My chest swelled at the prospect. I smiled at the screen and lowered my phone to find Ulrich eyeing me. Pocketing the device, I strode from the dining room, doing my best to play it off. I couldn't ask her to have an unattached, non-committal, friends with benefits relationship with me. Frankly, I didn't want to. Not only did she deserve to be with someone who would love and adore her, I wanted to be that someone. I just keep that little fact to myself.
Chapter 9. Bria. Every step I took had a nervous bounce to it. The distance from where I'd parked to free-rein bikes wasn't far, but it was just enough for me to notice the blueness of the sky, the brightness of the sun, the birds serenading, and the chill in the air. Free-rein bikes was fast becoming my favorite place in the world. I clutched the door handle with anticipation. The bell that tinkled to announce my entrance sounded high-pitched and tinny, like the one I'd had on my bike with its pink tassels spewing from equally pink handlebars when I was 8. I inhaled the pristine scent of rubber tires and scanned the rows of bikes segmented in the open, painted concrete floor. Each bike stood on one wheel, supported by a rack encasing the other. My pulse pedaled in anticipation, the way it had been doing the entire time I'd been student teaching earlier. I scanned the shop floor, greedy for the sight of him. I was seeing Gray today. I was getting kissed today. The same scent of rubber and metal hit my senses. I glanced around the shop at the lines of bikes in different colors stacked in neat rows, at the tires and rims hanging on the back wall behind the register, and at the stands offering smaller bike parts in their packaging. Gray stood in front of the register. "There she is," he said, his voice trailing to me. He always wore jeans, a t-shirt, and skater shoes, but today he burned the linoleum in khakis, a button-up short-sleeve shirt, and white sneakers. His dark hair was tangled to perfection, and the second my eyes clasped his, I was a goner. He strode in my direction, seizing all of my attention. His fingers skimmed mine, lacing through. The touch held traces of heat that skewered through to my stomach. "You look good," I said. His mouth curved. His gaze skimmed to my face. "You don't look so bad yourself. Ready?" "Where are we going? Not biking?" "Not today. I thought I'd take you to one of my favorite places." He gestured to the door and opened it for me. Momentarily, I wondered if he needed to clock out for dinner, but he probably already had. "We're walking?" "It's just up the street, about a block away." Confused but willing, I fell in beside him. I was hyper-aware of our steps, of our hands threaded together, of the drift of musk wafting from his direction with the gentle, cool spring breeze. "You never told me why you weren't going to stop by yesterday," he said. "What were you up to?" It took effort to remember anything about yesterday, aside from the almost kiss and his vague disappearance. "I hadn't been to visit my aunts for a while, and I thought I'd better stop in." "Aunts?" he asked. He sounded surprised. Had I not told him about them after all? "Yeah, aunts. How many do you have?" "3. I grinned. "They're not exactly related. One of them adopted me, and they've all helped raise me. Just a group of friends banding together for the sake of sisterhood." "And you call them aunts because they didn't want me to call them Mom. Because that would be confusing, so I've always just called them by their names." Gray considered this as we passed by a group of kids waiting on the street corner. He and I waited with the others for the walk symbol to appear. The light changed, and we stepped onto the crosswalk. "So you were adopted?" he asked. "You don't know who your real parents are?" "They've kept the story from me." "Does that bother you?" I kicked a rock. "Sometimes. I don't know. I'd like to know my true story, but at the same time, the aunts have showered me with so much love. They've been the best friends and the best family I could ask for. I've never really felt like I was missing anything." "That's dope," he said. "What about your family?" I asked as we approached the next corner and turned toward another line of shops. "You said you're from St. Paul, right? Is your family still there?" It was a detail he'd mentioned when we'd first met. "Just my parents." His answer was clipped, short, almost angry. Had I struck a nerve? I changed the subject. "You're studying business, right? Any particular reason? Are you wanting to start your own?" I was eager for his answer. Would he tell me about his YouTube channel? Gray shrugged and rubbed his thumb along the back of my hand. "I'd have more freedom to work and to ride if I had my own business, that's all." I so wanted to blurt that I knew, but I wanted him to tell me. "Do you mean bikes?" I prodded. "Yeah, I'd like to own a shop like Free Rein, you know?" Free Rein sold mountain bikes, not the smaller trick one he'd ridden in his videos. Why did he want a mountain biking store? Why not trick bikes? "What made you like mountain biking?" I asked. I'd ridden my bike around the neighborhood as a kid, but once driving became a possibility, my bike had become scaffolding for spiderwebs. I started out on trick bikes, but some buddies and I decided to hit up a few trails, and that had its own rush to it. Before I knew it, we were trying every marker and taking on as many as we could. "That sounds amazing. You'll have to take me sometime." Aside from our ride to the park, which had only been across Hyde Park, I could only imagine the beauty of scaling a trail in the mountains. Had he done any mountain biking videos, or was it all tricks? "It's a deal," he said. He altered our direction and turned toward an abandoned lot beside the gas station. The tantalizing smells of cooked meat and spices drifted through the afternoon, and a long, white bus adorned with sombreros and chalkboard signs indicating the menu greeted us. "A taco bus?" I asked. "That's your favorite? Have you ever eaten here?" "Never," I said. "Then you're missing out." My excitement thrived off of his. Enjoyment emanated from him in the way he tightened his grip on my hand and the way he quickened his step toward the line of people dripping out of the bus's open door. The back of the bus had been sectioned off. A woman stood at an open window where several people were placing their orders. "What'll it be?" he asked when we approached. "If this is your favorite place, I'll have whatever you love." "2 orders of carnitas, por favor," he said to the woman within. I watched him, admiring his jawline, impressive features, and easy use of Spanish. Food ordered, we sat at one of the tables in the open lot, huddling close together in the icy spring air. I didn't mind the cold. Sitting here with him made any price worth the cost. We exchanged small talk and waited for the order, and then the woman called Gray's name. "Be right back," he said, leaving for a moment and then returning with 2 plates. I salivated over the delicious aroma of seasoned meat. Gray and I dug in, and I let a moan slip out with the first bite. "Good, right?" he said, mulling through his. "So good." We ate in silence for a few moments. I was brimming with questions about him, about his channel, about his videos, and why he'd never told me about any of it. But he spoke first. "Tell me something I don't know about you." He wiped his mouth with a napkin as he finished off the last of his carnitas. Something I'd never guess. I racked my brains, remembering my conversation with Sadie last night and trying to think of something quirky, something that was interesting enough to answer his question. I'd been a cheerleader in high school. I'd decided to go into elementary education because I'd loved babysitting and wanted a way to help kids and make a difference in someone else's life. But my thoughts went back to Sadie's suggestion from the night before. It was something that, if we were together, he should know. I have a condition called vasovagal syncope. It's a fancy way to say that I faint at the unexpected sight of blood. I held my breath, waiting for his reaction. He set down his soda, a look of concern on his face. "Faint? Like you get lightheaded?" "No, faint as in, I pass out. Completely. My blood pressure plummets so fast, I lose all control and just—" I made a noise and gestured, slapping my hand against the other. Gray winced. "Kind of annoying when you think about it." "I can imagine. Might need to make sure you don't see any blood while doing something important like, driving." I caught the tease in his tone and nudged his knee with my own. "Very funny." "In all seriousness," he said, resting his hand on my wrist. Whether he'd meant it as a comforting gesture or not, my pulse spiked at the sudden nearness, at the earnest expression in his hazel eyes. Those eyes were all serenity. They reminded me of walking through the woods during a fall afternoon, where the colors gleamed with shades of fire and gold and the smallest traces of lingering green. "That sucks. How long are you down for when it happens?" "Only a few minutes," I said. "Once I rest, I recover pretty quickly." The conversation halted while we cleaned up our plates. I got a piece of gum from my bag and handed one to him as well, and we began meandering back toward the shop. He still hadn't said anything else. Had I shared too much? Maybe he didn't know what to say. I wanted to ask him to return the favor, to tell me something about himself too. Maybe that would be a good opening for him to bring up his channel, or whatever it was he'd kept from me last night. He slowed at the lamppost on the corner. Several birds chirruped in the tree near us, and my heart caught. Gray was acting so quiet, so reserved. "What's the matter?" I asked. He jerked as though I'd pulled him from his thoughts. "Sorry, what?" "It seems like something is bothering you. Does it have to do with what happened last night?" His brows drew together, but he quickly smoothed the expression out and looped his fingers through mine. "It's nothing. I live at a fraternity. Did I ever tell you that?" "You do? On campus?" "Yeah, it's near campus." I knew of a few sororities that women in my classes belonged to. I assumed his fraternity was located near one of them. "The guys you were with? Is that what's bothering you?" He puzzled through his thoughts for a few more moments before he shook his head. As if deciding on something, he guided me to a sequestered bench in front of one of the stores. "I'll tell you what's bothering me," he said, his tone turning secretive. "I haven't been able to stop thinking about you coming on to me yesterday." Heat slammed into my cheeks. "I wondered when you were going to bring that up." "I'm crazy about you. Did you know that?" My heart gave a little hiccup. We'd flirted. We'd bantered and joked and talked for days now. Is that your confession? The thing I don't know about you? Part of it. I wanted you to know before I shared the rest. I trembled all over. Share the rest of what? Tenderly, looking at me through his lashes, he brought my hand to his lips. The soft pressure of his kiss against my knuckles sent my pulse skittering. You're the first thing that pops into my mind when I wake up in the morning, he said, his voice low and husky. I think about you all day. And then I hang on the clock until 4:30 when you get off at the school because I've gotten used to you stopping by. But it's not enough. I was a torrent of pulses. What was he saying? It's not enough? I want more afternoons like this. I want to see you all the time. I want to know everything I can about you, and I want you to know everything about me too. If you're okay with it, I'd like to finish what you started yesterday. My mouth opened, but my words caught on the way out. I'd been hoping for this, wishing, waiting for this moment to happen. Heat flooded through me, and my heart pounded as Gray slid his hand to my cheek. The touch sent my heart into a frenzy. It thudded against my sternum so hard, I began to grow lightheaded. I was completely flushed. In fact, I could barely breathe through the anticipation. He guided me closer. One hand splayed across my low back, the other gliding from my cheek to my neck. I placed my hand on his chest, and he brought his mouth to mine in a tender, deliberate touch. My lashes fluttered. Heat scorched my lungs, and I faced him all the more, responding with fervor, my knee crashing against his. He beckoned for more. His mouth coaxed mine, centering me on him. My pulse picked up speed so fast, I gripped his shoulders to keep from tilting. My fingertips tingled. Something strung between us. A connection, a oneness. It was soft and yet intentional too. A give and take that sent my blood spiraling and caused warmth to pool from the core of my chest up to my ears. That warmth spread. The lightheadedness that had been building was too much. I clung to him, fighting the sensation, but too soon, I lost myself completely until I knew no more.
Chapter 10. Gray. I startled at the break in our kiss, and then Bria slumped against me, suddenly lifeless. Fortunately, my arms were already around her. Tilted toward me as she was, I caught her before she tipped from the bench and face planted to the cement. Whoa, I said, breathing hard and waiting for my brain to catch up. I was too delirious from the heat of her, from the taste of her, to grasp anything else. Her hair splayed across my lap. Her cheek was warm, her body heavy against mine, and I held her limp form, trying to grasp what had just happened. Here I'd been worried about the repercussions from the frat for kissing her. She'd mentioned fainting at the sight of blood. But a kiss? Not what I'd expected. Something told me that wasn't typical, or she would have told me so. Readjusting her weight for a better grasp on her, I lay her across my lap and gazed at her face. She could be sleeping, and she was so beautiful. What was I supposed to do now? The entire duration of our date, I'd been warring with myself. I'd been completely torn, unsure of what to do because the more time I spent with Bria, the more I wanted to be with her. I'd never considered anything like this might happen. I could call 911. I'd already done that the day before, after Ulrich had passed out. At this rate, I'd get to be on a first-name basis with the responder. I stroked her back and placed a finger to her mouth to feel for breath. Her lips were soft, stirring through my unease. The gentle movement of her chest allowed me to sink back in relief. Still breathing, I said, thinking of her confession not half an hour before. She'd said she recovered quickly. Did that mean I just needed to wait? Kissing certainly affected heart rate and blood pressure. Mine had elevated, that was for sure. Had my kiss affected her that much? Split between pride at having that kind of impact on her and concern over her well-being, I stroked her back. Maybe this was evidence. This was proof that she and I weren't a good match together. If she was going to get hurt from kissing me, how could I let it happen again? Hang in there, I said. Come back to me. What would I do if she didn't wake? Would this happen every time? I hope not. Her lack of response was unsettling. Just as I began to panic, she stirred. She pushed up from my lap with a hazy moan. Her brow was bent, and she stared at me as though wondering where she was. My heart leaped. I smoothed her hair from her face. I did my best to remain calm and allow her time to reorient herself. Where are we? She clung to my shoulders as if for balance. I breathed in her scent of coconut and lemon, relieved that she was okay. On the street, I said, not far from the bike shop. She peered around. Several cars passed, and a woman across the street entered the boutique store there. What? Before she could finish the question, she planted her palm against her forehead and groaned. Oh my gosh, I fainted. Usually a kiss wakes the beautiful maiden, I said with a smile. I've never had my kiss put anyone to sleep before. Her eyes widened. Her cheeks blanched. Gray, she said, gripping my hand. I'm so sorry. I can't even believe I did that. She buried her face in my shoulder. I breathed her in, stroked her hair, and tried to figure out what to say. She'd fainted. She'd actually fainted when I'd kissed her. Would it happen every time? What was I going to do if it did? I could keep my distance from her if I had to. If it meant her well-being. Bria was more important to me than anything. It was the whole reason I'd intended on telling her about the pact. I'd been trying to brace myself for her response to my idiocy. Once she learned the truth, she may want to break up with me for both of our sakes. I wasn't sure how into me she was, but it wouldn't be fair to let those feelings get any deeper than they were. But now, with her condition the way it was, how could I let this thing between us go any further? The timing was terrible. I meant what I said, I told her. I want to know more about you. Maybe you could tell me everything that makes you pass out so I can be ready the next time. It didn't make her smile, as I'd hoped. Instead, she looked stricken. It's only ever been blood. I've never had a kiss knock me out before. I've never been kissed, so I didn't know. Oh man, that changed things too. This was her first kiss. The thought of letting her go, the possibility of her sharing moments like this with someone else, pinched in my chest. You mean that was your first kiss? Still gripping my shoulders, she lifted her gaze to mine. Yes, and it was amazing. I laughed uneasily. I'm glad to hear it, though I don't want you getting hurt. I was so conflicted. How could I let this be our only kiss if I had to let her go? I wasn't sure I could. I think I was just so overwhelmed by everything. By you, your talk of confessions, and then I've been looking forward to that moment for so long in such a romantic setting. It was amazing. That was a compliment if I ever heard one. But I didn't want her to get hurt. I took her face in my hands. Her features were exquisite, from her long, dark lashes to her creamy, strokable skin, to the soft pout in her mouth. I want to kiss you again, I began. Not only tonight, but as often as I can. She had no idea how much. A warning settled into my gut. If I went through with this and then broke up with her, she'd hate me even more. I'd hate me too. The same battle raging in me since last night's hazing charged in with full force. What was I doing? I had to comfort her. The pact was nothing, and right now I had to let her know what just happened didn't bother me. I had to let her know how much she meant to me. Her attention was fixated on me. There was a hungry gleam in her eyes as though she longed to hear acceptance and words of solace. I hope this isn't heartless of me, but will it be too much for you if we try it again? I asked. The sweetest color flushed in her cheeks. She dipped her chin, but not enough to hide the blush accompanied by a minuscule, tantalizing smile. I think I'll be better prepared for it this time. She fastened her gaze on my mouth. Longing seared through me, longing and warning. The two feelings were warring wolves. I didn't know which one to let win. You sure? I asked. I'm sure. It would be nice to know if I can keep myself together around you. Could get dangerous. The way she chewed her lip was enticing. I couldn't help myself. Danger is my middle name, I said. Shut up and kiss me. I angled in and pressed my mouth to hers once more. She allowed the contact to linger for several delicious moments, and then she clutched my shoulders and welcomed me closer. Heat spread through my entire body. I angled my mouth, taking in more of her, careful not to be as insistent as I wanted in case it was too much. The secrets between us weren't enough to douse the fire she ignited in me. I allowed the kiss to wander, to quicken its pace, and then slow, before gradually I pulled away. My hand rested at the back of her head in case I needed to catch her again. But to my relief, Her bright eyes were sultry and alert with heightened attentiveness and traces of lingering desire. The look was enough to unravel me, but I didn't dip in for more like I wanted to. Worked that time, I said, resting my nose against hers. What a relief. She was breathing hard and she curled her fingers through my hair at the back of my nape. Though you might need to check again, one more time. If you insist. Her mouth was tender against mine. The kiss wasn't as urgent this time, as though she wanted to take me in slowly. I matched her pace, holding her, feeling her hair spill against my hands as I stroked her back. I'd intended to tell her everything, my YouTube channel, Sigma Phi Rho, the pact, but she'd fainted at the build-up to my kiss. I'd have to tread carefully and make sure I didn't overwhelm her again today. I couldn't throw everything at her at once, especially not after how the surprise and romance of the afternoon had been enough to make her pass out. Gray, she said once our kissing slowed. Hmm? It's my birthday on Saturday. I backed away to see all of her face. Stardust danced in her eyes, a result of the enchantment of our kisses, I suspected, because the same soaring feeling surged through me, too. It is. Instantly, my brain wandered to possible gift options. What could I give her? What could I do to make the day as memorable as I could? Would a gesture like that look like I loved her? The guys weren't going to start tailing my every move now, were they? Her smile was fire. She tucked a hair behind her ear. My aunts are throwing me a party that day, and I'd love it if you wanted to come. Saturday? My stomach wrenched. I still hadn't worked through the blind date mess Kiara had gotten me into. She hadn't answered any of my texts about it, and I hadn't been able to peg her down to make sure it was canceled. And what about the pact? I'd love to be anywhere with you, I said, hating the hesitation in my voice. But I have something to clear up on Saturday first. Her brows gathered. She recovered quickly, but not fast enough to mask her disappointment. You have something going on? I couldn't exactly tell her Kiara had set me up on a blind date. Yeah, but I'll get out of it. No worries. This seemed to appease her, though the light didn't completely return to her eyes as she smiled. Speaking of Kiara, my thoughts returned to the shop. Just before I'd left for my date with Bria, an emergency of some kind had thrown my manager off. She'd asked me to cover for her that evening. I'd told her I wouldn't be long. I'd probably already taken too much time as it was. I should probably get back to the shop, I said, pulling away. I didn't want to. I didn't want to leave her. She hugged her arms around her stomach. Oh, right. How long is your dinner break? I'm covering for Kiara tonight. I better get back before I'm late. It was all true. Bria and I strolled back to the bike shop together in uncomfortable silence. I kept my hands in my pockets to keep from reaching for her like I wanted to. Something I'd said was bothering her. Either that or it was the fact that she'd fainted. One of the two. We made it to Free Reign's glass door and I paused with my hand on the handle. Thanks for meeting up with me, I said. This was the point we broached every single day. This was where I'd always ask her to come see me the next day. I wanted to expand what we had. She'd asked about where I lived. I wanted to invite her over. But what if the guys said something about the pact to her? I couldn't invite her over until I had more bases covered. She knew nothing about the pact. With my luck, one of the guys would tease the two of us about it, and undoubtedly, that would open a can of worms I'd have to argue my way out of. I also needed to know the full parameters of what I'd signed. Scarlett had flirted and sat on Maddox's lap, and no one had thought anything of it. But I didn't want to give the impression that Bria was just a fling like that. She meant something to me. Though I'd thought I could hide as much. Now I wasn't so sure. I'd have to keep her in the dark a little longer. I'll let you know about Saturday, I said. Will you be coming by the shop between now and then? Bria's face fell. I suspected she wanted the same thing I did for us to have more going on than these occasional visits. But I needed to feel like I was on steadier ground first. If I couldn't tell her about the pact, I certainly couldn't have her coming to the frat house. She needed some warning first. I needed some time to figure out the best way to do that. I'd talk to Kiara and get the date canceled. I'd talk to Adrian about the pact's parameters. Part of me still couldn't grasp the fact that it was legit. that every one of the Brotherhood agreed to never love anyone for the rest of their lives. It seemed too far-fetched to be real. They were probably all sitting around laughing at how gullible I was. But what else was I supposed to think? Once these things were all cleared up, I'd bring her home. I'd tell her my schedule for Saturday worked out after all. She'd passed out at being so overwhelmed. I didn't want to do anything to upset her after that. I wouldn't rush things, not when it affected her well-being. She'd be understanding about it all once I explained everything, wouldn't she?
Chapter 11. Bria. Gray was hiding something. I hoped he might invite me over or suggest meeting up for our next date. I mean, things were moving on between us, weren't they? Only to have him invite me to see him at the bike shop again? It was the letdown of all letdowns, probably because this wasn't the first time I'd suspected he was doing so. I thought we were making progress, I told Aunt Felicity as I sat at the table in their dining room. I'd gone straight to the aunt's house the morning after my date with Gray. I had to fill them in on the kiss, and the fact that I'd fainted because of it. Now that's a kiss, Marianne had said with stars in her eyes. Felicity took a sip of her tea and set it down. Her orange hair stuck out at all angles, and the look only endeared her to me that much more. "I'm sure he had good reason not to invite you to his house," she said. "I feel like he's embarrassed of me or something, like he's trying to keep me a secret." "Why would he?" Felicity asked. After telling all three of them about the kiss, Credenza had to meet up with a friend, and Marianne had to go to work, leaving just Auntie Liz and me. "I don't know," I said. "Why is it bothering you so much?" I mulled over this question and stared at the muffin she'd offered me that I hadn't yet touched. Should something like this not bother me? Was I supposed to be okay with the fact that he wanted nothing more to do with me than to see me for a handful of minutes before or after work every day? I wanted a boyfriend. I wanted to mean something to him. I wanted him to want every second of his day to be spent with me. I wanted to be adored and desired. I wanted every romantic moment we only had glimpses of to become the view. Did that mean... My thoughts scattered. Warmth radiated through my body, and I couldn't get a grip on the way my heart drummed in my chest. "How early is too early to know you love someone?" I asked. Felicity smiled at me with a knowing glint in her eyes. She'd been in love before, but that relationship hadn't worked out. The man she'd fallen for had abandoned her to marry a younger woman. His betrayal had devastated Auntie Liz, and I sometimes overheard her talking to Marianne about it, wondering what might have happened if her life had gone differently. "The heart knows what it knows," she said. "I don't think there's an exact timeline for that realization to take place. The heart knows what it knows." Mine throbbed that much harder at the statement. It throbbed and burned and resonated with confirmation of the question I couldn't bring myself to ask. Did I love Gray? Could I love him already? The burning in my chest only increased. The edges of the kitchen blurred. I lost all awareness of the moment as cognizance of my rapid pulse, my tingling frame, dominated. "Oh my gosh," I muttered. Aunt Felicity slid her hand to clasp mine. The touch startled me, jerking me out of my thoughts. I met her lovely, freckled face, her wiry, carrot-colored curls. "You love him," she said knowingly. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe." The admission was an open gate. I took a large, savoring breath as a smile spread across my face. Pausing, I gauged the fluttering taking place within my stomach, the racing inside of me, the overwhelming insight making every inch of me tingle. Did I love Gray? Infatuation? Definitely. Attraction? Unquestionably. Interest? Respect? Admiration? Resoundingly. But love? "I feel like it's too early to tell," I said. "There's no rush to these things, you know," Felicity said. "You can give it time to blossom, Bria." In order for anything to blossom, we need openness, honesty. Maybe that's why it's bothering me. I've never liked anyone keeping anything from me. Maybe it was because I'd been the butt of a cruel joke back in high school, but having the sense that others knew things I didn't had always left me feeling exposed and uneasy. "Don't I know?" Felicity mumbled, tracing her thumb along the edge of the table. I tapped my fingertips on my legs. "What does that mean?" Felicity fidgeted as though an itch bothered her between her shoulder blades. The others don't want me saying anything about this, she hedged. I slid to the edge of my seat. Felicity had tried to tell me something several times before, but every time she'd been silenced by the others. Now that we were alone, was she going to spill whatever it was? Tell me, I said. I want to. It's like you said. I hate secrets. Honesty is so important. What secret? I asked. Are you guys keeping something from me? Is this about my birthday? Her eyes glistened. You're turning 21. You should know the truth. The air left my lungs in a rush. I couldn't do anything else but draw it back in. Are you talking about my birth parents? Her teeth trapped her bottom lip. She reached across the table as if to take my hand. I lifted it from my lap and accepted the gesture. She applied the gentlest pressure to my fingers and gave me an apologetic grimace. I can't tell you without the others, but just know we have something to tell you. I don't know what to say. The curiosity about my birth parents had always been there. I'd resigned myself to the fact that I'd never know the truth, but even that forbearing hadn't been enough to wedge the question from my mind. I pushed away from my seat and threw myself at Felicity. She laughed, welcoming my embrace and hugging me back just as tightly. I love you. So much. Whatever you have to tell me won't change that. She stroked my back. That's good to hear. By the time I pulled back, we were both crying. Thank you, Auntie Liz. For what? All I've done is left you in even more suspense. This time, I didn't mind it so much. I smeared a hand across my cheek. You're the best mom, but I've had this question my whole life, and it will be nice to know. I haven't wanted to ask, but I've always wondered. I figured, she said, smiling. We basked in a moment together, and then I rested my hip against the table. Saturday, I said. You're really going to tell me on Saturday. She swatted my arm. Don't you dare tell the others I said anything. I won't. Felicity inhaled and straightened. So, what are you going to do now? You mean besides die of agony because I have to wait a whole day? Felicity rested her elbow on the table. I mean about Gray. I stared out the sliding glass door to the backyard. The white picket fence surrounded a small patch of grass and was bordered by more flowers than any one person should rightly grow. Casting thoughts of Gray and my birthday aside, there was one other aspect I needed to see to. Graduation was coming soon. I had to go talk to my counselor on campus and make sure everything was in order so I could walk. I'm heading onto campus, I said. And then? She lifted her brows expectantly. Resolve settled in. And then I need to talk to him. Felicity was right. Honesty mattered. Communication was important. Maybe if I told him how I felt about things, about him, it could help. My openness could be a shot in the dark. It could be too much, too soon to tell, especially since we hadn't known one another long. I wasn't sure this was love yet, but it sure felt like it. I tried to downplay the burning sensation coursing through me, but it wouldn't simmer down. If anything, the more I thought about it, the stronger the feeling swelled. Even if I didn't admit what I thought I felt, I had to be where he was. And I definitely needed a distraction while I waited for the truth bomb Felicity promised me on my birthday. I gave her another hug, thanked her for listening, and then skipped out to my car. The drive to campus didn't take long. I spoke with my counselor as planned and placed my order for a cap and gown. Thoughts from my conversation with Aunt Felicity made my entire frame thrum with every step. Saturday was only a day away. I could wait until then, couldn't I? There was no way I could wait that long to see Gray. He still hadn't told me whether he was coming to my party or not. Yet another reason I was eager to pin him down. As I was leaving, the sight of a familiar face, of his dark hair and self-assured build, nearly tripped me. I wasn't the only one leaving the administration building. Of all the times for me to bump into him, this was no coincidence. Gray? I said to myself, and then raised my voice. Gray! What were the chances? He didn't hear me. He was already halfway across the parking lot. I hurried my footsteps, but I wasn't close enough. He'd already climbed into his car. Stopping in a sea of vehicles, I considered texting him, but a new wave of curiosity swept over me. Was he heading home? With a rush of adrenaline, I dashed back to my car and tailed him as he was leaving the lot. Doing my best to keep his backlights in my sights, I tracked him until he ventured past the sororities I'd thought of earlier. He took several more turns and then pulled to a stop in front of a beautiful brick house. The words Sigma Phi Rho were in bold lettering above the door. I waited for him to stroll up the front steps and go inside. I considered leaving things be, but after my conversation with Felicity, I was eager to see him, to talk about Saturday. Deciding on it, I exited my car and broached the house. Several men were outside on the lawn. They peered in my direction, but I did my best to ignore them as I climbed the front steps and knocked. A few moments later, the door opened. The guy who answered came close to making me lose control of my jaw. He was tall, broad, and wearing jeans and a tank top, displaying impressive muscles. His chin was covered by scruff, and his dark hair swooped into his eyes, making my knees embarrassingly weak. I had to literally shake myself to whisk away the effect he had on me. Wow, but he was good-looking. "Can I help you?" he asked. "I'm looking for Gray," I said. "Does he live here?" The man's lips crooked up at the edges. He stepped back to make room for me to enter, and then called to a blond man with a deep, gruff voice. "Hawk, you seen Gray?" "In the garage," the blond man said in passing on his way to the stairs. He winked at me and then began to climb. I shook myself again. "Adrian, heads up!" Hawk called from the landing above. The guy who answered the door looked up just in time to catch the football. Hawk lobbed at him. Adrian caught it and then chucked it back up again before turning back to me. "Sounds like he's in the garage. You're welcome to head on over." He indicated a paved pathway to the neighboring garage and its open side door. Holding my breath, I beamed my thanks in his direction and forced my steps to remain at walking speed rather than barreling over like I wanted to. I followed the path between the house and the garage. The backyard was big enough to hold a bonfire in. Men lounged back there, sitting on the porch or swinging in a hammock strung between two trees. "Gray?" I called, stepping through the side door. This space looked as though it was used for recreation rather than a place to park cars. Shelves lodged sports items, bikes lined up in a rack along one side, and what looked like a home gym in an adjoined room with glass walls. I raised my voice. "You in here?" "Bria? Over here." His voice was a rich strum that struck all the right notes. The tension in my chest loosened. I quickened my pace toward the open area where a bike was upturned and missing one wheel, with metal pieces scattered on the ground beside it. Gray rose from a crouch and made his way toward me. The combination of confidence, swagger, and dark hair falling across his forehead made my mouth go dry. "What are you doing here?" he asked. My excited anticipation to see him began to waver. "I saw you on campus. I thought I'd surprise you." A line appeared between his brows. "You followed me?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" I asked with a nervous laugh. "You don't seem happy to see me." Why was he acting like I'd caught him cheating? Was he upset that I'd come? I considered heading back to my car when his expression smoothed. He took my hand and guided me toward the bike he was fixing. "Nothing," he said, and then as if remembering he should, he smiled. "Of course, I'm happy to see you." The look didn't completely appease me. What was wrong? Why didn't he want me here? I did what I could to brush off my discomfort and pointed to the bike he was working on. Upturned as it was, missing one wheel, it resembled something like a spinning wheel from a fairy tale. "What did that bike ever do to you?" He rested a hand on his hip. "This bike will thank me once I'm done with her." I tilted my head and pouted my lips. She looks so forlorn, upside down, missing a wheel. "It's the only way I can replace the cog set. It also needs a new tube." His eyes collided with mine, and I was caught in a snare. The uncertainty I'd suspected between us vanished in an instant. Gray closed the distance between us. His hand found mine, and the touch seared into my fingertips. The air between us sparked and flashed like two exposed wires being tapped together. This was the response I'd hoped for from him. Gray shifted so his chest was to my back. He slid his free hand around my stomach, holding me to him. Then he guided my hand toward one of the metal curvatures. "See this?" His voice trailed across the bridge of my shoulder and slithered up my neck, tingling all the way until it reached my ear. "This is broken." His fingers coaxed mine, but they didn't lure me into touching the bike. I couldn't think with him holding me like this. "And you know what needs to be fixed?" He spoke low in my ear. "I know exactly what to do." My heart galumped, pumping blood faster and faster through my veins. I surrendered my hand to his. His gaze was steady and fixed on me for several delicious moments before he turned back to the bike. "I'll do this," he said. Though his attention returned to the spokes, I couldn't watch the bike any longer. I was enraptured by his fingers guiding mine toward the bike's exposed framework. Sound clamored from the open door behind us, loud enough to startle me. I jerked in Gray's grasp. Not seeing the stool situated between me and the bike, I tripped. Gray tightened his arm around my waist, keeping me from toppling onto the upended bicycle, but not before my hand grazed the framework. Something sharp bit into my finger. I jumped back, wincing and crying out at the sudden shock of pain. Just as soon as he'd entered, one of the guys pushed his way back out into the yard, leaving us alone again. Gray righted me, holding me to his chest, making sure I could stand. "Are you okay?" he asked. I blinked a few times and then looked at my finger and the bubble of blood welling there. My eyes widened. Lightness struck my head in an instant. "Look at me," Gray said, his voice turning from silky to insistent. "Bria, eyes on me. Focus on me. Breathe. Breathe." It was too late. My body responded. My heart rate triggered, plunging my blood pressure. Heat overwhelmed my torso, and just as the lightheadedness clouded my mind, my vision blurred altogether.
Chapter 12, Gray. Bria's body wilted like wet lettuce. The color paled from her cheeks, and I caught her before she crumpled to the floor. "Whoa," I said in shock, with a small grunt under her weight. I wasn't exactly sure what she'd cut her hand on. It could have been the exposed cogset, or possibly the chain. In any case, blood smeared on her jeans. I inhaled the smell of coconut and lemon in her hair and attempted to readjust my footing. "Not again," I muttered. I never thought she'd cut herself on the bike, or I never would have brought her closer to it. Idiot. I didn't think there was any danger. Her finger was still bleeding. I had to get that under control. I also needed to get her lying down. That would help get the blood flowing back to her brain faster than anything else. I wasn't about to lay her here on the filthy concrete floor, though. I lifted her with one hand beneath her knees and the other at her back. Her head hung limply, and I hurried to the couch across from one of the weight benches on the other side of the garage. Carefully, I lay Bria down and knelt at her side. She didn't stir as I put her hands delicately on her stomach. Quickly, I retrieved the small first aid kit from the cabinet by the door and bandaged her finger. I didn't want the sight of the cut to affect her again when she came to. "Come on," I muttered to her, stroking her hair. She remained motionless, a veritable sleeping beauty, in her perfect, undisturbed repose. What could I do? A horrible thought struck. What if she didn't wake this time? I'd have to let someone know, but who out of Bria's acquaintances or family could I call? She'd mentioned her aunts, but I didn't know their names. How could I look up their numbers if I had to? I could search the contacts on her phone. I considered calling 911 again, but I wasn't sure a small cut was enough to warrant a trip to the ER. If she didn't wake soon, I'd take her there. At least none of the guys had come in again. That was the last thing I wanted. I hadn't been able to hide my surprise at the sight of her. I didn't think she'd known where I lived. The last thing I wanted was for her to feel like I didn't want her here. Even though I kind of didn't. At least not until I got things sorted out, which I hadn't had the chance to yet. Why had she come here? My gaze drifted over her lovely features. Her long lashes were black feathers against her pale cheeks. Her nose was delicate and pert. And don't even get me started on her lips. On impulse, I leaned in to press a kiss to her mouth, gratified to feel her breath on my mouth because it told me she was okay. "I'm here," I whispered against her tender lips. "Please wake up." Bria inhaled sharply. Her eyelashes fluttered against the soft cream of her cheeks, and then opened, revealing the drowsy glitter of her eyes. Hey, I smoothed back her hair. It worked that time. I doubted she got the joke, woozy as she was. She blinked, her hands clasped together as she waited for thoughts to resettle in her brain. Oh my gosh, Gray. It happened again, didn't it? I'm so sorry. She attempted to sit, but I gently coerced her to remain down. The last thing you should be is sorry, I said. Just lie there. Get your bearings again. Where are we? She rested back against the cushion. I hesitated. Did she not remember? We're in the garage at my fraternity. The garage? She gazed up at the ceiling. I stroked her hair from her forehead. You said you saw me on campus and followed me here, remember? She lifted her hand to her forehead and looked at me. That's right, I did. And then, your bike. She shifted uncomfortably as if ready to bolt out of here as quickly as she could. I placed a soft but firm hand on her shoulder, keeping her in place. She clapped a hand on her forehead and groaned again. Shh, I said, stroking her hair. It's you I'm worried about. Are you okay? Is there anything I can do for you? She blinked a few times. Slowly, she lifted her hand to examine the cut. I was glad I'd put a bandage on it. You pricked your finger on the bike I was working on. Do you remember that? Vaguely, she said, blinking through her thoughts. I inched in. I slipped my hand to her stomach to link with her fingers there and hovered my face above hers. Did you know my kiss had magic? Oh? You were out for several minutes longer than last time. My kiss woke you. Light and amusement flickered in her eyes. You put the fairy tales to shame. I aim to please. Her breath mingled in my open mouth, tormenting me. I couldn't stand it anymore. I closed the distance between us completely. Her lips were warm and responsive. She brought her hands around me, keeping me in place as our kisses cranked up the heat. She was a temptress, sultry and irresistible, and she pulled away too soon. I got you all cleaned up, but unfortunately, blood still got on your pants. That won't bother you, will it? I gestured to the dime-sized spot above her left knee. She drew in another long breath and sank her head back against the pillow again. No, and thank you. She ran her hands through her tawny hair. They shook. Her chest rose and fell, and she sank her head backward, closed her eyes, and bent one of her knees. Are you okay? I asked again. I'll be fine. She slung her arm across her eyes. I can't believe it happened again. I'm so embarrassed. Don't be, I said. I'm just glad you told me about it, so I could know how to help you. She closed her eyes. This happens sometimes. When I wake up, I'm always a little disoriented. Be disoriented all you want, I said. She lay for a few more minutes, breathing, resting. Voices and footsteps resonated from outside. I peered behind me, hoping, praying, none of the guys decided to come in again. Not because I didn't want anyone seeing her. I didn't care about that. It was more so because I didn't want anyone mentioning the pact to her before I had the chance to explain it. Considering how things had gone during breakfast with Scarlett the other day, the pact would probably come up in conversation. Do you not want me here? I jerked. Bria sat up on the couch, her hair draped over one shoulder as she peered down at me. Crap. I suppose I was acting like a spooked cat. I grabbed her hand, hoping to soothe her. The guys are weird about girls coming over, I said, unsure of how to proceed. Should I tell her? Then why is she here? She gestured out the garage door to Scarlett sitting on Will's lap in the gazebo. Scarlett threw her head back and laughed at something Will said. That's Scarlett. She's always hanging around. Bria narrowed her eyes. She watched me for several moments. I feel like you're trying to hide something, or that you don't want me around. Bria, I want you. I always want you. It's just... She took my hand in both of hers. Is it the fraternity? I don't know much about how organizations like this are run, but I assume they have rules the attendees have to follow. Does this one have a rule against women coming over or something? I glanced toward the house. Uncertainty made a meal of my insides. I had to tell her, but not here, not like this. I rose to my feet and was relieved that she let me take her hand. I led her past my bike to the door and out to her car parked on the street. The afternoon had warmed slightly, the sun baking against my skin. "It's the fraternity," I said, once we were out of earshot. "What about it?" I scrubbed a hand behind my neck. "I'm not sure I'm even supposed to be telling you this, but then again, they didn't say we weren't allowed to. Just that we weren't, just that you weren't what?" she prodded. I swore under my breath. I glanced around to ensure the two of us were alone, and then lowered my voice. "Can you trust me? Do you trust me?" She was so beautiful in her confusion. I was sure what I was about to say would sound ludicrous. Forehead crinkled, she glanced at the house and tightened her hold on my fingers as she leaned in, killing me with her sweet scent. "Gray, if they're doing illegal things, you don't have to live here. I've heard of the hazing these places do. You don't have to be a part of that just to be a student here." I rested my hand on the hood of her car. "It's a pact, okay?" "What pact?" "Sigma Phi Rho has a seriously impressive scholarship fund. They're able to offer it to the guys who board here. It's how I'm able to pay for college at all. But they have a catch, one I didn't know about until recently." "What catch?" My teeth gritted. I grimaced and smoothed my expression once more. I was told in order to access the funding and be part of Sigma Phi Rho, I had to pledge that I would never fall in love. Saying the words aloud made me want to scrape my tongue. It was madness, pure and simple. Bria's eyes widened fractionally before a disbelieving laugh broke free. "A fraternity is making you promise that? How can they even control something like your feelings?" "Exactly." I grew more agitated. "That's why I agreed. I didn't think it could possibly be serious." "You agreed?" Her voice rose too high. "They kidnapped me after work the night we were supposed to have our date. They threw a bag around my head, Gray, and took us to this clandestine place. They told us we couldn't leave unless we gave them an answer. And if I said no, they would have kicked me out of the frat. I didn't think it was legit. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was their way of hazing. But now they're controlling you so much, I can't come visit you here?" She released my hand. I reached for her, but she kept herself from my grasp. "I don't know," I said, dejected. I stepped away from her car, closer to her. This was the reaction I wanted to avoid. Bria gazed at me as though she'd never seen me before. I hated that look. I reached for her again, but again she retreated. Adrian didn't seem to mind that I was here. She jutted a hand toward the house. "Adrian?" Was he the one who answered the door? "He wouldn't care. The others, though—" Her voice elevated. "So tell them your heart is off limits. Tell them you're committed to your education and your heart." "It's not that easy." Brow pinched, she turned away, resting her body against her car, mulling this over. "Tell me what you're thinking," I said. "Please." "I think this is stupid," she said with a scoff. "I think I'm tired of you keeping secrets from me." It was. It was one of the stupidest things I'd ever done, and she was so right. I should never have kept this from her. "It's just a signature," I said, desperate, needing to help her understand. "It's not what it sounds like, and it doesn't represent how I really feel about you. I don't know what's going to happen, but I—" She stopped me with a hand. Don't say you love me." "What if I do?" I couldn't deny the strength of this emotion vibrating within me. Reality strummed along with it, resounding and making the very air shimmer. Bria had overtaken my thoughts. She made my skin flush. She made my knees weak. I was dazzled by her smile, by the things she said, by her stories about her aunts and the kids she student taught. I hung on every hour of every day until the time finally came for me to see her again. It was too late. I already loved her. I loved her, and I could do nothing about it. "That's something you'll have to figure out, I guess," she said. "What if you do fall in love with me? Are they going to haze you some more? Kidnap you? Torture you for going back on your word?" "It was all a big joke," I said again, sounding frantic. I even laughed as if to make light of this. Her eyes turned glossy. "I can't be with someone who pledges his life away so carelessly." "Bria," I said, "don't do this." "You've given me no choice," she said. "Did you ever think about my feelings?" I told Aunt Felicity that I was falling for you, Gray. I'm not sure it's love yet, but what if it is? What if I say that I love you? I don't know what you feel, but I know how I feel. I felt it. Dang it, I felt it. And this, she gestured to the fraternity. The disappointment on her face was profound. I've always felt like you were keeping something from me. Bria. She sniffed and stared up at the sky. I don't like secrets. I won't keep any anymore. I guess I'll see you around sometime. Don't go. I thought you didn't want me here, she said, opening her car door and slipping in behind the driver's seat. She slammed the door closed and started the ignition. Time stopped. Spots flashed in my vision. I wanted to stop her, to take it all back and insist the pact didn't matter. My mind dredged up the events of the past few days. I wanted to go back to last week, to tell her the truth of what happened, or better still, to leave the fraternity behind when I'd had the chance. But I couldn't. Helpless and defeated, I could do nothing but watch as she drove off. Chapter 13. Gray. I stalked back into the frat with powerless angst on a leash. No, scratch that. Angst was in total control, and I was the dog being jerked around on its tether. The emotion stayed with me all that night, all while I checked my phone, hoping that she would text or call, when I attempted to focus on my schoolwork, when I went to bed. Powerlessness and despondency clogged my chest the following morning, too. I didn't know how to dispel it. We'd only just had our first kiss, but the connection between us was undeniable. Bria might love me. I loved her, too, and I couldn't say it. I couldn't do anything about it. I staggered down to the basement, where a large room was situated with a projector and screen for watching movies, a pool and foosball table, and plenty of seating for us to hang out on. Adrian and Will were facing one another at the pool table. A woman with dark hair held a pool cue of her own, running her fingers down Adrian's arm. Doesn't mean I'm not good at it, he said to her, earning a gale of laughter. Will didn't seem to like that response much. I wondered what the statement had been a counter to. Adrian and I had always gotten along. I wished Will wasn't there, but I wasn't going to let that hold me back. I had to talk to someone. She was right. I had kept things from her. Well, one thing, really. I hadn't told her about the blind date Kiara had invited me on. I should have said something at the time, but I hadn't known how to handle that. And now this? This pact was the worst secret I'd ever kept. Who was that girl? Will said, beating me to the punch. His dark hair was buzzed as though he were training for the army, though as far as I knew, he had no military ambitions. The one who came over to talk to you. My insides tightened. Bria Cox, I said. She your girlfriend? Will gripped his pool cue and glared at me as though he wanted to stab me with it. She's stunning, Adrian said, keeping his attention on the game. The woman beside him frowned. Jealousy? Was she jealous? How could Adrian not see it? Will stalked around the table as well, eyeing the collection of colored balls and analyzing his next move. Yeah, I said, sinking onto the leather armchair across from the pool table. It wasn't until I sat that I noticed Ulrich on the other side of the room. He lounged on the love seat beside Scarlett. His arm was slung around her shoulders, and they leaned toward one another conspiratorially. My brows lifted. That didn't take long. I thought I'd seen him kissing her in the gazebo when I'd been outside with Bria, but my thoughts were too disjointed to care at the time. Bria knew the truth, and she hated me for it. What had I done? And what was I going to do about it now? You're having regrets, aren't you? Adrian said, smirking. Using the pool cue, he tipped it behind himself to tap the woman's backside with it. When she turned around, he bent to take his shot. The woman laughed and shoved him, throwing him off his game. Adrian smiled and regained his footing, lifting a fist into the air as his ball hit the corner pocket, despite the distractions. The pact, I said. Is it for life? For life, Adrian said, winking at the woman standing next to him. She fluffed her hair back and gave him a coy expression that made me wonder what their relationship was. Was she just someone he was flirting with? Was she like Scarlett, a woman who was in on the pact too? Maybe that was how Adrian could justify the lack of commitment. Go from girl to girl without ever allowing himself to feel much of anything for any of them. It was very get something for nothing. The thought only made me think of Dad again, of the sick expression on his face when he'd spoken with the woman he'd gotten pregnant. I'd been 9 years old when I'd found them arguing near the fire hydrant on the corner. I didn't want to live like that. I saw how he put on a farce for my mom, how he lied his way through every day, how Mom wondered where all of his money was going to. I wanted the commitment, the fidelity, the promise of one woman for life. I wanted the family, the quiet moments, the eventual house full of kids who knew I was their dad and didn't have to wonder if I loved their mom or not. That was the only pledge I should have made, swearing my heart to Bria and only her for the rest of our lives. Had I thrown away that chance for good? Seated on one of the couches near the foosball table, Maddox lowered his phone and called to the woman. Smiling at us, she abandoned her pool cue and strutted to where the other guys sat, leaving Will, Adrian, and me. "You can't want that for good," I said, imposing on their game. Will quirked a brow at me. He ran a hand over his buzzed hair and then scraped it across his bony jawline and cheekbones. A quest for patience? Admittedly, I didn't know much about him besides his name, and that one time he'd overstepped and tried to take over during the hazing. He was also the social coordinator for the frat, but I hadn't been involved here long enough to go to any events. "Why not?" Adrian asked. "Look at that girl," I said, jutting my chin in her direction. Sure enough, though she was sitting by Maddox, the woman who'd been at the pool table gazed back at Adrian with longing in her eyes. I bet a lot of girls look at you that way, and my guess is they don't want to be your next flavor of the week. "Commitment isn't really my thing," Adrian said, unperturbed. A single brow twitched. I tried that, and she only wanted to control me. "Not all women are like that. You're not going to be young and in college forever. What do you really want?" Scarlett joined Maddox and the other woman. In her absence, Ulrich ambled over and rested a hand on the pool table. My brother's eyes narrowed, first at me and then at Adrian. Something told me he'd heard our conversation. "You're falling for her, aren't you?" Ulrich asked. Bria, I won't lie. She's kind of a fox," Adrian said, keeping his attention on the pool table. "Don't call her that." Defensiveness burst through me. Bria's not a fox. She's a person. She's a woman with feelings, and she deserves someone who loves her. Women deserve to be loved, man. This pact of yours sucks. Will paused and looked directly at me. And he wasn't the only one. Maddox, Hunter, Duncan, and Knox all stopped what they were doing and stared at me as though I were an ape who had escaped from the zoo. Adrian's face was the only one that didn't hold surprise. If anything, he seemed amused. "You backing out?" he asked. Will's approach was less pleased. He cracked his knuckles and creaked his neck to one side. Every bone in both places released loud little pops. Adrian appeared to be entertained by my feelings. Will, though? Will acted threatened. What had his boxers in a twist? "The last person who broke the pact paid for it," Will said, his nostrils flaring. I scowled. "What does that mean? I thought you just let guys go." "We do," Adrian said. "If they don't want in, they can walk away. It's different if you've already signed. You won't get access to the financial funding the frat provides." I knew it. Deep down, I knew I'd have to choose the guys or my girl. They'd said as much during the hazing when Wes had walked out. "This is bogus, man," I said, my voice heated. "Before you kidnap members and drag them off to your secret room, maybe you should share the parameters of a contract like this, so they know just what they're agreeing to." "You knew what you were agreeing to." Adrian held his pool cue upright as though it were a staff, remaining completely composed. "All of it," Will added, his voice agitated. He threw his cue at the pool table. It landed with a hard clunk, scattering the balls and causing the dark-haired woman to jump and look back at us. "We told you what will happen if you break it. Trust me, you walk away now, you'll regret it." The veins in his temple bulged. Adrian quirked a brow at Will as if surprised by his response, but he didn't contradict him. I folded my arms, my breath seething. They were backing me into a corner. I was so not taking this lying down. Sean strolled down the steps now. "Problem here, boys?" he asked. I changed my mind. I answered him, but kept my glare on Will. "I don't want any part of your pact." "It's too late. You already signed." Will pushed past the pool table and rammed his chest against mine. I didn't back down. His confrontation added to the angry heat coursing in my blood, and I shoved him away. "Show me," I said, bracing myself for him to come at me again. "Prove it to me." Will's shoulders rose and fell. His hands clenched at his sides, and he cracked his neck to the side again. Ridiculous. Like anyone needed to pop their neck that much. I couldn't believe he was this bent out of shape about this. I brought my gaze to Sean's. He was the president, after all, the one who'd presented the pact. I'd answer to him about this, not anyone else. Sean nodded to Adrian. Returning his pool cue to the stand, Adrian abandoned the game and strode toward the stairs with wide strides. Fists still clenched, Will stalked back to me. He got in my space, thrusting his chest against mine once more and heaving with stagnant breath that made me want to hurl. He stared me down as if he could change my mind through sheer intimidation. It wasn't just bad breath. His BO wafted to me, rankling my nose. "Get out of my face," I told him, shoving him back again. He staggered but did as I told him. The longer we stood in a face-off, the more I fumed. If I'd known this was going to be such a big deal, I never would have associated myself with this fraternity. Not ever. Hunter, Knox, Maddox, Duncan, Scarlett, and the unnamed woman all stared at me. I glared from man to man, woman to woman, wondering how they could all agree to it. How could any of them live like this? Sure, I wanted financial help, but I wasn't that desperate. There were other places to live. There were other ways to fund my education. Minutes later, the sound of footsteps thundered down the stairs. Adrian returned and passed the tablet to Sean. Sean tapped the screen a few times and then handed it to me. Pulse pumping with fury, I looked over the document. I didn't recognize any of this, and I kicked myself for not being more diligent about looking into what I was signing. There were terms to this pact of theirs, and a lot of them. Many of them were ridiculous. There was talk of the Loch Ness Monster and lost cities of gold. How could anyone put any stock in this whatsoever? There were also more serious terms, though, and like I'd been dead from the neck up, I'd signed it blindly. I swiped down until there at the bottom was my hastily scratched signature. I'd never hated the sight of my own name more. "Delete it," I said. "I changed my mind. I want out." "Finn targeted the last guy who bailed," Sean said, referring to the frat brother who'd founded the pact in the first place. He took the device and passed it back to Adrian, and he had every legal right to do so. Targeted how? I didn't want to know. It didn't matter. No matter what he said, nothing they did to me could be that bad. Besides, I seriously doubted anything like this would hold up in court. "Finn is dead now," I said, meeting his glare, "and the pact can go next." An intense hum stirred the air like the charge on an electric fence. I glanced from one face to the next. Adrian looked concerned. Sean lifted his chin. Will's shoulders shook with rage, but no one argued with me. When no one gave a response, I headed to the stairs. That was it. I was packing my stuff. I'd bow out, find somewhere else to live. "You'll have to pay," Sean said to my back. "The fraternity has already provided funding for your classes that you'll have to refund. In signing this, you also gave us license to do with your belongings what we will." "I don't care." I didn't. If money was all there was to it, it couldn't be that bad, could it? My parents had nothing, so I already knew I couldn't rely on them. Dad worked a dead-end job as an electrician and had such terrible spending habits that the money he did bring in, that didn't go to fund his other family, all went to feed his ridiculous hobbies before it went to paying bills. Mom took whatever fast food gig she could find until she got fired from that one and had to move on to the next. My YouTube channel would take off. I'd find a few more jobs. I'd make it work. On second thought, I paused halfway up the stairs and pointed to the tablet in Adrian's hand. "Send me a copy of that," I told him. That way, I could know just what was going on here. That way, Once I could afford to, I could hire a lawyer and see if there were any loopholes to guard myself against whatever they had coming. I'd get student loans, I'd work as many jobs as it took. They could rest assured I'd do everything I could to keep Sigma Phi Rho off my back. I stormed the rest of the way up the stairs to the main level, and then I rounded the next flight of stairs to the room Ulrich and I shared. Pausing, I stared at the space I used to feel so privileged to stay in. Minutes later, Ulrich entered behind me. Dude, what happened back there? Will is raging through the basement. He's got serious anger issues. He punched a hole in the wall after you left. I was sure Sean loved that. Will and I weren't even close. What did he care if I left? What did any of them care? I announced my dissolvement with Sigma Phi Rho, that's what. And you should too. No way, he said, resting his hand on the foot of the bed. I'm happy here. I gaped at him. How is that even possible? You heard them down there. You know there's a cost for anyone who goes against the pact. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter, Ulrich said. I'm not falling in love. I barely recognized this imposter. This wasn't my brother. He and I had both received the acceptance letter for Sigma Phi Rho at the same time. We'd celebrated. He'd hardly been able to contain his excitement at being part of the brotherhood. I wasn't sure he wanted marriage like I did. Maybe he'd feel differently when he got older. What about Scarlett? Ulrich smiled. She doesn't want love either. You know that's messed up, right? What's so messed up about it? Because she isn't committed to you or anyone else, and neither are you. I've seen her with Maddox too, dude. So what? So you don't care that she's with other guys at the same time as she's with you? You both can just do whatever we want. Yeah, that's what I like about it. Unbelievable. I'd thought maybe Ulrich would come to his senses, but he was just as deluded as the rest of them. Where are you going to go now? Ulrich said as I pulled my suitcases from beneath the bed. Before I managed to get the zipper open, what sounded like a stampede stormed up the stairs. The door to my room flew open. It was Will and a few others. Adrian was nowhere in sight, and neither was Hawk, Maddox, Duncan, or River. I didn't know all these guys. This time they weren't wearing masks. I could see every one of their faces as they circled me. My nerves clenched, and the bottom dropped out of my stomach. I knew, in the same way I'd known back when I'd been jumped at the skate park, they were going to pummel me for this. Since I was outnumbered and had nothing by way of defense, I braced myself, waiting for the impact. If this was what it took to be with Bria, to be my own man, so be it. I'd take whatever I had to if it meant having her once this was all over. To my surprise, none of them threw a punch. Will and another man with dark skin hooked their hands beneath my arms and hauled me out into the hall. I was ushered down the stairs, herded to the door, and then shoved out so hard I fell down the porch steps and scraped my knees and palms on the sidewalk. This isn't the end, Will said. He loomed from his place on the porch, staring down at me as though he were the lord of the fraternity. You can't turn your back on the pact. Palms stinging, I pushed to my feet and wiped a hand across my mouth. Bits of gravel were stuck to my skin. I gave him the fiercest glower I could muster. They couldn't control me. I'd press charges for this. I'd see what repercussions I could take. They couldn't treat people this way. Watch me, I said. Will swore and attempted to charge in my direction. The man beside him intercepted. Just let him go, he said. Will's shoulders rose and fell. He glowered at me with fiery hatred. You're a traitor! Will spat onto the ground as though punctuating the statement. Do you have any idea what the rest of us have given up to keep our word? You think you can just pansy out whenever you feel like it? You better get out of here before I get angry. He turned around and walked back into the house. My blood sped double time through my veins. What was he talking about? What had he given up to keep the pact? Or maybe I should say who. If Will was stupid enough to let a woman he loved go for a piece of paper, that was his problem. I wasn't going to do the same. I was leaving, but not without gathering my belongings first. I need my stuff, I shouted, hurrying up the porch steps. Before I made it to the top, Will slammed the door. The lock clicked into place, and my panic surged. My school books, the key to the garage for my bike, not to mention my clothes, and pretty much everything I had to my name. It was all in the room they'd rooted me out of. I slapped my open palm against the door. "Open up! I need to get my stuff!" Will muttered something through the door, but his words were muffled. It sounded like, "I'll give you your stuff." "Will, open the door!" Laughing, Will said something to the man beside him, and then the two of them turned tail and booked it back up the stairs. Agitation swelled in my gut. Furious, I dashed down the porch steps into the side of the house. I made it just as Will wrenched the window open. "This isn't cool, Will," I said. "You wanted your stuff?" Will snarled. "Here." "Stop!" My words came too late. Shirts, jeans, socks, and underwear all came flying out the window. Handful after handful drifted down as though he'd opened my dresser drawers and emptied them on the spot. I hurried to gather my things and regretted it. A book nearly topped me on the head. More books came, textbooks, notebooks, pens, shoes. All of my earthly possessions were being tossed one by one, as though they were worthless. "This is bull!" I shouted, swearing at Will and the others, dashing forward only to get pelted by something small and sharp. My stuff just kept coming. They tossed everything out. Blankets, pillow, more books. "Don't!" I winced as they vaulted my computer. It crashed into the sidewalk without warning. Small pieces of plastic broke and scattered on the pavement, and from the crackling web across the screen, it looked irreparably shattered. Every bad name and word I knew ruptured in my brain. I pictured breaking the glass on the door and storming my way in there, fists blazing, knocking their lights out for this. But what good would that do? In all likelihood, it would get me arrested rather than them. I suppose I could call the police and report them for destruction of property, but I'd sign the stupid pact, which would be held against me. I was helpless. I had no choice but to stand there and watch them demolish my earthly possessions until, finally, the last few notebooks clattered to the ground. "You guys suck!" I shouted to the window just as it closed. I was fuming. Anger pumped blood through my veins so fast I was ready to run a marathon. Pathetically, as they intended me to do, I began sorting through everything, lumping it into piles, and collecting what I could in my arms. Shouting resonated from inside the building. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like someone was coming to my defense. At least there was that. I wondered who had the nerve. Certainly not my brother. Ulrich had gone to the dark side. I'd hardly recognized him. Besides, that wasn't his voice. Doing what I could to curb my frustration, I began stuffing items into my suitcase that had also been flung out. Clothes, shoes, everything I could fit in there. I hauled it to my car and came back again. And again, and again. From the cracked screen of my computer, I knew it was toast. Like I had $1,000 just lying around to buy a new one. How was I going to finish my classes without it? Would the guys ensure that I got kicked out of school too? It took several trips until I had finally collected everything I could, including my bike from the garage. Thankfully, I'd put the bike all back together, and it was small enough to wedge into my back seat. There was no hope for my computer, which made me seethe. I sank into the driver's seat of my car and stared. Pulsing overtook my body, pounding to the tips of my fingers. Emptiness wedged in my ribcage. I was in complete disbelief. The guys I'd thought were my friends, my brothers, had turned on me. Even my own biological brother had ducked his tail between his legs and showed himself to be a coward. Ulrich hadn't come to my defense. Neither had Adrian. None of them had. Just what was in that contract, and what was I going to do about it now? My thoughts wouldn't settle. I had nowhere else to go. I could drive to St. Paul and go home, I suppose, but that seemed like a last-ditch option. The only person I wanted to see right now was Bria. Would she be willing to let me back into her life? Or would she kick me out for good, too? She'd already fainted over kisses and pricked fingers. How would she react once I finally spilled the truth about the fraternity?
Chapter 14. Bria, 21, felt no different than 20, yet there was a renewed variation inside of me as I peeled myself out of bed and went about my typical Saturday cleaning routine. Bathrooms, vacuuming, laundry. I should have been happier. I should have been gushing about my upcoming party and the excitement over reaching this new milestone in my life, and especially over Felicity's promise of finding out about my birth parents. Instead, I was dejected. I still hadn't gotten over my disappointing conversation with Gray the day before. I'd fallen for someone who'd pledged not to love me back. That meant his feelings for me weren't as strong as mine for him. As strong as I'd hoped. Kidnapping, forcing him to vow something this serious. Those sounded manipulative and controlling. Why would he even want to be a part of this organization? He hadn't contacted me since our argument yesterday. He also hadn't told me whether or not he was coming to my party. I felt as though we'd broken up before we'd had a chance to really get going, and I was not okay. What was entailed in that pact he'd joined? Just how big of a commitment had he made to the fraternity? I didn't hate him for what he'd done. How could I? I was just at a loss. Life before I'd known Gray was bleak, monotonous, going through the motions bleak. My only ambition had been to get my degree, graduate, and find a teaching job somewhere. Maybe establish myself as the resident cat lady of a new town. But once I'd met him, my future had begun to flicker and shift like the turned end of a kaleidoscope. Suddenly, the colors I'd expected to find before changed. They elongated and warped into beautiful new twists of possibility. Now, that possibility was dimming faster than an unplugged lamp. Yesterday, I'd resolved to let him go. But today? Today, I remembered all the reasons I'd thought I loved him, and that was adding to my dilemma. Love didn't change even though circumstances did. It just made loving that person hurt more. That was all. There had to be some way out of this, assuming that was what he wanted. Halfway through folding my jeans, my phone pinged. I fairly leaped across the room to check the screen, and I allowed my heart full rein to gallop at the sight of Gray's name in the little text box. Gray. Happy birthday, beautiful. I hope you're having a great day. Gray. You were right about secrets. I should have told you about the pact. I just didn't know how. Gray. Sorry I was silent yesterday after you left. I'm sorry for so much. Each text came in one after the other. I was dying for answers. This was exactly what I'd furtively hoped, for openness, for honesty, for him to let me in. I had to know, what was he going to do about the pact? Me. Is everything okay? What happened? Gray. The frat kicked me out. I need a place to stay. Can I crash with you for a few days? Oh my goodness, they kicked him out? I could think of only one reason they'd do that. Me. My heart took off like a shot. Me. What happened? Gray. I'll be there in a few minutes if that's okay. I'll explain everything. And I have something I'd like to tell you. Worry skewered through me, spearing straight up my spine. Something had happened, but I wasn't sure what. I didn't know what to tell him. Of course, I didn't mind him staying here, but I had to check with Sadie. Tell me now, I said to my phone with a squeal. I was so done with secrets. He was killing me. Keeping me in suspense after I'd waited in agony for a full day was so not fair. Me. What is it? Gray. I promise I'll tell you everything. He sent a kissy emoji that sent my spirits on a whirligig. I wasn't sure how close he was. The fraternity was located on the other side of Hyde Park, so I figured he'd be here in about 20 minutes or so. I finished my chores and dressed in my new jeans, a shirt with fat gray stripes and a pink cardigan. As I was finishing my hair, Sadie strolled through the door with the mail tucked beneath her arm. Happy birthday, Rumi, Sadie said, waving several cards that were addressed to me. Oh, yay, I said, shutting off the bathroom light and taking them from her. She slipped into a chair at the table and slid her finger to open the flap on a letter of her own. I browsed through birthday greetings, trying to figure out how to broach the subject of Gray staying here for a few days. If only I had more details. What reason could I give her? She wouldn't go for having a man stay here with us unless it was dire. I'd make sure nothing went on between us two. A glance at the clock told me it was nearing 1 o'clock. We'd have to leave soon if we didn't want to be late. You're coming to my party, right? I asked. She smiled again and seemed to shake herself once more. Of course, I'll be there. Good, I said. I'd almost worked up the courage to mention Gray when a knock pounded on the door. My foot caught on the chair leg, but I regained my balance and pushed to answer. I wasn't sure what I expected to find when I opened the door. Had they hurt him? Was I going to find him beaten? Fortunately, he wasn't bruised or black-eyed. I expelled a breath. He did look agitated, though. Worry rimmed his eyes, and he hung on the threshold like he needed help to stand. He was dressed to kill in dark jeans and a torso-hugging t-shirt that emphasized the shape of him I'd seen from his YouTube video. I reached for his arm. "You're here. What's going on?" Sadie brought her hands to her mouth as Gray sank onto the couch. He looked wary, downtrodden, just plain sad. As if sensing the seriousness of the situation, she rose and strode toward the hall and her bedroom, leaving the two of us alone. "What happened?" I asked. "I backed out," he said. "Backed out of what? The fraternity?" Gray wiped a hand over his face. "When I agreed to the pact, they had me sign something. I was stupid. I didn't read the fine print. I didn't look at what I was signing. I thought it was all a joke." He'd mentioned as much the day before, but I hadn't been in a mindset to press him for details. Sign something? Like a contract? That's what Sean made it sound like. Ever since you and I talked yesterday, it's been eating at me. Today, I told them I was out. I told them I didn't care, that I was crazy for you, and I couldn't live like the rest of them. It's for life, Bria. What kind of idiot agrees not to fall in love for life? His eyes were ravenous and emotional. His fraternity, his chance at scholarships. He'd walked away from it, for me. I couldn't wrap my head around this. So they kicked you out? That's why you need somewhere to stay? They kicked me out, literally. Then they threw all my stuff from my bedroom window. I gathered what I could and came straight here. "Gray, I'm so sorry," I said. I'd do it all over again if I had to." "You would?" I met his fervent gaze. This time, the insistence there had shifted to something else. Admiration. He slid to the edge of the cushion. "I have something to tell you, something I wanted to say when you came over yesterday, something I should never have held back." I swallowed and clutched my hands to my chest. My entire body was throbbing, droning, thriving on whatever he was going to admit. He offered a hand, luring me to close the distance between us. I took it. His warm fingers closed over mine, and he tugged me insistently, pulling me until I took the open seat beside him. Gray turned and stroked my cheek. "I love you, Bria Cox. I love you. I love you. And I can't live in a world where I can't be with you. I couldn't stay there, not if it meant giving you up." I was a puddle. I was nothing but a pulse. I tried to say his name, but the sound that left my lips wouldn't form words. A small flame flickered in the center of my chest. He wasn't real. He couldn't be. Every dream I'd had of him had led me to moments like this, and yet with every inch closer to him, the painting didn't blur. If anything, he sharpened even more into focus until he consumed all of my vision. "Why would you do that?" I finally asked. Why? "You changed my life the day you walked into the shop," he said. "Every day since has been my favorite ride. You're my black diamond." So much of what he said eddied before me, not quite settling enough to make sense. I lifted my gaze to find his intent on me. Black diamond? I wasn't sure I'd ever seen a black diamond before. I preferred things a little more on the clear, sparkly side. Diamonds, though, meant so many things. They were rare, priceless, jewels with a singular, specific meaning. He couldn't be hinting at a proposal yet, could he? I shook the thought away as quickly as it had come. I'd only known him for a matter of weeks. If he were proposing to me, that would be insane. But still, he loved me. He'd left his pact, the guys at the frat, for me. Gray chuckled. "Bike trails have ratings," he said. "They're marked to help people know what kind of trail they're in for, so people can have an idea of the difficulty before they begin." "And Black Diamond is a trail?" "My favorite kind," he said, with a roguish quirk on his lips. "It's a rush, makes my heart thunder and keeps me guessing, so I crave whatever the trail is about to throw at me next. You keep me on my toes, and it's pretty thrilling." The muddied waters of my thoughts began to clear. A small speck in my stomach began to burn. So many of his words stuck out. Rush, crave, thunder. He felt those things for me? My body trembled as though his admission had a charge that had infused into my bone marrow. Every single particle of me was marked with his name. "You're my black diamond." I'd make the same choice again if it came down to it. I'm choosing you, Bria. Whoa. Talk about a birthday present. My heart thrummed against my sternum. "I saw you on YouTube," I said. You're amazing on there." Gray lowered his chin. When he lifted his head again, his mouth did strange things to my bloodstream. Thank you. How come you never told me about your channel? He shrugged. I get girls fawning over me all the time. You were genuine. I didn't want to ruin that. I lost myself in his hazel eyes. That look stilled the Earth's rotation. It wove through me, embedding into me. I needed to lighten the moment before it pulled me under. He didn't help matters. Gray cradled my face in his hands and placed the gentlest of kisses on my mouth. How's the bloodstream? He asked. With you around? I'd like to be around a little longer until I find my own place. Do you mind? I'll be a good boy, I promise. He flashed me a devastating grin that made me feel like a melted marshmallow. I'll have to run it by Sadie, I said, trying to keep myself together. Gray was here. He loved me. My dreams weren't shattering after all. What are you going to do about school? About a place to live? I'm going to look for other housing, but I may have to drop out of school. Once they pull the funding, I won't be able to attend my classes. Sean made it sound like I'd incur additional fees to the fraternity. No wonder they have enough to offer scholarships, I muttered. Gray released a humorless chuckle. Isn't there anything you can do? Sue them or something? I don't know, he said. I don't have a copy of the contract they made me sign. I asked Sean to email it to me. We'll see if he does. We were silent for a few more minutes, and then I glanced at the clock. More time had passed since he'd arrived than I thought. We're going to be late for my party, I said, rising to stand and smoothing a hand over my stomach. You're coming, aren't you? Did you get what you needed cleared up? We should have left 10 minutes ago. Gray stood as well and then offered me a hand. The instant our fingers touched, a charge surged between us, fastening around my sternum and compelling me to move in closer. I resisted and wove my fingers through his instead. He lifted my hand and placed a soft kiss against it. I did. Will your aunts mind if we're a few minutes late? He asked. I fought the flutter from that kiss. They're cool about everything, although we'd better hurry. They probably think I'm trying to ditch out to avoid... Avoid what? I gave him an apologetic grimace. I wasn't going to say anything, but they tried to set me up with someone during this party. It was arranged before I met you. I begged them not to go through with it, but I wouldn't put anything past them. Gray rubbed his chin. He considered for a moment, checked his phone, and then pocketed it again. That's funny. My manager has been trying to set me up on a blind date for a few weeks now, too. For today? I asked. Was that the text he'd gotten that he hadn't wanted to tell me about? He rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I told her no, that I was into you, but I'm not sure she ever canceled it. I guess she'll find out when you don't show up then, I said, giving him a smirk. His thumb stroked the back of my hand. I guess so. Gray, there's another reason I'm eager to get there. Aunt Felicity told me. She hinted that they're going to share who my birth parents are today. His eyes flickered with interest. Really? Really. He kissed the back of my hand. How do you feel about that? The fluttering anticipation that had lodged in my chest since our conversation that day took flight all over again. Good, I said. I told her nothing she could say will change how much I love them, but I'd like to know all the same, you know? I can imagine, he said, gesturing to the door. What are we waiting for then? Let's find out. I clutched his hand, holding mine with my free one. Let's find out. Chapter 15. Bria. Each of my steps had both a bounce and a stagger. My happiness at making up with Gray, my eagerness to have him meet the aunts, and especially the surprise Aunt Felicity promised me all but sent me into light speed. At the same time, uncertainty joined the fray. I'd thought he was lost to me for good. I'd thought he'd chosen his friends, his financing, his fraternity, but he'd chosen me. Why should I be worried? This was a total dab moment. There were times I doubted him, but he was here. He'd lost everything, and now we were going to my birthday party as though nothing between us had changed. Yet I knew that wasn't the case. So much had changed. Sympathy struck me for all he'd given up. I felt awful for him. His friends, the men in his fraternity, they'd all turned on him. I couldn't imagine how devastating that was. He had nowhere else to go. I knew he was trying to put on a brave face, but occasionally I caught glimpses of sadness in his eyes. Each time I saw that glimpse, my heart cracked a little inside. I wanted to do what I could to help him get through this. Gray had a chance to start over. He'd lost the support and fellowship he'd found at Sigma Phi Rho, but that hadn't been true friendship and support, and hopefully I could help him see as much. Friends didn't force one another to make promises about ridiculous things and then punish them when the other person disagreed. Friends were supposed to help one another, to ease each other's burdens, to help one another when life got hard, not to make one another's lives harder. Every time I asked him how he was, what I could do to help him, he gave me a sad smile and told me I was already doing it. Helplessness cascaded over me. Whenever I felt as lost as he did, I turned to the aunts. Those 3 women knew exactly how to cheer me up. They fed me, they hugged me, they took me shopping, or simply sat with me and talked. Gray needed friends like that too, and in that moment, I couldn't think of 3 better people to start off with than Felicity, Credenza, and Marianne. "I can't wait for you to meet the aunts," I told him as we stepped out of my apartment. "Yeah? Why is that?" "Not only are they amazing, but they go all out for my birthdays," I said as I locked my apartment behind us. "Plus, they're great listeners." His eyes registered my statement. "I know you mean well, but this is your day, Bria. I'd really like to keep the focus on you." "I know, but you just lost everything." "I'll find it again," he said, taking my hand, bringing it to his mouth, and placing a kiss there. "Please, I can't dwell on it now. I want to have my attention on you." I lost myself in his gaze, in the sincerity burning there. Gradually, I gave a nod of agreement. "So tell me," he said, keeping my hand in his, "what do they do for your birthdays?" We strolled down the sidewalk toward the parking lot. When I turned 16, the aunts had invited the entire neighborhood for a party with a live band. At 18, they'd set up a scavenger hunt throughout Hyde Park that sent me searching for the keys to the car I still drive. Gray pointed to my red Ford. "This car?" "Yep." I tapped my key fob to unlock the doors. Since his car was full of his belongings, we'd be taking mine. "Impressive," he said. "I wonder what they'll do for 21. "I guess it's time to go and see." Rather than opening his door, he stared at the cars in the lot. I followed the line of his gaze toward where a black car was parked. His stuff had been crammed in by the handful, it looked like, and a twinge of sympathy for him struck through me all over again. I couldn't believe the guys at the fraternity would stoop so low. I just hoped this was the end of it, that they wouldn't pester him any longer. I guess only time would tell. I wondered if we shouldn't take his things inside. This was Chicago, after all. Suggesting as much, he agreed, and I helped him haul his things into the apartment, including his beloved bike. Looks like we'd be more than 10 minutes late, but when I texted the aunts to give them an update, they said they understood and were excited to see us when we got there. Eventually, we made our way across town. The senior center had so many cars parked out front, I couldn't find anywhere close. I eked past at a slow pace, both hands on the wheel, but no openings showed themselves. "Stop here," he suggested. "I'll drop you off, and then I'll find a place." I gripped his hand. There was only one chance for him to make a first impression, and I didn't want to miss the aunt's reaction to meeting him. Marianne would coo and gush over how gorgeous he was. Felicity would flutter about his physique and good manners. And Credenza? I both chuckled and squirmed at the thought. Credenza had the uncanny knack of pointing out flaws and laying out expectations that came out sounding more like threats. She was as bristly as a cactus, but she also had the sweet water inside once a person got through her rough exterior. "That's thoughtful," I said, "but I don't mind walking. I'd rather go in together." "Walking it is." I crawled at a snail's pace to the end of the street, parked, and together we strolled down the sidewalk, past collections of buttery, dancing daffodils, and swaying pink tulips the color of clouds at sunset. Gray walked with his head down. "You doing okay?" I asked, drinking in a breath of cool air and wishing I knew of a way to help him. "I am," he said. "I'm still a little dumbfounded." "I don't blame you," I said, not knowing what else to say. He squeezed my hand. "Let's forget about it for now, okay? Today is about you. I want to celebrate you." The senior center's white brick exterior was offset by scads of balloons. "They're not discreet, are they?" Gray asked. Startled at the censure in his tone, I glanced to find him scowling at the decor. "They're definitely not," I said. Gray didn't seem to share my ease of mind. "I'm just saying you can't be too careful," says the man whose impressively chiseled torso is all over YouTube. The smile he gave me ignited a flurry of butterflies in my stomach. "You liked that, didn't you?" I admit nothing. My cheeks were saying enough for me. I was sure I flamed bright red. "I won't tell you that's my favorite video of yours. Or that I'd watched it at least 1,000 times since Sadie and I stumbled across it a few days ago. The sight of Gray shirtless was enough to make anyone swoon." Gray chuckled and leaned in to press a kiss to my cheek before getting the door for me. Country music greeted my ears, along with a wave of welcome heat that contrasted with the cool spring air. Balloons exploded in every color and over every doorway in the central hall. The senior center might seem like an odd place for a party, but the price was right, and it had the perfect amount of space for our small collection of friends. My gaze cast across the gathering of round tables and balloon rainbows above the refreshment table, where a huge unicorn cake took up more room than any cake rightly should. My heart warmed to find so many familiar faces among the guests, too. Others I knew from classes at the University of Chicago, friends from church, and several families who lived on the same street as the aunts all gathered in anticipation. In the far corner, a table proudly bore loud packages that shouted with bright ribbons and wrapping paper. "Finally! The lady of the hour!" came a voice. I turned to find myself the recipient of 3 distinct, familiar, and heartwarming hugs. "Happy birthday," Marianne said sweetly. Felicity said the same, but both women's attention was limited by the sight of Gray still holding my hand. Credenza turned to him and jutted out her hand. She wore a frilly skirt with too much tulle that made her look like a cupcake. Gray took her hand, and though she barely reached his shoulder, with the fierce glower she was giving him, you would think she was the taller of the two. "You must be Gray," Credenza said. "I am, and if you hurt our girl, I'll kill you." "Credenza!" I chastised under my breath. I expected them to give him a hard time, but death threats off the bat? If my inclination to pass out at the sight of blood didn't scare him away, she certainly would. "Noted," Gray said, his smile growing. So, not the first impression I was hoping for. At least he seemed to be okay with it. I decided to step in before things went any farther south than they already had. I gave the aunts a pointed look that I hoped said, "I like this guy. Please don't ruin this for me." "This is Credenza," I began. Credenza puffed out her chest and lifted her chin. "I'm the favorite." Marianne nudged her aside. "Evidence will show that the title, Favorite Aunt, belongs to me." "Actually," Felicity said, edging her way in. Before she could speak her piece, Gray laughed. "From what Bria has told me, you all hold that title." Felicity jutted her hand in his direction. "Nice to meet you, even though you ruined my birthday plans." "Oh?" "Auntie Liss," I said, again with a chastising tone. Felicity's attention wavered. She caught a glimpse of someone near the door, and before the conversation broke, the last person I expected to find here strolled to join the group. Gray sounded as startled as I was. "Kiara? What are you doing here?" I always made sure to buy a candy bar while visiting Gray. She'd been the one to ring them up sometimes. Was she here to accuse me of stealing something? "You came after all?" Felicity said in surprise. "I thought you said you weren't going to." "What are you doing here?" Gray asked again. Kiara laughed, though something seemed off about her smile. I didn't know her well, but I detected traces of worry behind her eyes. "I said my friend wasn't going to come. I should have mentioned I was still planning on it. Except—" She raised her brows at Gray. He cast his gaze from Kiara to the aunts to me and back again. "You mean this is him?" Felicity's thumb jutted in Gray's direction, but her question wasn't for me. It was for Kiara. "What are you talking about?" I asked. Felicity's long, pale face was bright red, but her smile soon made it wider than it was narrow. "Kiara is a friend from high school. The two of us got talking weeks ago. We stuck our heads together and thought it would be a good idea to get the two of you together." I gaped at Gray, who smiled back at me in return. So you were going to set me up with Gray? Why didn't you say as much when I told you about him? Felicity lifted her long fingers. I didn't know the man Kiara works with was the same guy you've been gushing to us about. I stared at Gray in wonder, but his attention was on Kiara. Did you know about this? He asked. I didn't know it was her, his manager said with an astonished smile. What a small world, I said. Felicity pressed her lips together and lifted her chin. Turns out my birthday surprise came through after all. You two were always meant to meet. He had been my blind date? That meant no matter what had happened, we would have met anyway. That's not the only surprise we have, Credenza said, slapping a conical birthday hat onto her head. We have something we'd like to tell you, but let's have cake first. I caught Felicity's gaze. Was this it? The moment of truth? I didn't care about the cake. I wanted to whisk away with the ants, to hear every detail they hadn't yet told me, to finally have the truth. But as Credenza attempted to tug me toward the table laden with presents, my hand was snared by Gray's. His fingers tightened, keeping me in place. He bent toward Kiara with an expression of concern as she whispered in his ear, and the longer she spoke, the firmer his grasp on my hand grew. Credenza became insistent. She pulled that much harder. My hand slipped from Gray's. A line appeared between his brows. His gaze locked on mine as the throng gathered around me, and a bowling ball sank into my stomach at our sudden separation. It was like that moment in a movie where two lovers were separated, stretching their hands out toward one another as unbeatable odds crashed in. Marianne nudged me behind the table, while Felicity bent her lanky form over the cake and its candles. I couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did I care that he didn't come with me? Gray's attention was on the door. I waved him over, but he raised a single finger and pointed to the door. Wait, no, I muttered. Where was he going? What had Kiara said to him? What's wrong? Credenza asked. Where is he going? I asked. Make a wish, someone from the crowd shouted. People cheered and whooped and called out my name. Credenza placed her hand on my back. I searched, but with the table between me and the crowd and the ants flanking me, I was boxed in. Then he came back into view. Lifting his chin, he gave me a little nod as if encouraging me. There was something else in that look, though. Something troubled and concerned. What was bothering him? Don't leave him burning, Credenza shouted over the crowd. Concerned, I leaned over the cake, over the dots of orange flame flickering from each candle, and made the only wish my heart could conjure at this point. His face. His name. Everything about Gray. I just wanted Gray. I blew out the candles to raucous applause. Seconds later, an explosive sound clattered. The door was kicked open so hard it smashed into the wall behind it, and a man staggered inside. Though I didn't know his name, I recognized his face. He was from the fraternity, and he stared daggers at his so-called brother.
Chapter 16. Gray. Kiara had whispered to me that a man outside was looking for me. Nothing else could have taken me from Bria's side, especially not once I realized that man was Will. I had every intention of subverting him before he made it to the gathering, but I wasn't fast enough. He kicked the door open so hard it smashed into the wall. People screamed, jumping at the noise, covering their ears. Their cheering for Bria dimmed. Fear struck my chest as the threats he'd made to me came rushing back. Was he really here to give me more crap for leaving? Hadn't he done enough? In every interaction I'd had with him, Will had acted like a ticking time bomb. As far as I could tell, he wasn't carrying a weapon, but I wouldn't put it past him to have one hidden within his jacket. I lifted my hands in a show of surrender and approached. The best thing to do would be to lure him out of here, away from all these people, away from Bria. He'd been unhinged and cracked the last time we'd spoken. For all I knew, he was drunk. Who knew what he might do now? Will, I said, what are you doing here? I heard about the party. Bria Cox's 21st birthday. His words were slurred. The front of his shirt was smeared with who knew what. Was he wasted? How did he even know about this? I hadn't mentioned Bria's party to anyone, unless I may have said something to Ulrich. Had my own brother ratted me out? Will's eyes swept over the crowd, and a fist squeezed my heart as his gaze landed on her. Bria, my Bria, Intense protectiveness swept over me. I would knock him out before I let him hurt her. I wouldn't let him near her. I stepped between him and the crowd. "What do you say we go out in the hall and talk?" Will sneered at me before his attention veered to someone behind me. I groaned, hoping I wouldn't turn and find her closer to us. Too late, there she was, parting the crowd with her pretty smile, directed at the fathead. My defenses were locked and loaded. Blood pumped hard and fast. I clenched my fists, ready to do whatever it took. I'd pummel him if he did anything to her. "Hi, Will, is it? It's nice to meet you," she said pleasantly. He inhaled and tilted his head back, as if trying to see her more clearly. "You can't mean that. You don't know who I am." The scent of alcohol escaped on his breath. "I saw you at the fraternity," she said. "It's your birthday, huh? I didn't get an invitation." I rolled my eyes. "That's because you weren't invited." He slid a glare in my direction that was sharp enough to cut. "You should have told me she was having a party. I have a present for her." "That's sweet," she said, but her words were cut off. She'd gotten too close to him. He reached for her. I dove in, but his elbow struck my face, and before I knew it, he held her against his chest and pressed a knife to her throat. Bria's eyes widened with terror. "The birthday girl and I are leaving," Will said, backing with her toward the door. "Oh, no, you don't." Credenza marched forward, flanked by Marianne and Felicity. Nose throbbing where he'd struck me, I stepped in to join their ranks. "You're not taking her anywhere," I snarled, working through the scenario in my brain. If I could get close enough, I could grasp his hand holding the knife. Doing so might hurt Bria, though. I couldn't risk that. Somehow we needed her out of the way. "If you hurt her, you're going down," I added. "You've got that wrong. The pact still stands. It's not something you can walk away from. This will only serve you right." The pact? This was about the pact? I'd always sensed there was something off about Will, but I had no idea he was this psychotic. "This is between you and me," I said. "Leave Bria out of it." He gripped her tighter to him. A small, scared noise escaped her lips. "You brought her into this," he said. "Not me. You should have stayed with the brethren." The stress of the situation heightened. Will shifted. The knife point skimmed her jawline. Bria's fear-stricken eyes widened. The color left her cheeks. Her eyes rolled, and then she went limp in his grasp. Her sudden total weight was too much for him. Will lost his grip on the knife. It slipped to the floor as he tried catching her body, and I dove. Fist clenched, I lobbed it against the side of my ex-fraternity brother's face. He knocked backward, losing his hold on Bria completely. Credenza and Felicity went to her side, and I continued pushing Will back, out of the room, away from the crowd, away from anyone else he might be able to hurt. Will staggered and blocked my next hit. Stars danced in my brain as the force of his punch collided with my jaw. I shook it off, shook off the pain as quickly as I could, but it wasn't fast enough to stop him. Will staggered clumsily toward the exit and pushed through to the afternoon outside. Everything in me told me to give chase, to hunt the scumbag down and make him pay for what he'd done. To her. To me. A hand gripped my arm. I whipped around to find Kiara's wide, concerned eyes. "Are you okay?" That glance, that question, grounded me just enough. I nursed my jaw with one hand and watched his beat-up Range Rover rattle away down the street. I released a chain of colorful words. He'd gotten away. I couldn't tell if I was relieved or not. Part of me wanted to go after him, to see that justice was done and ensure he never came near Bria or me again. But I wasn't entirely sure how to do that, short of having him or me arrested. Did anyone have the sense to call the police during all of that? Or better yet, take a picture or two of the altercation as evidence? "I'm fine," I said, nursing my jaw. "How's Bria?" "She's fine. Her aunts are helping her." Good. Still shaking from the fight, I attempted to tap my phone screen. "We need to call the police." "I already did," Kiara said. "The minute he smashed into the party. They'll probably be here in a few minutes." "Now that he's gone," I sneered, working my jaw to ease the stiffness there. I'd never been hit in the face before, but it was awful. The next moments were a blur. Bria's Aunt Marianne got me a bag of ice to hold against my cheek. I sat on the couch in the foyer with her as many of the gathered crowd offered both condolences and congratulations, and then left. The police finally arrived. I gave them a detailed account of events, with others interjecting their take on things. The officer added the notes to the report I'd already given them on Will and the fraternity, and then told us to call immediately if we saw him again. Eventually, it was just Bria's aunts, Bria, her roommate Sadie, Kiara, and me. Bria sat on the couch next to me, with her head resting against my shoulder. I stared at our joined hands as I stroked her fingertips with mine. A small sizzle speared across my skin with every touch. I existed in a weird state of shock, and I wasn't sure what I would have done if he'd hurt her. I never wanted anything to happen to this woman. The thought of being without her, stabbed like Will's knife, had plunged into me instead. I can't believe I missed it, Sadie said, sitting in a folding chair across from us. Marianne and Felicity were also in folding chairs beside hers, while Credenza had scooted the decorative armchair that had been positioned nearer to the hall, closer to our little gathering. "Be glad you did," Credenza said. "I thought my heart was going to crash through my chest when he grabbed her. Then Gray saved the day." She jutted her chin in Bria's direction. "You got a good man there." I went nearly ballistic when he said, "Touch her, you die," Felicity added, fanning her face with her hands. "So romantic." "Yes, romance was what I was going for," I said derisively. I hadn't exactly phrased it like that, but she had the gist of it. Bria's life had been at stake, and all she could think of was romance. Bria chuckled and lifted her head to look at me. "You were pretty hot and heroic." "That's better." I stroked her cheek, gratified that this incredible woman was okay. "I'm so sorry it happened at all. I never thought they'd attack you. I'd never have let him hurt you." She leaned in, her eyes hazy, and pressed her lips to my mouth. That kiss encompassed me. It streamed through me, injecting her into my weakest parts. I responded, nearly forgetting we had an audience, until one of the ants released a woozy sigh. "Now that's a kiss," one of them said. Bria pulled away, blushing and tucking a hair behind her ear. Chuckling, I leaned in to whisper, "Later?" She trapped her bottom lip with her teeth, gazed at me through her lashes with bashful, adorable eyes, and nodded. "Y'all better be on the lookout," Credenza said when we broke apart. She crossed one leg over the other and peered toward the glass entry doors. "What do you mean?" Bria asked. "Yeah, something tells me he's not done with you yet," Marianne added. "Has that man ever threatened you before?" I shifted. "Yesterday," I said. "He told me I'd be sorry for going back on a promise I'd made." "What's the promise?" Felicity asked. "Up until today, I was part of a fraternity," I said, knowing just how ludicrous this was going to sound. I was curious to see what their reactions would be. Many of the guys there, including Will, agreed to sign what they called the pact, vowing that they'd never fall in love. I thought it was only meant to be while we were students, so we could focus on our studies, you know? "Let me guess," Credenza said. "This Will character took it more seriously than others." "I think he did," I said. I exhaled, thinking it over. I never would have thought he'd attack anyone. The frat president told me they were only going to use financial means to get back at me. I never thought that he'd threaten my girlfriend. Bria's hand tightened on mine. "What did you say?" I lifted my lips into a smile. "You heard me." Her grin widened, and the sight gave me wings. She leaned in and placed another kiss on my cheek. I couldn't wait until we were alone. There were so many things I wanted to say to her, so much to tell her. Several moments passed before the feeling of being watched swept over my skin. Prickles cascaded down my neck, and I slowly turned to find Bria's aunts and Sadie gazing at us. Every woman was smiling in a love-struck kind of way. Bria's cheeks were bright red once more, the way they'd been when she'd admitted to liking my YouTube video. She beamed at me and giggled, ducking her face into my shirt. Credenza's expression fell into a scowl. She nudged Marianne with her hand. "Let's leave these two to talk," she said. "Come on now, they don't need us gaping at them. Get on up." Marianne rose, followed by Felicity and Credenza. Sadie stood as well, brushing her blonde hair. She paused. "I'm headed home." "Okay," Bria said, standing and embracing her friend. "Thanks for coming." "I got you an awesome present," Sadie said. "So make sure you open it and thank me later." Bria laughed. Now I want to know what it is. Presents aren't the only thing you didn't get to, I said, rising. I hadn't gotten her anything, but I'd remedy that later. She deserved a gift after all I'd put her through. She deserved so much. This has been the weirdest birthday I've ever had, she said once we were alone. Weirdest? Is that all? Her body still trembled as she burrowed her nose into my chest. I secured my arms tighter around her. Scariest. Craziest. My party was completely ruined. It was just a weird day. It was, I said, rubbing my hand up and down her back. I wish I could do something to make it up to you. It's kind of my fault. It is not, except it is. I can't tell you how sorry I am, I said, feeling her breath, cherishing the fact that she was okay, that nothing worse had happened. I was still dumbstruck that Will had taken the pact that seriously. Who'd peed in his Cheerios? Or how glad I am that nothing happened to you, I said. You know, this is the first time I've been grateful for my condition, she said with her cheek against my chest. You don't like turning into Sleeping Beauty? Not before now, she said. It saved your life. Yeah, she said in wonder. She pulled away just enough to tip her head back and lift her gaze to mine. So did you. Heat radiated from my chest. Actually, I think you saved mine. Her brows drew together. Not possible. You weren't in any danger. I was before I met you, I told her, drinking in the warmth of her eyes. In danger of what? Stupidity, I suggested. She laughed and rested her head against my chest again. I stroked my fingers along the soft skin on her arm. Did your aunts ever tell you? Tell me? Oh. Realization struck. She pulled away so rapidly, I gripped her arms to steady her. Come on. Taking my hand, she pulled me behind her into the reception area. The three women were dancing around the refreshment table. They'd broken into a goofy song about cake and acted inebriated. Though I doubted they were, not like Will had been. They seemed to be drunk on life. From the way these three women leapt to Bria's rescue, from the elaborate party they'd thrown, and the way they showered Bria with doting affection, it seemed as if these three lived every moment as fully as they possibly could. Cake, Felicity announced, directing us to the table when she saw us. And then we got a gift for you, Marianne added. The cake was red velvet, and my mouth watered over the sight of creamy white frosting, separating the red layers in the center. What gift? Bria asked. Knife in hand, Credenza concentrated on cutting several pieces. She dished them onto hot pink plates and handed them out before the five of us found ourselves sitting around one of the round tables. We got something to tell you, Credenza began. Beneath the table, Bria's hand found mine. She hadn't yet touched her cake, and so I didn't either. I knew she was eager for this news. My birth parents? Bria prodded. Credenza's mouth dropped. Now, how did you... Then her gaze roved to Felicity, whose face was beet red. I figured it out, Bria said, hurrying to pacify them. You know who they are, don't you? Will you tell me?
Chapter 17. Bria. Marianne pulled her fork from her mouth and placed it back on the plate. Credenza and Felicity gave her encouraging smiles. The three of them huddled in, exchanging a few words, including a few short arguments that I couldn't completely make out, before turning back to me. We contacted an international adoption agency, and the three of us traveled together to Einvar to pick you up from an orphanage there. Einvar? I exchanged a glance with Gray. I'm from Einvar? The small European country was near Sweden, from what I could remember of the last time I'd looked at a map. I was from Einvar? I was European? What about this orphanage? Gray asked. He thumbed the side of his pink plate. Did her parents drop her off there or something? Yes, Marianne said. Up until a few months ago, we didn't know who they were, but it seems some documentation turned up. My heart resembled a drum. I couldn't hold still. I wanted to get up and pace. I wanted to run from the room. I wasn't sure. I'd always wanted the truth, but I'd never expected to be from a completely different country. I can't believe this, I said. Who are they? The aunts watched me with various expressions on their faces. Marianne nodded to Felicity, who bent and removed a series of papers from her purse. They were white, but the content on them looked as though it had been copied from another document entirely. She slid them on the table toward me. "What's this?" "The papers that were left at the orphanage for you." I drank in the words hungrily, but my anticipation dropped and was rapidly replaced with disappointment. "It's not in English," I said. "What language did they speak in Ainvar?" I couldn't remember. I didn't know much about that country at all. "The English translation is on the papers beneath," Marianne explained, "but we thought you might like to see their pictures." "Wait, pictures?" I flipped through, and there, sure enough, were 2 black and white portraits. A young woman with blonde hair like mine. A handsome man with equally blonde hair and a kind smile. Tears pricked my eyes. Who were they? Were they good people? Were they kind? I peered up at the aunts to find their eyes glistening as well. They smiled at me with understanding and gestured for me to turn my attention back to the papers in my hands. I scoured over dozens of words I had no understanding of until something resembled familiarity. Nomen, Sonja Vierne. Nomen, Hans Verne. Below their pictures and names were not 1, but 2 dates: birth and death. I gripped the papers so tightly that they crumpled in my hands. Even that action didn't stop my hands from shaking. They've passed away, angel baby," Credenza said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. A tear streamed from my eyes. I didn't know these people, not really, but still, the idea saddened me. They were both deceased. It was as though I'd lost the prospect of more answers. According to the dates, they died a few days after I'd been born. How did they die? What happened? Gray slid his hand around my shoulders and held me. Today had already been emotional enough after Will's attack. This news was both exhilarating and draining at once. "They got sick," Credenza explained. "It's all in the translation. They caught malaria, and it killed them. Luckily, the disease left you alone. Neighbors heard you crying and took you to the orphanage. You were only days old." Days old. "When the adoption was completed," Marianne said, "we flew over there to pick you up and brought you home with us." Gray rested his cheek against my hair. I wasn't sure how long I let him hold me before a pair of hands tapped my arms. Before I knew what was happening, I was being pulled to my feet and embraced by the scent of roses, baby powder, and the overwhelming flowery perfume Marianne always wore. I buried my face into each of their shoulders. "I love you," I told them each in turn. "Thank you for telling me." "We're sorry it's not happier news," Marianne said, stroking my hair since she'd hugged me last. "But we wanted you to have the truth." "I'm glad," I said, squeezing her tightly. I then dove back in for one more round of hugs. In the midst of so much emotion, sense washed through, giving me a nudge. I could tell from the worry in their expressions. They needed to know I was okay with this. "I couldn't have asked for better parents. You 3 mean the world to me. Thank you for all you've done." "You got it, baby," Credenza said, rubbing my chin with her thumb. "Were we right to tell you?" Felicity asked. I smeared a hand across my cheek. "So right," I said. "I'm so glad I know." I clutched the papers to my chest, thinking over this influx of information and trying to picture my newfound heritage. A scenario flashed in my mind. Young Sonja and Hans Verne, maybe newly married, maybe not, catching an unexpected illness. Their lives were snatched from them prematurely, unfairly. Had they been sad? Had they secretly wished they could have raised me? I supposed I'd never know. Gray and I remained at the table and watched the aunts stack presents into a foldable wagon. As I watched their lightheartedness, as I thought of their kindness, of how difficult giving papers like this to me must have been, I realized something. It didn't matter. I was grateful to Sonja and Hans Verne for bringing me into this world. I was so sorry they'd lost their lives so tragically, but they weren't my parents. Not really. Not in the ways that mattered. "Eat. You've been through a lot," Gray said. "You probably need something in your stomach." I wasn't sure I could, but Gray continued to insist. He was probably right. I blinked and looked down, noticing the colorful cake on its hot pink plate. Moving robotically, I lifted my fork and dug in, carving out a bite and guiding it to my mouth. The blend of pastry with buttercream icing was stark enough to instill some feeling back into me. The taste triggered saliva, which generated tingles down my jaw. I chewed and swallowed. Gray was right. I needed this. Within moments, the sugar revitalized my bloodstream, if only slightly. It was still noticeable. I couldn't believe everything that had happened in such a short amount of time. "Talk to me," Gray said. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm from Einvar," I said in a complete daze. "You were born there," he said, finishing his last bite of cake, "but you're an American." I nodded, grateful for his insight. I was. Who was I? "You're still you, Bria." Bria. The sound of my name was just what I needed. I took another bite and brought my gaze up to find Gray watching me intently, adoringly, insightfully. "I'm sure this is a huge bombshell," he said. "Sort out what you need to, but don't forget, you're still you, just with new information." "I'm still me," I said. Saying it aloud had more of an impact than I thought. Plate empty, he pushed it away and breezed his hand to my knee beneath the table. "What?" I asked, chewing my last bite of cake. "Do you believe in fate?" "Fate? Do you mean my birth parents? Or our blind date?" I'd almost forgotten about it in the wake of everything else that had happened. A chuckle rumbled in his throat. He brushed his knuckles across my cheek. "Yeah. Who knew we would have met anyway? Do you want to know what I think?" I concentrated on the plate for a few moments, scraping a last bite of frosting and licking it from my fork. He watched my lips with avid attention. I stilled. "I think fate meant for your aunts to find you," he said. "Do you know why?" "Why?" "Not only did they need to be the ones to raise the incredible person that you are, but they also raised you here in Chicago. If you'd been raised in Einvar, if you'd grown up anywhere else, we might not have met. It might be too soon to say, but I think you and I were meant to be," he finished. My heart responded before I could. It thundered against my sternum so hard, I was surprised it wasn't audible. Gray's expression grew impish. He waited for me to process. "I think so too," I said. I hadn't ever put much stock in fate before, but with this turn of events, how could I deny it? Not only had I met a gorgeous, incredible man who was easy to talk to, but that same man had swept in, overtaken me, saved my life, and accepted the quirks of my condition and life that would turn anyone else away. If fate hadn't brought us together, I wasn't sure what had. "There's something else," he said, tilting in. "Oh?" I wasn't sure I could handle anything else. Gray pressed a kiss to my cheek, making my eyelashes flutter. "I didn't get you a present," he said, "but that doesn't mean I didn't want to." "I don't care," I said. "It's enough that you're here, that you're opening up to me and not keeping any more secrets. That's all I've wanted from you." "For me to open up to you?" I clasped his hand. "It might sound silly, but I've wanted this insane connection between us to mean more." "Me too," he said, stroking my cheek. The gleam in his eyes was startling. It was bare, vulnerable, and torrid. Familiar and yet awestruck too. That expression, that look, stirred itself into me, striking and moving me. "What can I do for you?" he said. "I want to give you something you really want. I don't have much right now, but I want to do something to show you how much you mean to me." I stopped his mouth with my own. Gray's hands clutched my shoulders. He tensed for only a millisecond before claiming my mouth deeper. I was unaccustomed to the emotional impact a kiss like this would have over me. It was intentional and intermediary and swept away every thought I'd ever had except Gray's name, and just how soft his mouth was against mine, just how feathery his hair felt as I raked my fingers through it. "No more secrets," I finally said when the kiss broke, meeting the rapture in his expressive eyes and collecting my breath. Gray's fingers stroked my jaw. "No more secrets," he agreed. After all he'd done for me, I believed him. Chapter 18. Bria. He made it look so easy. I'd seen Gray on a bike before. He'd played around bouncing the tires and twirling the handlebars around when we'd ridden together, but I had no idea he could do this. 2 weeks after the dreadful birthday party disaster, we drove to the skate park, and I watched him glide smoothly from one angle of the park's curves and jumps to another. He did alley-oops, spun a 360, and removed his feet from the pedals, only to cross his legs and return his feet to the pedals once more. I held the camera as steadily as I could. I was no videographer, but I was really good at looking at nothing but him, and I put that skill to good use right now. He used his body movement to turn the handlebars, bringing the bike up one side of him while in the air. He even spun the handlebars while somehow maintaining enough height to right them again and make a smooth landing. I'd watched him perform similar tricks in his other videos, but watching him in person now was an entirely different experience. This video was celebratory. His channel had just hit the coveted 10,000 subscribers milestone. After staying with Sadie and me for a few days, he'd found a new apartment where he roomed with a couple of other guys. He'd had to quit school after the withdrawal of scholarship funds, courtesy of Sigma Phi Rho, so he'd taken more hours at the bike shop and was devoting more time to filming as well. He returned to the pavement and signaled for me to record him once more. Gray wore jeans and a t-shirt topped with an open, button-down collared shirt. With his hair tousled, his watch at his wrist, his hands on the handlebars of a trick bike, and the small microphone secured to his jaw, he looked completely at ease talking before the camera. "Hey there, it's Gray." He acted so casual, as though they knew him. Riding bikes may not seem like a career to some people, but it's going to be mine. I started up in a small town like some of you, goofing around, doing my tricks. He paused to balance himself on the back wheel, bounced it once or twice, and landed again. My heart lurched. Though he stood alone with just me, I could tell once this video aired, he'd have the attention of everyone in the room. The energy around him sizzled and entranced me. I was dreaming. That was all there was to it. He then took several more minutes demonstrating other impressive tricks on his bike. He brought it up vertically while somehow remaining attached to it and turned the handlebars in a 180. He followed this by bouncing on the front wheel and then resting both wheels for a few bunny hops. I tailed him in amazement, capturing as much as I could on camera. "I'm a nobody kid from St. Paul," he said when he paused. "I'm proof that you can become anything you want to be if you just take a chance. Follow your dreams, get an education, do what you love, and who knows what may come of it." In the wake of silent applause, he led his bike off to the side and called out, "Cut, that's a wrap." I tapped the button to stop recording. I was so inspired after watching him. How could anyone else see this and not be? Gray shook his hands at the wrists. I walked to him in an otherworldly stupor, disconnected, drifting. He smirked as though one side of his mouth wanted to smile, and the other fought against it. His hazel eyes smoldered like a forest caught on fire. The heat of his presence filled me from my torso to my cheeks, and I placed my hands over my face and stared at him. If I were sleeping, now would be the perfect time to wake up. "Say something," he said. His presence filled everything around us. He blurred out everyone and everything else. "Pinch me," I said with a breath. "I think I'm still dreaming." He kissed me, long and slow. "You're awake," he said when the kiss ended. I reeled in the undertow of realization with no hope of resurfacing. His chest brushed mine. My stomach knotted, and I breathed in the smell of his husky cologne. He held me close, his breath stroking my ear. He tipped in to kiss me again when the sound of an approaching car made us both step back. Gray's hand found mine. Together, we watched the expensive-looking, sleek black sports car careen into a parking spot with hasty precision. "You've got to be kidding me," Gray muttered. "What's he doing here?" His hold on my hand tightened. "What? Who is it?" He didn't respond, but he didn't need to. Adrian, the man who'd answered the door the day I'd come to Sigma Phi Rho, stepped out in a pair of jeans and a fitted polo shirt. His dark hair was careless, and his sunglasses shielded his eyes. Gray's body tensed. He propped his bike against the awning, providing shade over a line of benches, and then placed a foot in front of mine as though preparing to guard me with his body. He didn't feel threatened by Adrian, did he? Was Adrian one of the guys who'd thrown Gray's stuff out the window? Gray had only just replaced his computer. "What are you doing here?" Gray asked, sounding none too friendly. Adrian lifted his hands. "I heard you found a place. I've been wanting to stop by and see how you were, But then I was passing by and saw the two of you here." He inclined his head to me as though in greeting. "Why do you care?" Gray asked. "Simmer down," Adrian said, lowering his hands and coming nearer. "You may have had a fallout with the frat, but not with me. I still consider you my friend." He removed his sunglasses and braced a boot on the curb. "Yet you stood by and did nothing while Will and the others trashed my stuff." "There was nothing I could do," Adrian said with remorse. "It wasn't cool, man. I made sure Sean knew as much." "Has he gotten rid of the pact?" "No, and I don't think he will." Gray slid me an incredulous look before turning his attention back to Adrian. "How can you stay there?" he asked. "Knowing what they do to people who have a fallout like I did?" "You're the first one since Finn's time," Adrian said. "Will's always been a little edgy, but I've never seen him that upset before. He's got a short fuse. I never thought he'd take things that far." "What made him completely unhinged like that?" I asked. Maybe there was more to his story that they both knew, but I wanted in on it. Adrian rubbed his jaw. "Will fell in love with a girl during his freshman year of college. Because of the pact, he didn't pursue anything with her." "So stupid," I muttered, shaking my head. "So much lost time." Adrian hooked his thumb through his belt loop. "The girl died in a terrible accident." The pronouncement struck me. Will had said, "Do you have any idea what the rest of us have given up to keep our word?" This was what he'd given up, what he'd lost. "So he never got to be with her anyway," Gray said with a frown. "That's sad," I said. "He never got to be with the woman he loved," Adrian said. "I think this was his way of taking that fact out on you." "And you're still staying there?" Gray's voice dripped with skepticism. I agreed with him. How could anyone with a conscience condone the pact, or what they'd done to Gray because of it? Part of me felt bad for Will at losing the girl he loved so tragically, but that was no reason to lash out and take his anger out on us. Even Gray's own brother had written him off. Gray hadn't heard from Ulrich in the weeks since he'd left. If Adrian's intentions were honorable and he was here against the fraternity's wishes, that said a lot about him. "It's my last semester," Adrian said. "Either way, once I graduate, I'm out, so there's no point in me leaving now. I don't like what they did to you, and I wanted you to know it." Gray's shoulders lowered as if in acceptance. He paused for several moments, and I wondered what he was thinking. "It was you I heard shouting when I left," Gray said, as if with realization. "You were trying to stick up for me." Adrian lifted a shoulder. "I did what I could. Sean agrees they went overboard. Will is in jail. Did you know that?" "He is?" I said. I hadn't heard, though I would have been surprised if he wasn't. My relief was stark. Being held by a psycho with a knife had given me chest pain for days after it had happened. Even now, the memory of it made my stomach turn rock hard. Adrian gave me his attention. After a few seconds, he stepped toward me and offered his hand. "Yeah, after attacking you the way he did, the police found several other instances of misconduct. We never officially met the day you stopped by. I'm Adrian," he said. "I'm a friend." A friend. Could I believe that? I hesitated and looked at Gray. Adrian had no knife, at least. Gray pursed his lips and offered an encouraging nod. Moments paused as I gauged Adrian. Then, adjusting my hold on Gray's camera, I accepted the gesture. "Bria," I said. We shook, and then he released me and placed his sunglasses up onto his forehead to reveal a pair of brown eyes, which twinkled. "You must be something else, Bria. You should have seen how whipped our boy here was over you." He flashed Gray a smile, doing that much more to lighten the mood. A little more of the tension that had spurred at his arrival siphoned away. Gray then slid a husky look at me that tangled my stomach into knots. He'd talked about me to the guys at the fraternity? He had to have if they'd gotten upset enough to kick him out. He wasn't embarrassed by this in the slightest. In fact, the mention of his feelings for me loosened more of the pressure in his shoulders, and consequently, mine as well. "Someday, it'll be you." Gray offered a hand to Adrian in a gesture of fellowship. "I'll pass," Adrian said, shaking his hand. "You don't want to date anyone?" I asked. Adrian leaned against the side of the awning's post, looking casual and carefree. "I wouldn't mind a date here and there, but I'll never get whipped like your boy here. But you're graduating? I said, trying to make sense of this. Won't you be able to be with whoever you want after that? It wasn't like he was going to keep living at the fraternity for the rest of his life. I'm leaving Sigma Phi Rho, but the pact is for life, Adrian said, tossing his keys from one hand to the other. I've had me a girl before, and I'm not going there again. Not after what happened to Gray. You can't honestly think the fraternity will hold you to it once you leave, I said. Adrian examined the skate park ramps disinterestedly and then sank onto the bench nearest to him. I doubt it, Adrian said, squinting, but I'll still hold to it. Unless you meet the right girl. Gray slid his arm around my waist. You should get out while you still can, before they can hold the pact over your head too. I don't need to. What Will and the others did to you was wrong. I don't deny that, but I'm not worried. I'll never let a woman get under my skin. Not ever again. I'll believe that when I see it, Gray said. He made his way to the other side of Adrian's bench and sat. When I joined him, Gray slipped his hand into mine and clasped my fingers. I squeezed back, loving the implication the gesture brought with it. I was under his skin, and he wanted to keep me right where I was. Adrian smirked, as if the notion of him loving anyone again was laughable. I'd rather go feet first through a wood chipper than let myself fall prey to a woman's manipulation again. No offense, Bria. He inclined his head toward me. That was drastic. I wasn't offended. I just felt sad that that was his impression of women. Who was this girl who'd burned him so badly? They're not all manipulators, man, Gray said. There's a girl out there for you somewhere, and I'll laugh when you fall for her. Laugh all you want, Adrian said. Smiling, he replaced his sunglasses. It's not happening. It might, I thought, but didn't say. Just because he hadn't met her yet didn't mean he wouldn't. Adrian stayed until dark, and we talked about how things had been going for each of them since Gray had left. Adrian mentioned that several of the other guys had expressed their dislike of Will's actions as well. At least not everyone at the fraternity was psycho. When Adrian left, Gray took me home, since I still had to be there to teach for a few more days until my student teaching concluded. We embraced on my doorstep, basking in the moonlight. I loved being with him, but seeing Adrian reminded me of just what Gray had given up to be with me. Gray claimed he didn't mind the loss, that he would do it all over again if that was what it took. But he hadn't just sacrificed a place to live or funding for school. He'd lost friends as well. Maybe the others will come around too, I said, after I mentioned that fact. I'm okay if they don't, Gray said. As long as I've got you, I can make new friends. That still can't make it any easier. Being with you is just so easy and natural, he said, pressing his nose to my cheek. His warm breath stroked my skin. I've never had that with a woman before. I'm just a cashier, just a bike mechanic. I struggled for breath. You're so much more than that. Then what's wrong? He asked. I feel like something is bothering you tonight. Am I overwhelming you? Is it Will? From what Adrian said, he'll be behind bars for a good long while. I shook my head. Though his frat brother had terrified me, that fear wasn't enough to keep me from being with Gray. I had been a little lost in thought since Adrian had left, though. I don't want things to change between us, I admitted. Unless we grew closer. I wouldn't complain. But I still worried. Gray had given up so much to be with me. Would it be enough to make what we had last? Would he come to resent me for what had happened? Me neither. I'm hoping they won't. His hand stroked my arm. I shivered under the touch. His arms swept around me. I'm into you, Bria. How much? So into you. Your smile, your quick mind and determination. I adore your gorgeous eyes, and I definitely want more of your mouth. I shivered. His hands made their way to my low back. I've always wanted to feel like I belonged somewhere. I thought I had found that with the fraternity, but the truth is, I haven't really belonged anywhere. Not with my parents, the fraternity, not even with my own brother. But you? I feel like I belong with you. The fact that we would have met anyway, even if you hadn't come into the shop that day, tells me fate has more for us. We were meant to be together. Meant to be. The words were everything my hopelessly romantic heart wanted. They were reassuring, promising, and thrilling. Before I could say anything, I drank in the feel of his mouth molding with mine. His arms held me securely, keeping me steady and yet making me soar all at once. I kissed my black diamond man, exhilarated at that thought, because the truth was, he wasn't the only one. I'd fallen for him too, and no pact anyone could make could keep us apart. Epilogue. Bria, 10 years later, walking down the street on a spring afternoon with the man I loved more than anything in the world was the equivalent of pure bliss. The treetops chimed with birdsong. A school bus passed, and Gray stopped so suddenly I nearly tripped on the stroller he currently pushed. "Is that theirs?" he asked. Beneath the hood, covering little Chase's head and shielding him from the sun, a giggle ensued. Apparently, he'd liked his dad's sudden stop. From this vantage point, I caught sight of his shoeless feet kicking in excitement. "I told you which number it was," I said, smiling at Gray's eagerness. Sunglasses blocked his eyes. I wished they weren't there. I wanted to see them gleam with the excitement I heard in his voice. How many men got this anxious while picking up their kids from school? "So that's a no." I hooked my arm through Gray's and urged him to keep moving. "That's a definite no. Come on, the stop they get off at is just up here." "You walk this every day?" "You should join me more often," I said. "I should. You need to stop coming to the shop." Stop coming to see him at his bike shop? Several years ago, after his YouTube channel had exploded, he'd opened a string of bike shops throughout Illinois. "I never thought I'd hear you say that," I said, smiling. "The bike shop had brought us together, after all. Only because it gets me to come home." He waggled his eyebrows. I swatted his arm, but didn't bother hiding my smile as I rested my head against his shoulder. "I am glad you stopped by so unexpectedly," I said, "and we should definitely make picking up the kids from the bus with you a daily thing. But you never told me why." "Why what?" Gray said. A lion-shaped rattle fell from the stroller. Gray stopped to pick it up and handed it back to our almost 2-year-old. "You said you had something to tell me." Gray pushed the stroller a few more steps. He was too solemn, considering the afternoon we'd spent together. "I have something to tell you, but I didn't want to do it on the phone." "Why not?" He faced me. "I wanted to be here to catch you in case you fell." He'd made many facetious references to my condition, which, after giving birth to 3 children and dealing with their various scrapes and escapades, had eased somewhat, thank goodness. But this statement was no joke. I loved his attempts to prove he was no longer keeping secrets from me. We were 10 feet away from the corner, where the bus would be bringing our older 2 kids in a matter of minutes, but I placed a hand on his arm. "Gray, should I be worried?" He lifted his sunglasses. The last 10 years looked so good on him. He now had the faintest lines beside his eyes and mouth. His jaw had grown more defined, and he'd filled out in the shoulders a little more too. He'd been attractive while in his 20s, but now? Now he made me wish I could stop time with every glance. "Will was released today," he said. The April afternoon took on a January chill. I staggered a step, and he hurried to grasp my arms with his strong hands. Hands that had stroked mine, that had changed diapers and consoled our children, hands that had helped with dishes, hands that had held me all night long. These hands had also defended me. I felt that desire rippling in his strong body now as he drew me in and wrapped me in his arms. "He's walking free?" I said, managing to voice my thoughts. I hugged him tightly, leaning on him. "He is." "Where?" I asked. "I don't know," Gray said. "He's been in the state pen. Ulrich told me he saw him a few days after his release." "He did? Why?" Gray's chin rubbed against my hair as he shook his head. "I'm not sure. Ulrich doesn't hang around with the best crowds these days. He claimed to be talking to someone Will was acquainted with and bumped into him." Several years ago, Gray had landed a sponsor, and his YouTube blew up. He invested that money into Adrian's company and got massive returns. While Gray and many of the frauders he had known at Sigma Phi Rho had done exceptionally, some outrageously, well for themselves since graduation, Ulrich wasn't one of them. He'd been instated as treasurer of the fraternity, only to be caught embezzling funds. He'd been kicked out of the frat too, but not because of the pact, because of his own stupidity. Since then, he'd bounced from job to job, many of which were underhanded. "What did Ulrich have to say?" I asked. Several other moms joined us at the corner. I waved, and then Gray turned and lowered his voice. "He said that Will borrowed some money and left town." "Did he say where he was going?" After marrying and helping my husband through school, Gray and I had moved to a smaller town in Illinois, one I was completely in love with. Our neighbors were the best, tight-knit and caring. Everyone seemed to want to help everyone else. Our community had always felt safe. I'd had no problems with the kids riding their bikes to friends' houses. I occasionally substitute taught at the school, which made our 5-year-old squeal with delight every time she saw me on the playground or in the hall. I was right where I wanted to be. He wasn't going to tell me we'd have to move or something, was he? "Not specifically," Gray said as the bus appeared at the end of the street. Chase clapped his hands. "Bus! Bus!" he cried, pointing excitedly and pulling my shirt. "Look, Mama!" "Yes, I see it," I told him, smiling and squeezing his hand before turning back to Gray. "Then what is it?" "Ulrich said he and Will talked about the pact. Bria, I'm not sure he's going to let it go." "You're kidding. After all this?" "You never saw him at the frat," Gray said. The muscles of his throat worked as he swallowed. "Will had major anger issues over that stupid contract. He's not the kind of person to let go of a grudge." "Do you think he's coming after you?" Gray stroked my arm and directed his attention to the bus, whose little red stop sign slowly stuck out from its place on the side. Several cars behind it followed suit, slowing and waiting. My heart thudded in my chest. I'd never been so terrified of anything as I'd been when this lunatic had held me at knife point. If Will was going to threaten us again after all this time, after going to jail for doing so, he was more insane than I'd thought. "No," Gray said, as the bus door opened and kids began to pile out. "That's what he wanted Ulrich to tell me. He's not holding anything against me." I didn't know my lungs could hold so much air for so long, not until it gushed out in a whoosh of breath. I placed a hand on my chest and one on Gray's bicep. I leaned my head on him again, inhaling the clean scent of his shirt. "Thank goodness! Daddy! Daddy!" Lexi's voice clamored high over the heads of the other handful of children now on the street. Several walked with their parents, who'd been waiting along with us. Others began the trek to their homes on their own. The stop sign retracted, and exhaust puffed out from the bus as it continued its slow trek down the street. Gray bent to open his arms to a barrel of giggles and blonde curls. He picked her up from the ground, all worry leaving his expression as he matched her exuberant smile. Using her fingers, Lexi pinched Gray's cheeks. "What are you doing here? It's just Mom." "Sometimes," he said. "I couldn't let her come without me today, though. I had to be with my girls, and my guys." He rumpled Chase's hair. "Am I your girl, Daddy?" He planted a kiss on her cheek and then made a growling sound as he imitated a tiger and nuzzled her neck, earning more giggles. "You're always my girl," he said, lowering her to the sidewalk. She then dashed to me for a quick hug. "Dad, what's up?" Braden approached next, tugging on the strap of his backpack. He wore a pair of glasses and beamed up at his dad with excited surprise. "Hey, bud," Gray said, pulling him into a hug. At 7, he was several inches taller than Lexi. "Mom and I thought we'd all walk home together today." "Yeah," the two older ones chanted. Chase fed off his siblings' enthusiasm, kicking his small legs and laughing from the stroller. "Can I push?" Braden asked, not waiting for a response before taking over the stroller and barreling it forward. "Not too fast," I called, not wanting them more than a few feet away from me at this point. "Are you sure you're off his radar?" I asked Gray, leaning in as he slung his arm around me. "Is he going to care that we're married now? That you have a beautiful family?" "Will had better not come anywhere near us. If he did anything to hurt our children—" "No," Gray said. "He wouldn't." "How can you know?" Gray's hand slid to my waist. He roped me to his side, and we fell into uneasy steps. Braden bumped into Lexi, who was also trying to push the stroller at the same time. A small battle ensued between the two siblings before Braden relented and gave her a turn. But when she could hardly see over the top of the stroller, she let him take steering over once more. Because that was another reason Ulrich called me. He wanted to let me know we had nothing to worry about. I'd never liked Ulrich much. He and I had clashed on more than one occasion. I was only glad he'd turned out to be something of a rover, never staying in one place long. From what I knew, he was somewhere in Oregon right now. You trust him? I asked. With money? No, with this? We're in the clear. Then why don't you seem more reassured about it? Because... The kids veered in the wrong direction, and Gray called out to guide them back toward our house. We passed another home where our neighbors stepped onto the porch, and the two of us waved and continued walking. Ulrich implied Will had his sights set elsewhere. Oh my gosh! I stopped and stared at my husband. Do you mean the other frauders? Was Will seriously going to go after the others for breaking the pact? I was sure most of them had by now. No one in their right mind could keep from falling in love this long. Not unless they lived in a monastery. Gray rubbed his jaw. I'm going to call Adrian and see if he's heard anything from Will. He may not even know he's out of jail yet. You haven't spoken with him in a while, have you? It's been a few months, Gray admitted. Since Gray had invested in Adrian's business and received financial counsel from him, the two of them spoke pretty regularly. But I thought I'd start with him and just see if he'd heard anything. Our house came into view. It was cute, 2 levels, with white picketing around the porch. With Gray's income, we could definitely afford something a little grander, but we decided to keep the kids' expectations low. We didn't need a mansion. Sharing less space was far preferable because it meant the less we had to cross to be together. Lexi and Braden pushed the stroller onto the grass, and then Lexi shouted, "I'm gonna win!" and darted up the steps first. "Oh, no you don't!" Braden said, darting after her and leaving the stroller behind. I strode to the stroller, where Chase beamed up at me with bright hazel eyes just like his dad's. "Mom! Mom!" Chase repeated over and over, reaching for me with his 2 small hands. "I'm here," I said, unbuckling him and pulling him into my grasp. I cuddled the toddler as long as he would let me before he wriggled out of my arms. I managed to set him on the grass before he tottered after his 2 older siblings. Gray stroked the small of my back. I rested my cheek against his chest, soaking in the sound of his heartbeat. "Do you think Adrian and the others have lasted this long?" I asked. "We don't really get into his personal life," Gray said, "but Adrian is the last person I'd expect to break it. As far as I know, he's still single." "Never falling in love. What a miserable way to live. I hope they can last," I said, resting my head on his shoulder. For me, with Gray by my side, the past 10 years had been the best of my life. The future was filled with hope. Years earlier, at the skate park, there'd been a moment where I'd caught Adrian's eye. It had gleamed with sorrow, with loss. I suspected, despite his bravado, deep down, he wanted a relationship of his own. Was he really still single after all this time? Gray's insistence that day had been spot on. Adrian still could find someone who would appreciate him, who wouldn't manipulate or misuse him. Something in my chest flickered with pity, with hope, for the other men at the fraternity, for Adrian. I hoped he could find what Gray and I had, a love worth defying everything for. I may not know Adrian as well as Gray did. Maybe he had stayed true to the pact, but I didn't see how anyone could sustain lifelong bachelorhood. Not forever. Life was meant to be lived with connection. Friendship, love, relationships. We weren't here on Earth to be alone. We were meant to help one another, support and lift each other, love each other, and I wanted Adrian and the others to find that out for themselves. Will needs to butt out of their lives, I said. I agree, Gray said, but I'm not sure he sees it that way. I think he's out for revenge, and he's willing to get it in whatever way he can. It sounded like he'd done all he wanted to against me and is determined to make someone else answer for their supposed actions this time. I'll call Adrian. I'm not sure there's much more I can do other than warn him. No wonder Gray was on edge about this. Hopefully, it's enough, I said, shaking my head at the idiocy of it all. Was there nothing else we could do? Call the police? That wouldn't do much either, not when nothing else had happened yet. Goodness, that word. Yet. It was too bad Will couldn't stay behind bars and leave well enough alone. The others deserve to have a chance at love, at the wholeness and happiness I felt with Gray. They each deserve to feel this too. Somehow, I doubted Will saw things the same way, or that he would allow the guys who broke the pact to either. He was going to go after them, and if Adrian wasn't careful, he would be next. The end, for now. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much for listening to Bria and the Billionaire's Kiss. This is Caitlin Meadows, and I just wanted to jump on here and let you know, coming up next, you need to see what happens when Adrian breaks the pact. After breaking into his cabin, a desperate woman bargains with billionaire Adrian Bear to avoid trouble. The deal? Play the role of fake girlfriend for 1 week, sparks and all. Their week together is a fairy tale with an impending end because Mr. Billionaire Bear harbors a dangerous secret, making their love impossible and putting them both at risk. Can a feisty blonde and a billionaire find happiness, or is their connection doomed from the start? Brace yourself for a week of steamy kisses, danger, and a love that can never be. Oh my gosh, you guys, you're going to love Goldie and the Billionaire Bear. With over 30,000 more words added, you need to discover the unexpected twist in Goldie and the Billionaire Bear right here on my YouTube channel. If you liked the video of Bria and the Billionaire's Kiss, please hit that like button and be sure to leave me a note in the comments. And if you're not already subscribed, click subscribe. I'd love to have you join me for more stories full of sweet romance and the slightest hint of mystery and intrigue too. Take care.
Thank you for listening. This has been Bria and the Billionaire's Kiss, a Once Upon a Billionaire prequel written by Caitlin Meadows. Read for you by 11 Labs Project. Copyright 2024 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright by Courtney Pearson.